On today's episode, we're going to be looking into the relations of the most famous kingdoms and commonwealths throughout the world. This is a book that comes to us from 1608, so this is going to provide to us an excellent view on exactly what the people in the 1600s were being taught about Tartaria. The original book is by Giovanni Botero, and it was written in the 1600s at some point, or possibly in the late 1500s, and it was translated by a man called Robert Johnson from Latin into English for 1608, so that's when the translation comes out. Before we begin, just a little bit of background on the original author. Giovanni Botero was born around 1544. He was an Italian thinker, priest, poet, and diplomat, and an author of a few books. At the age of 15, he was sent to a Jesuit college, so he was a Jesuit, and a year later he moved to the Roman college, where he was introduced to some of the most influential Catholic thinkers of the 16th century. In 1565, Botero was sent to teach philosophy and rhetoric at the Jesuit colleges in France. After spending the 1570s drifting from one Jesuit college to another, he was actually discharged from the Jesuit order in 1580 after giving a doctrinally incorrect sermon where he questioned the Pope's temporal power. So whilst yes, he was a Jesuit, he was actually kicked out of the Jesuit order for questioning the Pope's power. So that might be an important factor to consider when reading his work. So now we'll delve into the book and we're going to see what it says exactly about Tartaria. Now this is the book itself. Obviously it's copied to archive. I'll put a link in the description so you can come and see it for yourself. This is, like I said, a translation from Latin into English, and it seems to have been done for the Right Honourable Edward Earl of Worcester, Lord of Sheptol Ragland. So he required this book translating, and this is the translation. So we're going to have a look now. We jump to page 223. And this is in the Asia section. It comes right after Moscovia. So if you want to learn more about the Moscovians, because obviously it does go into the Tartars that lie in that area, we're going to ignore that today. But if you'd like to go and see that, you can do. It talks about the Crim Tartars, the Nogay tribe, the Chersonesus tribes, etc. So it does talk a lot about that. If you want to see that, go and have a look. Or if you're interested, we could look at it in the future, but I don't think it's too necessary. We've covered a lot of the topics on this channel before. If you're interested, go and see. So we start on page 223, where it's talking about Tartaria. We can see that Tartaria at the top there, and we're going to see what it has to say. It is written, like I said, in a very Old English manner, which isn't very friendly to the eyes. If you're a modern reader in particular, there's an overabundance of commas and short sentences that they don't really flow very well, and it's not very nice to read or listen to. So I'll do my best to phrase it in a way that sounds better for you. So it starts off by saying that the kingdom of the Tartars is the fairest and greatest principality through the whole world, whenas besides the portion which lieth in Europe, it containeth more than a third part of Asia. Of course, that's referring to Little Tartary, lying in Europe. So we'll carry on. It says, in it are contained three famous and principal provinces, Sarmatia Asiatica, both Scythias, and the regions of Serica, now called Cathay. So again, we've talked about this multiple times on the channel. Cathay is an old word for China, but it actually comes from the Khitan Empire, who ruled north of China and eventually took over China for a period before the Jin dynasty took over from them, and then the Mongols took over the entire place. So the Khitans became known as the Chinese because they were in charge of northern China and they took control of portions of land beyond the wall. So when they were introduced to Europe, the Chinese became known as the Cathayans, and that has bred a lot of confusion. Still to this day, there are arguments over whether Cathay was a real place or not, and the general consensus is no, that it was just referring to parts of northern China. We'll discuss it on another video. I've done other videos on this, so you can go and watch them if you want to talk more about that. It is a very interesting topic. It's essentially a very hidden country, but it relates to this Khitan Empire. So, what does it mean by both Scythias? If you know, pause the video and let me know in the comments, but it basically means Scythia extra Imau and Scythia inter Imau. They used to divide Scythia by the Imaean or Imau Mountains, which are now considered to essentially be the line between the Altai and Himalayas. Everything east of these mountains was considered extra Imao, and everything to the west was inter Imao. Now it says, most fierce and barbarous nations did always inhabit this country, as first the Amazons, a warlike kind of women, which in their days, casting away the properties of their sex, vexed the whole world, usurped Asia, and built Ephesus, or Ephesus. So that's talking about the Amazonians, which of course Wonder Woman is based on the original Amazonian women, which were supposedly Scythian women that conquered Asia, and as it says, doing away with their sex, casting away the properties of their sex, saying, hey, we might be women, but we're stronger than you, because I have a sword. Upon their final extirpation arose the Scythians, no less dreadful than the former. So of course the Scythian Empire was huge. We still today see Scythian gold, that we find Scythian gold, and the only thing I can say about this Scythian gold is magnificence. You need to see the quality of this gold. The production is unmatched for that time period in particular. Gold crafting, the smelting, the technique of the people doing that stuff is beyond anything. So that's something we will look into at some point in the future. They were succeeded by the Goths, or Getes, termed by their neighbours Paluchi, that is, ravenous or thievish. And then, of course, the Goths, which supposedly came from many hundreds years before. We're talking the fall of Rome. We'll get into this in a second as well, because they do seem to name the Goths down here as being around in about 1211-ish, which doesn't really match what we consider today. We consider the Goths, the Visigoths, the Ostrogoths, who have been around 400, 500 AD. These, the Tartars, tamed and erected their monarchy about the year of our Lord, 1187, or as others say, 1162. Now, I might be wrong, but I believe 1162 is considered the birth of Genghis Khan. So, unsure on what the exact circumstances on that date difference by 25 years. Was it that he was 25 when he was elected, and they're considering his birth? Possibly. As it says here, electing for their king, one Kingus, a man of base birth and calling. This man's followers at that time lived without manners, law, or religion in the plains of Karakorum. Now today, Karakorum is considered Karkarin. We can see the ruins of that in Mongolia. They tended their cattle and paid their duties to King Uncham, otherwise Prester John. Again, Prester John, we've talked about this a lot on the channel. Prester John, sometimes confused with the king in Ethiopia. There's a lot to go into there, so we'll have to make our own video on that particular subject. But if you want to see a bit more, go and watch the Gog Magog video, because that includes a lot of information, and the Plains of Barju video. Both of those include a lot of information on this, and what we'll talk about in a second, which is Ten Duck. So we can see here it says that Prester John, who without doubt in those days kept his court in Ten Duck in the kingdom of Argun. So again, go watch those videos if you want to see more about this, but I deduce using some research that the name Ten Duck comes from a yurt, which is what the Mongolians obviously used as their transportable houses, and they used that as prayer to Tengri, and the Ten Duck was a symbol for Tengrism. And the kingdom of Argun is located most likely around the Argun River in Manchuria/Russia today. So we pretty much pin that one down to exactly where that kingdom would have been, which is great. It's definitely not Ethiopia, but go watch those videos if you want to see more about that. And it says this king Chinggis first subdued the kingdom of Uncham, and he afterwards imposed the yoke and subjection on the bordering provinces. So of course it's talking about the rise of Genghis and his original Tartarian or Mongolian Empire. And then he goes on to talk about this, which is quite interesting, and without question, that famous comet seen in the month of May 1211, so 1211 AD, in May, a famous comet was seen that lasted 18 days, and glimmering on the Goths, Tanai, and Russia, with its tail extended towards the west, and it did foreshadow the succeeding inundation of these Tartars. So it's trying to say that a comet came in 1211 in May that lasted 18 days, and it came foreshadowing this inundation of Tartars into these regions, because of course the expansions under Batu Khan and other children of Genghis and subsequent Khanates. For in the year following, this nation, whose name was not so much as dreamt of before in Europe, wholly subdued Sarmatia Asiatica, or Scythia, invaded Russia, Hungary, and Polonia, and lastly erected other famous monarchies in China, Mine, and Bengala. So of course it's talking about Genghis Khan's sudden rush. They didn't even know about the Tartars before this, and then suddenly the Tartarians had taken over all this area, and it was now theirs. So at this day, it is divided into 5 principal provinces. So again, by this day, it's the late 1500s or early 1600s, and it's divided into 5 provinces. Tartaria Minor, which is lying in Europe between the Tanai and Borysthenes. So of course we know this. This is Little Tartary, very famous. The next section is called Tartaria Deserta, which is of old Sarmatia Asiatica, and it contains most of the hordes, but not all. Now remember, the word horde doesn't mean exactly what you think it does. It's not as barbarian. It comes from the word order, O-R-D-A, essentially like a military unit. They're kind of like a standing army, and they had a thing called a blood tax, which meant they took like 20% of your men who joined the army, and they were conscripted into the army for life. So it was their job to be in the army for life, and they'd go around subduing people that didn't pay their taxes, was essentially their job as the horde. They'd go around the different regions of Tartaria, making sure every country paid their taxes. The other sections, of course, we've talked about Tartaria Minor, Tartaria Deserta, so that's 2. Zagathay is the 3rd, otherwise known as Chagatai, the Chagatai Khanate today. Cathay is the 4th, so again, we talked about that before. And lastly, the Great Promontory, which lieth outstretched in the furthest part of Tartary towards the north and east, and may be called Tartaria Antiqua. So you can see here, Antiqua, the ancient Tartary, the original Tartary, which it says on the next page, as the mother place of the true Tartar nation, utterly unknown to Ptolemy. So they did seem to think in this time that it was very far northeast. They talked about it being very cold. Some people spoke about there being periods of perpetual night, which might refer, of course, to the very far regions of the Arctic Circle. Might be referring to those regions during winter, of course, when essentially no light gets up there. So it now goes into some of the areas. It seems to only name 3, which is Tartaria Minor, Tartaria Deserta, and then Astrakhan. Astrakhan, of course, being one of the cities now in Russia. It was the seat of the Astrakhan Khanate, and it was the seat of the actual Golden Horde for a period after the destruction of their actual capital called Saray in about 1480. So starting with Tartaria Minor, it says, the Precapensis live in the open field about the Euxine Sea, the lake of Meotis, and the Taurica Chersonnesus, which adjoineth upon Borysthenes and Tanai in Europe. In this strait or peninsula standeth Theodosia, now Kaffa, once a colony of the Genoese, now a sanguinary of the Turks. Now, of course, that makes sense, the connections between the Crimean Tatars, the Crimean Tatar Khanate, and the Turkish and the Ottomans that succeeded. The Turks, of course, being subdued originally by Tamerlane himself, and Turks supposedly being Tatar originated. If you watched the last video where we were talking about the Tartaria files, lots of indications there that the Turks were actually born of the Tatars, so that's quite curious. But their whole territories are very fruitful for corn and cattle, so yeah, it just talks about the territories there, and it says they are sworn enemies to the Christians, yearly invading Russia, Lithuania, Wallachia, Polonia, and many times Muscovia, and yielding unto the Turks in the name of tribute every year 300 Christian souls. So they had to give 300 Christian slaves or souls to the Turks that they'd kidnapped from these regions. To one of these princes, Selmus gave his daughter in marriage. So Selmus gave one of his daughters to marry a prince of the Tatar Crimean Khanate. So I'm not sure if this is a spelling mistake or if it's something I've not heard of before, but here it says Sarmatia Asiatica, I'm pretty certain it should be Sarmatia Asiatica, so we'll presume that's just a typo, but we'll see. In the old times it was called Sarmatia Asiatica and better inhabited before the coming of the Tatars. So before the Tatars came, this area was better inhabited. It lieth between the Tanai, the Caspian Sea, and the Lake of Cathay. Now this is interesting because the Lake of Cathay, there's so much debate on where this is. Some people say it didn't exist, some people say it's Teleskoi Lake, some will say that it was actually China and that the authors and geographers, etc., were just completely incorrect. But it's a very interesting notion. We'll do an entire video on this, on the Lake of Cathay, because it could be many locations. But it lieth between the Tanay, the Caspian Sea, the Lake of Cathay, and a plain country, by nature fertile, and it was manured by the Tartars, who live a very similar life to the Arabians around here. So again, makes sense because the Arabians are further south. So the rest just talks about the land, doesn't really need to be talked about too much, not very interesting, just talks about the Tartars living like the Arabians. And then down in Astrakhan, it talks about it being situated upon the Caspian Sea. It's rich, affordeth excellent good salt, and very well frequented by Muscovites, Turkish, Armenian, and Persian merchants. In the year 1494, now this is curious, it was taken by John Basilides, Great Duke of Muscovia, and by him with the title thereof annexed to the Muscovian Empire. Now this is curious because today we consider Astrakhan to have fallen in about 1556, I believe, to Ivan the Terrible, which is Ivan Vasilovich IV. Now this John is Ivan Vasilovich III, is supposed to be Ivan the Great, the one that defeated the Golden Horde in 1480, which I talked about before, destroyed the capital of Saray, and then they moved it to Astrakhan for a bit. So there's a very curious bit of history here that seems to be confused because this does not jive with official history. Unless anyone would like to correct me in the comments, more than happy to be corrected, but as far as I can work out, this doesn't really jive with official history. But we'll move on. The Zagatean Tartars were so named of their prince, the brother of the great Sham, so Zagatay, which once reigned amongst them. They are now called Hyasolbus, that is to say, green heads of the colour of the Dulipans. So I have no idea what that's talking about, going to be honest. But they inhabit the ancient countries of Bactria, Sogdiana, and Margiana. Now, I do understand that.
I understood that reference.
In times past, the habitation of the Massagetsis, so famous in arms. These are the most honourable people of the Tartars, indifferent, civil, given to arts, and lords to many of fair cities built with stone, as Samarkand, which is Samarkand. Once a town of great fame and excellency, but now in these days is decayed. Now, the next section talks about the Great Sham. Now, of course, the Great Sham is the one that is supposedly in charge of this entire empire. Let's learn a little bit about him. As our ancestors were ignorant of the regions situated upon the east side of the Caspian Sea, so it is saying our ancestors were ignorant before this of the nations and regions situated on the east of the Caspian Sea, which they imagined to be a branch of the ocean, and that's very true. That's why we see the Scythian Ocean supposedly placed on that portion. I mean, unless something's happened to the land, some people suggest there's been some kind of cataclysm. Others suggest it's because it was frozen over, whereas old world history seems to suggest it's just we hadn't been there, so it's up to you to make up your own mind about that. But even so, as yet little or nothing knoweth this age what regions lie, or what people inhabit beyond that sea, and the mountains commonly called Delangua and Ufont. So I've just done a quick research and I found this for the Delangua mountains. So we can possibly work out where those exactly were anyway. So at first I had no idea, but that's where they were. So it says that Marco Polo was the first to describe these countries, and of him we received what we know of the Tartars. So everything we know really comes from him. The great distance of countries, the difficulty of the journey, and the inaccessible situation of places hath hindered the discovery of those provinces, and the great Duke of Muscovy, by whose dominions we may easiest travel thither, will suffer no strangers to pass through his kingdom. So it's saying that the Duke of Muscovy, the King of Muscovy, essentially, Emperor of the Russians at this point, I think, the first Tsar, you know, he was definitely the Tsar of Russia at this point, he would not allow anyone to come through his land. That's why people couldn't get any further. And of course the Russians were moving themselves east. So it does explain a lot. They were invading that way. So then it just talks about the difficulty of getting there by other passages. So if you can't go through Muscovy, the Caspian Sea is quite horrible. By way of Persia is infinite mountains and vast deserts dividing both provinces. And to the further hindrance of this discovery, neither the Great Sham, neither the King of China, nor the Duke of Muscovy will suffer any of their subjects to travel out of their dominions, nor any strangers to enter in, unless he come as an ambassador. Neither, in this case, it is lawful for him to converse freely or range at his pleasure. So, of course, the Chinese, the Grand Sham of Tartary, and the Duke of Muscovy, They won't let visitors in, and they won't let their own people out. We know that in the later years, the reason they wouldn't let people in is because they didn't want us giving them opium. So I wonder what the motivations were at this point in the 1600s. They do live under diverse princes, the principal whereof and those that wear green on their turbans. These do inhabit Samarkand, and are at continual enmity with the Persians. Next are those of Bokhan, Mahometans, then those of Magor, and of course Magor, obviously referring to Magog or Mongolia, of whom you shall hear hereafter, and lastly those of Cathay, whereof we now entreat. So Cathay, of course, they say it's China, but why is China a separate thing? Why is Cathay a separate thing? And he's saying we're now entreated with the Cathayans. They are definitely different things. We can see Cathay, China, and the Sham is the lord of Cathay. So never was there any nation upon the face of the earth that enjoyed a larger empire than they do, or have undertaken haughtier exploits. So turning to the next page, we see that Marco Polo writeth that this people once inhabited Kinaja, I'm really not sure what that one's saying, Kinaja, and Barja possibly being like Barju, maybe, provinces situated upon the Scythic Ocean, without city, castle or house, wandering like Arabians from place to place, according to the season of the year. So the Scythic Ocean, this is the confusion I was talking about before. If you look at the old maps, they seem to believe the Scythic Ocean started a lot lower than it did. It's also called the Frozen Ocean, so people have hypothesized maybe it's because the land had been frozen over, like Siberia had, been hit by perpetual snow, particularly during the Little Ice Age, perhaps, and that has contributed to people looking at it and going, that's the ocean, but that doesn't really make sense. So let me know what you think about the Scythic Ocean down below. We'll have to talk more about that in future, because we'll need to crack on to get this done. Got a few more pages to go through, so I'll try and skim for the best information from this point on. And it talks again, obviously, they before acknowledged Uncham, who some interpreters pressed to John, for their sovereign lord, to whom they gave the 10th of their cattle. So this was a procedure. It was kind of like the blood tax I talked about. You'd give like 10% of something, and that was your tax, that was your tribute. You just give 10% of everything every year to the Sham, and that was your payment to be part of the empire, essentially. And 10% of your men, or 20%, whatever it was, to join the armies. And that's how they kept up the perpetual forces to keep the place safe. This forced conscription of about 10 to 20% of every village's male population. Think of it what you will, I think it seems like a very good method for the time. It's not something I'd promote today, but at the time it seems very good. But it then says that in the process of time, they multiplied so much that Uncham, being jealous of their neighborhood, began to lessen their number and their forces by sending them just to random places, just on desperate voyages or random assaults across the world, because he just wanted to get rid of their men, because he was thinking, whoa, there's too many people here, they're gonna take over soon. I've also heard other stories which was to do with the jinn and Uncham's men having untoward relations with the married women of the camps that they visited, because when you visited, you were expected to give like a free woman, a single lady, to provide a single lady for your guest. Whereas these guys were turning up like, no, I want that, I want your wife. And they couldn't do anything about it, and apparently that angered these people, and they were like, right, we need to do something about this. But those are just stories. So it says that when they got a chance, they assembled themselves and went far beyond their own borders, removed themselves from the borders of Uncham, so he wouldn't know how many they had. So they kept going out there and building up their forces. And then after doing this for so many years, they elected Genghis Khan as their king to guide this army. This Genghis departing from his own territories in the year of our Lord 1162, so this would believe that he was departing from his own territories, not born in 1162, but departing from his territories, with a most fearful army, subdued partly by force, partly by the terror of his name, 9 provinces. So he subdued these 9 provinces, and at last, being denied the daughter of Uncham in marriage, he made his war upon him, and overcoming him in battle, he cast him out of his kingdom. So Genghis has finally, after uniting these 9 provinces under his banner, he's defeated Uncham, and then he's kicked him out of his own kingdom and taken the dude's daughter as his wife. Other stories say that Uncham willingly gave the daughter, and he became a good father-in-law or something to Genghis, but again, differing stories. But in this one, he was kicked out of his kingdom. Presumably, it doesn't mention it, but presumably Genghis did then marry his daughter. So after the death of Genghis, his successors afflicted Europe. So obviously they went on to take the sections of Europe, and it describes that in 1212, they drove the Polisoks from the banks of the Euxine Sea. In the year 1228, they spoiled Russia. In 1241, they razed Kiovia, the chief city of the Rutheni, and Batu, their captain, wasted Polonia, Silesia, Moravia, and Hungary. So, of course, these are all very old names. They're wasting Eastern Europe, and they're making their way into Europe. And at this time, Europe was terrified. There were many poems and stuff written about this. There was one French king who wrote to his wife saying, "If we don't send them back to Tartarus, then they will send us to heaven." Obviously meaning because we will die. It says, Pope Innocent IV, amazed with the tempest of these invasions, in the year 1242, sent certain friars of the orders of Dominic and Francis to the court of the Great Sham to entreat peace for the Christians. So there is a lot of debate here. I've talked about this before. There's a conspiracy that basically the Pope gave up Europe in this year and said we will be tributary to the Tartarians, but he didn't tell anyone. So, to the Europeans, for some reason, the Mongols just stopped. They just stopped, and there were stories that Batu Khan drowned in a river, and etc., while he was trying to invade Austria. But there were rumours that the Pope and other kings of Europe had managed to get this successful treaty down, which essentially said, we will give you whatever you want, just please don't ruin Europe. And then they hid it from the Europeans, because they didn't want them to know. So the Catholic Church then started gathering all the things, the tribute. So the Catholic Church went around gathering the tribute under the guise of Catholicism and then handing it to the Sham and saying, thank you, please don't destroy us. And that carried on, supposedly, until about the 1500s when they secretly developed much better weapons because the Mongols had primitive guns. Well, we'll consider primitive, but at the time they were modern guns, but they were primitive guns. And the Europeans latched onto this and secretly developed much better weapons, and they came back with muskets, and that turned the tide. So there's a big conspiracy there that I'm not advocating for it. I'm just telling it you. I do enjoy it, but I won't put all my chips on anything yet. The circuit of this empire in the times about spoke of stretched from the uttermost bounds of Asia to Armenia and from Bengala to Volga. Their incursions pierced even to Nilus and Danubius, so even to the Nile. So they got even to Egypt. And this is again something that's debated this day. They'll say the Mongols never got to Egypt, but there's a lot of evidence to suggest that Tamerlane in particular was fighting in Egypt against the Mamluks. So then it just talks about the Roman and Macedonian empires never being as good because they were just too into politics, they weren't into invading, saying that Tartars were much better at that. After the empire fell, it became divided into many principalities, yet so that the title and majesty of the empire remained always to the Great Sham. So you see, it's not really fallen. All these smaller nations are still paying tribute to the Great Sham, who, as we said before, took the original of this name for the Great Shangus. So this is talking about the modern. So here it's talking about Genghis's empire. When it fell, it broke into a lot smaller kingdoms, but these are still subject to the Great Empire and the Sham. And this is in, late 1500s, early 1600s. At this day, this empire reacheth from the desert Lop on the one side and the lake of Cathay on the other to the famous wall of China, situated between 43 and 45 degrees. So there you go. That can easily tell you where this empire is today, between the desert of Lop and the wall of China. So when I say today, of course, 1600s. So that's where the empire was. Desert of Lop to the wall of China, which leadeth from the mountain to mountain till it end at the ocean, and divideth the Tartars from the Chinese, of course, the Great Wall of China that's talking about. And it says from the Scythian Ocean to the confines of Tapura and the bordering regions. So, of course, it's saying it extends north as well. That makes sense with what we know, because the Muscovites hadn't invaded as far into Siberia yet. So when we say it's between the Lop and China, it goes all the way up to the Northern Ocean. That's what they're saying. Not me. That's what they're saying. It goes all the way to the Northern Ocean. And it contains many mighty kingdoms, such as Tangut, with names some of the cities. If you want to pause and have a look at the cities, we've discussed this before, so we don't need to go too deep into them or anything, but, names of places like Tibet that we know, Kampian, Ergamor, Karazhan. In the midst of the empire is Tenduk, which talked about before, which in the time of Marco Polo was in the jurisdiction of Prester John, but now is subdued by the Great Sham. So the Great Sham has Tenduk in 1600. Remember that when Marco Polo visited, it was about 1290. So a good 300 years before this. But now it's possessed by the Great Sham. The greater part of the people were Christians, the residue are Mohammedans, but the Christians are Nestorian Christians, which matches the Nestorian kingdom stuff that we hear from Marco Polo. Here is the city Kambalu. Again, we've talked about this so much, but they will tell you today that Kambalu is Beijing, and that's the lies. That really is. This is nonsense. It's complete lies, honestly. Kambalu is its own place. I'm pretty certain I know where it is, in Manchuria. We'll talk about it on another video. It's definitely in Manchuria. It was north of the wall. It's not Beijing. And it talks about Taiduk as well, which is situated on a lake. Place called Zandu, which they call Shangdu today, so I'm not sure if that is the right one, but it could be very easily. It does seem to be a good place. It was like a summer palace. So Shangdu being 4 square, every square containing 8 miles and 4 gates. So again, just talking about the dimensions of the place that I don't think we need to go into too much. Talks about the walls and the palace. If you'd like to read this, just pause, have a quick read. And it talks about the whole region, for the most part, being very populous, full of towns, rich and civil. So, of course, this is north of the Wall of China that it's talking about. It's north of the Wall of China. And it says that the Tartars, choosing this for their country, beautified it with the spoils of Asia, China, and that part of Europe, which they had harried. And they were never woon or taken from thence again to this day. So they never moved. They chose that place as their country, and they beautified it with the spoils of Asia and China. Then it goes on to name some of the lakes and the provinces, which you discuss, and some of the stuff that's found there, like hemp and rhubarb and musk, ginger, cinnamon, cloves. In rivers, they found many grains of gold. And then in Cathay, a coin is current made of the black rind of a certain tree growing between the body. So when it says current, is in currency. So in Cathay, they're using a coin made of the black rind of a certain tree. So, wow, it's quite interesting that is the coin, and it's stamped with the image of the Great Sham. And that ties into another thing that I've heard, that supposedly instead of use metal or worthy metals in their coins like other places would, these guys would use things like trees, because they wanted all the gold, so they stored all the gold back in their palace, and that's supposedly why all the European empires wanted to invade so bad, because they knew there was just stores and stores of gold hidden underneath these palaces, because they were using, tree trunks and banknotes. In fact, they used leather banknotes as well, instead of actual physical gold. And in Europe, they were staring at them very jealous, like, wait, we didn't know you could do that. And as well, they made salt and pepper. So if you ever have salt and pepper chicken from the Chinese, you're actually in salt and pepper Tartarian chicken. Ain't Chinese, it's Tartarian. I might be being a bit hyperbolic there. But yeah, the rest of this just does talk about food, mainly about the food and stuff that you can find, cattle, milk, wool, stuff that they make. Here it does say, for the most part, all of the nations of the Tartars who are not subject to the Great Sham fight on horseback. So that's interesting. That the ones that are not subject to the Great Sham, so remember that there are Tartars not subject to the Great Sham, and they fight on horseback. Their weapons are the bow and arrow, with which they fight very desperately. Their tents are made of woven wool, under which they keep in foul weather. So yeah, these are the ones we know, the ones that they talk about moving around, the ones that are not subject to the Great Sham, and nomadic lifestyles. Down here it says, beside these things which Marco Polo writeth, certain Englishmen sailing by the Muscovite Sea, so that's the north, and the bordering regions have pierced even to Cathay, and have set down many memorable matters of this prince, whom the Muscovite terms the Caesar of Cathay, and the Turk of Uluchan, that is, the great prince. So that's very interesting. I've never heard that one before, reading that in this book, that supposedly Englishmen have sailed all the way to Cathay and have stories of the Caesar of Cathay, as the Russians call him, because of course they use the Tsar, the Caesar, and not without reason, for in magnificence of courts, amplines of dominion, abundance of treasure, and number of soldiers, he goeth far beyond all the kings and potentates of Asia, and reigneth in such majesty that his subjects foolishly call him the shadow of spirits and the son of the immortal God. So that's very curious there. His people call him the shadow of spirits and the son of the immortal God. And notice how The abundance of treasure. So I wonder why the Europeans went over and destroyed this place. Because the abundance of treasure, the great courts, there was so much to be had over there. Their justice, he says, he maintaineth justice with admirable severity. For the first offence, he will grievously whip the offender, but for every other offence, he's cut into pieces by the middle. I presume you'd only be making one more offence after that. It talks about the Tartar and his form of government, apparently using astrologians in great request in those provinces. Marco Polo writeth in the city of Kembalu of 50,000, and when Kublai Khan understood that the city would rebel against him, he caused another to be built near to it, called Taindu, containing 24 miles, besides the suburbs. And there's also great stores of fortune tellers, and I don't think I can say that word. Negromancers? Am I about to be demonetized? Maybe? But yeah, those things are in the King's Palace of Zandu, and also in China. And Zandu, of course, is north of the wall anyway, so... There's as part of the Arabians inhabit cities and are called Moors. So, of course, yeah, when the Arabians are in the cities, they are known as the Moors, and they part live in the fields and mountains and are termed Badouins. So some of these people dwell in cities as the Cathayans, Bokhars, and those of Samarkand. So, of course, it seems like the city-dwelling people are those more of the middle regions. The further north you go, the more nomadic the people seem to be, and the more they seem to live by the season change, which makes sense. If Siberia is getting colder in the winter, then I guess you probably want to move south, wouldn't you? So then it goes on to talk about the Tartars, which are further on in the northeast. So it says the ones far situated from the residue, the ones inhabiting the remote Scythian areas, which Pliny calleth Taban, which is lying upon the Strait of Anion. Some people think that's the Bering Strait today, but again, like I talked earlier, there is some debates about exactly where these things are. But these people are also dispersed into diverse hordes, wandering up and down the country, and in a manner, they are all subject to the Great Sham of Cathay. So it's telling you that everything northeast, so that real far northeast Siberian area, that was still, in a manner, subject to the Great Sham. It goes on to say that certain writers say that these hordes come from the 10 tribes of Israel, which were sent into captivity by Salmanasar, king of Africa, beyond the Caspian Mountains. In remembrance whereof until this day, they retain the name of their tribes, the title of Hebrews, and circumcision. In all other rites, they follow the fashions of the Tartarians. So I like that. Tartarians right there. So I just enjoy when I see that word written in these books. I don't know why. It's a beautiful word, much better than Mongolian. Wait, is that racist? Maybe I should cut that. And then the last part talks about the King Tabor, who says came out of these areas to try and turn people to Judaism. The King of France in particular tried to turn the King of France to Judaism, and then Charles V, who was the Emperor, the Holy Roman Emperor, he burnt him at the stake in 1540 in Mantua. So if you want to learn more about that, we do have a video on Tabor that has some information on who that might have been, where it came from, etc. So anyway, that was a pretty long video. Hope you guys enjoyed it. It was a bit more old school, back to the way we used to do things. That was how the Jesuits, or this particular Jesuit, who was kicked out of the Jesuit order. So again, what do you want to make of that? Was he Jesuit? Was he not? But this information is what he wrote down and believed and was translated into English regarding Tartaria in the 1600s. And I think it gives us a great view of what the people believed at that time. And it's a great point to make an analysis from, to try and view the differences in how this empire grew and shrank in such a short period of time, and how it's been hidden today in certain areas, particularly in Siberia and Manchuria. Recently, I was doing some research for a new video when I stumbled upon this document which talks about Tartary in 1835, so I wanted to share it with you. The document itself on Google Books is attributed to William Pinnock. However, the title page indicates that this was adapted from Pinnock's work by a man called Edwin Williams. A comprehensive system of modern geography and history, revised and enlarged from the London edition of Pinnock's Modern Geography, and adapted to the use of academies and schools in the United States. William Pinnock was a British publisher and educational writer in the early 1800s who transitioned from schoolmaster to bookseller. In 1837, at the age of 35, he moved to London, where he began publishing cheap educational works. Pinnock employed a style of teaching in the form of short manuals containing a series of questions and answers, like a modern-day examination, and this proved popular, as we can see by this adapted version for American schools provided by Edwin Williams. So this booklet would have likely been handed out in schools and academies across the United States after 1835, and it presents us a look at the educational syllabus of the time. A short perusal of the contents will give you an idea of what's contained, and if we turn to the preface, we can see a foreword by the author who praises William Pinnock for his services to education. Edwin Williams describes how he used Pinnock's geographical data combined within his book and combined it with the most prominent facts from history. So, we'll turn to the contents, and there are 4 topics we want to focus on: Tartary in general, independent Tartary, Chinese Tartary, and also Asiatic Russia, because as we've discussed on this channel before, much of the land north of Mongolia and Manchuria was captured by the Russians in the 17th century. Before we delve in, there are a few things I'd like to bring your attention to. You'll notice these points are numbered, and that's because they correspond to a question which you can find at the end of each section. I've taken the liberty of bringing together a collection of the mentions of Tartary or Tartars in chronological order which appear in other sections of the book. After that, we'll examine the 4 topics I mentioned earlier. On page 21, when discussing the surface of the Earth, we can see number 28 says, "The name of deserts is also given to fertile lands, which are uninhabited, as the desert of Ukraine in Poland, which lies along the river Dnieper. Most of the deserts of Tartary, represented so dreadful and barren, are of this kind. It would be more proper to name them wildernesses." This clears up a lot of confusion some people have when reading of these areas. For example, Tartaria Deserta, a name used to refer to sections around southwestern Siberia, was not an actual desert. On page 23, we can see it discussing the empires, where it says that the word for a Mughal or Tartar emperor is a Khan. On page 32, when speaking of the globe model, it says the Greeks passed it to the Romans and then they passed it to the Arabs, Persians, Turks and Tartars. Page 34, when speaking of maps, it claims again the Greeks passed them to the Arabs, Romans and Persians, who then shared them with the Turks and the Western Tartars, whilst the Eastern Tartars received their maps from China. Just below, it claims that maps were spoken of in China as early as 2,207 years before Christ. On page 70, when discussing the Pacific Ocean, it describes the Sea of Kamchatka as lying on the eastern shores of Siberia and Tartary. On page 239, we get to the section on Russia, where it tells us that the Russian Empire is the largest in the world, extending from the Baltic in the west to North America in the east, of which it now owns a portion, of course referring to Alaska. Below it provides a comparative view of the other empires active at the time, as well as ancient Persia, ancient Rome, and the Holy Roman Empire under Charles V. Russia is by far the largest active empire with 7 million square miles of land, and China is second with 3 million. The Chinese Empire, of course, including Tartary, with the rulers of China at this point being the Manchu Tartar dynasty. On page 242, we can see it describes the animals that inhabit the area around the Aral Sea. Horses, donkeys, antelopes and wolves, as well as a fierce animal called the Jolbart, which according to the Tartars was strong enough to carry off a horse. This is most likely describing the Caspian tiger, one of the largest big cats to grace the modern period, and was distributed across Central Asia from southern Russia to Afghanistan and the Caucasus to Xinjiang. The Caspian tiger was confirmed extinct in 2003. On page 244, they're describing Moscow and the different edifices of varying nations. The Pagoda of China, the Mosque of Constantinople, the Cabaret of Spain, the gorgeous palaces of Greece and Rome, and interestingly, the Tartar Temple of Bukharia, obviously referring to the type of architecture seen in Bukhara and Samarkand. It says the people of Moscow are as diverse as the buildings, with Tartars, Turks, Greeks, Cossacks, Poles, Germans, Chinese, English and French all seen parading in the habits of their respective countries. A breakdown of Russia's inhabitants shows that 89% of its population resides in Europe, with only 3.5% living in Siberia. Page 249 provides us the history of Russia, where it says Russia was little known to other European nations as an independent kingdom until the 15th century, before which it was frequently subject to the Tartars. The first ruler who bore the title Tsar was Ivan Vasilovich, known as Ivan the Great, who about the year 1481 succeeded in freeing Russia from the dominion of the Tartars, and it notes this is when the Cossacks first appear in history. Curiously, this document refers to him as Ivan I, whereas today he is known as Ivan III, and it also notes that he introduced the use of firearms. On the next page, we see it claims Poland was anciently inhabited by the Vandals, a Scythian tribe. They were dispossessed by the Tartars and Russians, who then went on to form several small states, united under Duke Lech in the year 550. On page 253, it discusses John Sobieski, who it calls the most distinguished king to ever rule Poland. In 1686, he assisted the Holy Roman Empire in defending the city of Vienna from the Tartar and Turk forces of the Ottomans. On page 271, we get to Germany, where it mentions that whilst the early history of the Germans was lost in fable, ancient authors called them either Celts, Scythians, or Celto-Scythians. A note at the bottom tells us, nearly all the countries of Europe are supposed to have been peopled by the Celts. The compilers of universal history are of the opinion that they are descended from Gomer, the eldest son of Japheth, who settled in Phrygia in Asia Minor, and also that the Celti took the left hand, spreading over Poland, Hungary, Germany, France and Spain, whilst the descendants of Magog, Gomer's brother, moved eastward and peopled Tartary. 2 pages later, and we can see it says that before the invasion of Augustus, nephew of Julius Caesar, Germany was peopled by barbarous hordes who wandered from place to place, much like the Tartars of the present day. The present day, of course, being in 1835. Page 398 begins the history of Turkey, where it tells us that after the fall of the Saracen Empire arose the Turks, a warlike people of Tartary whom the Saracens had called for aid, but were afterwards subdued by them. Number 3 here is the answer to the question, what is and has been Tartary? What was its ancient name? Tartary, more anciently called Scythia, has long been and still is the asylum of numerous wandering hordes or nations. From this inexhaustible reservoir of people issued all those numerous emigrations which so long proved the scourge of the rest of the earth. Question 4. What celebrated people came from Tartary, and from whom were they descended? From this country came the Avars, the Moguls, the Tartars and the Turks, all of whom deduce their origin from Japhet, the son of Noah. Question 5. What do the Tartars say is their proper name? Who was the first king of the Tartars? His son Turk, they say, was the first king or Khan of those nations now known by the separate names of Turks, Tartars and Moguls. And the Tartars especially assert that their proper designation is Turks. Question 6. What is attributed to Turk? Note, what gave rise to the 2 great empires of the Tartars and Moguls? To this Prince Turk is attributed many of those inventions which barbarous nations commonly ascribe to their first sovereign. Alanza Khan, a descendant of Turk, having 2 sons, Tartar and Mogul, divided his dominions between them, and thus gave rise to the 2 empires of the Tartars and the Moguls. Question 8. In what part dwelt the Tartarian nation to which the name of Turks has been more peculiarly given? The Tartarian nation to which the name of Turks has been peculiarly given dwelt between the Black and Caspian Seas, and became first known in the 7th century, when Heraclius, Emperor of the East, took them into his service, in which they so distinguished themselves by their bravery in the conquest of Persia that the Saracen or Arabian caliphs selected them for their armies. Question 18. By whom was Bayezid conquered, and what was his fate? Note, what were the chief conquests of Tamerlane? I must admit that note kind of gives away the answer, but Tamerlane, being provoked at the haughty insolence of Bayezid and penetrated with regret at the cruelties of the unfeeling tyrant, made war against him and gave him battle near Angora, on the same spot where Pompey had formerly defeated Mithridates. Tamerlane, one of the most celebrated kings of the Tartar nations, began his reign about the year 1370 and died at the age of 63 in 1405. During which period he conquered Persia, Turkestan, a great part of Russia, and also of Hindustan, sacked Aleppo, Baghdad and Damascus, and conquered the whole of Syria and Asia Minor. After taking Bayezid, the Emperor of the Turks, prisoner, he returned to Samarkand, the capital of the empire, and having projected an expedition against China, died on his march towards the country. Page 405, we get to Asia, and question 17 asks, what are the chief nations of Asia? The principal divisions or nations of Asia are Asiatic Russia, China, Japan, Hindustan, the Burman Empire, Afghanistan, Persia, Asiatic Turkey, Tartary, Siam, Cochin China, Tonquin Arabia, and the Isles. So we can see Tartary there quite clearly listed as one of the principal divisions or nations of Asia. Page 406, when talking of the divisions of Asiatic Turkey, it says this: it is divided into Eastern and Western. The eastern part comprehends Kurdistan, Al Jazeera, Iraq Arabi, Diyarbakir, and parts of Armenia. The western comprises Anatolia, or Asia Minor, Syria, and Palestine. There's a note at the bottom which says Georgia, which formerly belonged to Turkey, is now wholly in the possession of Russia, as well as a portion of Armenia. The country now called Turkomania is in Tartary. We now finally arrive at Asiatic Russia. Of course, before this area was known as Muscovite Tartary, Tartary belonging to the Muscovites. But by this point, it's become Asiatic Russia. And we've seen effectively all the mentions of the Tartars or Tartary in the other sections leading up to this point. This document doesn't go too deep on the history, but between 1533 and 1690 is essentially the time frame for this conquering of the East. So by the time this was released in 1835, Russia has solidified its control. Questions 1 through 5 are all essentially describing Asiatic Russia. How is it bounded? What's its length, breadth, population, chief mountains, rivers, and through what kind of country do the Russian rivers flow? It mentions Asiatic Russia, or Siberia, is a vast tract of country extending from European Russia to the Pacific Ocean, a distance of about 4,000 miles, and from the Arctic Ocean to the borders of China, Tartary, Persia, and Asiatic Turkey, an extent of about 2,000 miles. The population of this immense country is very small in proportion to its extent, not exceeding 7 million. They consist of various tribes differing from each other in appearance, manners, religion, and language. The principal mountains of Asiatic Russia are the Uralian in the west, Caucasus, Altai, and Nachinsk. But the face of the country, for the most part, like European Russia, tends to be level. The chief rivers are the Oby, the Yenisei, the Lena, and the Irtysh. Its chief lake is Baikal. And number 5 just discusses where these rivers move through, so we don't really need to talk about that. Number 6 says describe the inhabitants as they were formerly and are at present, describe the Georgians and the Circassians, and 7 is when did Siberia first belong to or make a part of the Russian Empire. The inhabitants were formerly almost wholly wanderers, but the greater portion now reside in towns, villages, and settled habitations. In the western part, the Georgians and Circassians are a half-civilized people, resembling the Persians in their manner of living. No part of this extensive country belonged to Russia till about the middle of the 15th century, nor was it completely subdued and attached to Russia till it was conquered by Peter the Great and Catherine II in the early part of the 18th century. Question 8 says, what did the ancient Greeks and Romans consider this country to be before the time of Ptolemy? What opinion had the Greeks formed of it at the time when Ptolemy flourished in 140? What was the utmost extent of land they knew towards the east? The ancient Greeks and Romans extended their imaginary Scythian Ocean over the space occupied by Siberia. Ptolemy, who flourished in 140 and was better informed, says that a vast unknown region lay to the northeast of the Caspian Sea, but the utmost extent of ancient geography scarcely reached the Uralian Mountains. Question 9. Under what other general name is this country frequently comprised? The whole of Asiatic Russia, extending from Turkey, Persia, Hindustan, and China to the Arctic Ocean, is frequently comprised under the general name of Tartary. Question 10. When did the Tartars found a settlement on the banks of the Irtysh and the Oby? In the Middle Ages, travelers and among others Marco Polo heard the Tartars speak vaguely of a country which was rich in furs but covered with perpetual darkness. In 1228, the Tartars founded settlements on the banks of the Irtysh and Oby. Number 11. What do the Russians consider the natural boundary between Siberia and Russia and Europe? And number 12, how is it bounded? In looking over a description of the Russian Empire, inserted in the memoirs of the Petersburg Academy, we find that this learned body considered the Uralian Mountains both as naturally dividing the Russian dominion into two parts, and as fixing invariably the true boundaries of Siberia. Number 12 just talks about the boundaries of Siberia itself, which again, we don't really need to go into. Questions 13 and 14 are just describing the surface of Siberia, as in land and what the geography is like, and 15 to 18 are covering the chief animals, where it says the Siberian wilds and forests are filled with a great variety of animals. The reindeer wanders over the whole northern waste from west to east and is of great value. The mountains of Caucasus on the west afford the urus or bison and the ibex. Large stags are found in the tracts around Lake Baikal on the east, and wild horses roam in herds over the steppes adjacent to Tartary. The bear, the wolf, and the fox are common in Siberia, as also are hares, squirrels, and beavers. The best sables are found in the neighborhood of Yakutsk and in Kamchatka. Number 19, for what is Siberia chiefly valuable, and for what does it serve? So remember, every time it says Siberia, really it is essentially just saying Tartary, because these were the most northern regions of Tartary. Siberia is chiefly valuable to Russia for its mines and furs. It also serves as a place of banishment for delinquents. Prisoners of state have also been sent there who have greatly contributed to civilize and improve the country. Agriculture has made but little progress. So Siberia, even 200 years ago, was still being used then for a place to banish delinquents and people that you didn't want to have to deal with. Question 20. Whence is the name of Siberia? When and where was Sibri founded? The general name of Siberia is derived from an ancient town named Sibri, which is said to have stood on the banks of the Irtysh near the city of Tobolsk, and to have been the residence of the former sovereigns of this part of Asia. Sibri was founded by the Tartars, so yes, of course, Sibri, sometimes known as Kashlik or Cyber on many of the older maps, that was the location of the original Tartar kings who ruled this area. That was destroyed in 1584 by the Muscovites. Question 21. How is Siberia divided? Siberia is divided into two great governments, that of Tobolsk in the west and Irkutsk in the east. Its chief towns are Tobolsk and Irkutsk. The next few questions are just describing Tobolsk, Astrakhan, Irkutsk, Kamchatka, and the mountains of Kamchatka, which, again, we don't really need to talk about. Question 30 asks us what are the chief nations of Asiatic Russia, and then asks us to describe them. The principal nations or tribes of Asiatic Russia are the Tatars, Ostyaks, Koryaks, and Samoyeds. The Tatars people the southern parts of Asiatic Russia, from the Crimea to the Irtysh. These are considered the most civilized and industrious of all the natives. They are in general of a tawny complexion, stout and well-made, robust and vigorous. The Mongol and Manchu Tatars are of a copper color, and in general short and ugly. These extend from the Irtysh to Kamchatka under the various names of Kalmucks, Buryats, Mongols or Moguls, Manchus and Tungusians or Tungusi. The Polar race are of a small stature, deformed and tawny, with black and coarse hair, with little eyes. These extend along the Arctic Ocean and reckon about 500,000 inhabitants under the names of Ostyaks, Koryaks and Samoyeds, who are generally from 4 to 5 feet in height. From their habits of life, they are filthy and squalid in the extreme, and are sunk in gross superstition and idolatry. The Kamchadales are not less filthy and brutalized than the northern tribes just mentioned. The Laplanders in the north of Europe and the Eskimo in the northern parts of America are of the same race and very similar in their appearance, habits, and manners. What has been said therefore of Lapland may be referred to all the northern part of Asia. The Ostyaks inhabit the country chiefly about the River Oby, somewhat to the northward and southward of the latitude of 60 degrees. They are not much superior to the Samoyeds, although living to the south of them. The Ostyaks have no alphabet, nor can they count higher than 10. They are, says a Russian traveller, small and feeble. Their dress is made of skins and furs, and like the Samoyeds, they live by hunting and fishing. The country of the Samoyeds lies along the seacoasts in the northwest of Siberia. It is very barren, and the inhabitants live in a style which much resembles that of brutes, subsisting chiefly by their reindeer or by hunting. The Kamchadales, like the Samoyeds and Ostyaks, have also their winter and summer cabins, which are generally about 12 feet high and subsist chiefly on fish. They travel on a small carriage like the Laplanders and Samoyeds, but instead of the reindeer, they're drawn by dogs, which greatly resemble our shepherd's dog. In the north of Kamchatka, the cabins are subterranean. The cabins in Kamchatka are actually built underground, they're subterranean. So that's something I'd never heard of before, so very curious. In 1835, underground cabins in Kamchatka, and of course, the dogs pulling the sleds, much like we see in Alaska. Very interesting, underground cabins, and we've learned about the people who are in Siberia, the different types of Tatars and other people, because it wasn't just the Tatars, but of course they were called Tartars. They were all distinguished as Tartars, the Tartarians, the people that come from Tartary, but they were individual groups, like you say, some of them better at battle. The Mongols, definitely much better than the 4 to 5 feet tall ones in the northern coasts. So that's the end of Asiatic Russia, or Muscovite Tartary, Siberia, whatever you want to call it, and we're now going to move on to Tartary in general. Now we've come to Tartary in general, and we're going to examine the questions and the answers given. Question 1. What is Tartary? Describe it. Tartary is a country of vast extent in the middle of Asia, but thinly inhabited and little known. Its surface is in general mountainous, and its soil various, but not very fruitful, except in Great Baccaria, east of the Caspian Sea and towards the south. Question 2. What are the limits of Tartary in its most general sense, and what in its limited or restricted sense? The term and the limits of Tartary are very undefined. Tartary in its most extensive sense contains all that vast country of Asia which lies between the frozen ocean to the north and Persia, the kingdom of Kabul, Hindustan and China to the south, and includes a great variety of nations, to each of which is applied the general name of Tartars, but often with a particular one denoting its local situation. In its limited or more restricted sense, Tartary excludes all that part which goes under the general name of Siberia. The question 3 says what are comprised under the general head of Tartary, and question 4 is how otherwise considered. Under the general head of Tartary are comprised Russian Tartary, Chinese Tartary and independent Tartary. A description of Russian Tartary is included in that of Asiatic Russia or Siberia. Chinese Tartary and independent Tartary are described under separate heads. Tartary is sometimes considered under the 3 general heads of Eastern, Western and independent Tartary. Question 5. By what general name were the different tribes who inhabit Eastern Tartary formerly known, and describe them? The different tribes which inhabit Eastern Tartary were formerly called Mongol or Mughal Tartars, a very warlike people who on the one hand conquered Hindustan under Genghis Khan, and on the other subdued China in the 13th century and reigned there for 100 years, till they were expelled in the year 1368. Question 6. How is Chinese Tartary divided? Chinese Tartary, which is separated from China by a great wall, is divided into 2 parts, the eastern and western. The greatest part of this country either belongs to the Emperor of China, is tributary to him, or is under his protection. Question 7. What countries does independent Tartary include? Independent Tartary includes all the country between Chinese Tartary and the Caspian Sea, and contains Turkestan, Great Baccaria, Turkomania, Kharazm, and some others of a lesser note. Question 8 is what is Western Tartary, and question 9 says to describe the Tartars. We also have a note here which says what have you to remark upon the name of Tartar? Do the Tartars themselves spell their name the same as we do? What is the difference? Is it of any moment whether we call them Tartars or Tatars? What are your reasons for continuing to call them Tartars in preference to Tatars? Are any names of places spelt by the natives differently from what we spell them, and name them and the cause of this difference? Western Tartary includes the remainder, most or all of which has been conquered by the Russians. Tartars, in general, are a robust people, with good constitutions, and are capable of undergoing great fatigue. They are very dexterous in handling their sabers and shooting with the bow and arrow. We're now going to read this note. The true name of these people as used by themselves and other Oriental nations is Tatar, but this difference to us is by no means essential. Indeed, for the sake of pronunciation, it is better to write it Tartar, from our having been accustomed so to do. Were this the only varied instance in the spelling the names of places, it would be proper to write Tatar, but when there are many thousands of greater differences, it cannot be worth our notice. Thus, the country by us called Persia is by the natives called Iran, that which we call Tibet is by the Indians named Bhutan, by the Tartars Barantola, and by the Chinese Chang. The great peninsula facing China, which is named by the natives Kalikwa, is in the Chinese geography called Chalcian, in that of the Manchus or Eastern Tartars, Solgun Koran, and in ours, Korea. China itself is a name unknown to the Chinese, whose country is called in the systems of their own geography Changhua, or the Middle Kingdom. In those of the Manchu Tartars, Niku Koran. By the Moguls, Cathay. Hence the Persians and Arabs call it Cathay, and the Russians Kitay. The great river passing through eastern Tartary and falling into the Gulf of Kamchatka is called by the Mongols who inhabit its banks Onan. By the Manchus, Sagali and Ula. By the Chinese, Heilongjiang. And by the Russians, the Amur. Question 10. To whom in part are the Tartars subject? Many of the different nations or tribes of Tartary are of the same, others of a different origin. Although a considerable portion of this country is called independent, the greater part of the inhabitants are now in a loose state of subjection, either to the Russian, Chinese, and Persian empires, or to the Kingdom of Kabul. Number 11 just asks for the population of Tartary, and it gives the population of independent Tartary at 8 million, but the answer says our information on the subject of the population is very vague. The amount cannot be ascertained, but the inhabitants are by no means in proportion to the extent of the country. Number 12. From whom did the Tartars originally descend? How are they divided? These people originally descend from the Scythians. They are now generally divided into three great powers. The first are those known by the name of Tartars, the second are the Kalmucks, and the third, the Mongols. These Tartars are again subdivided into different tribes or nations, which frequently receive their names from their chiefs. Question 13. Where reside the Tartars properly so called? The Tartars, properly so called, live chiefly to the west, north, and east of the Caspian Sea. The most considerable of these are the Uzbeks, formerly subject to Persia, but now for the most part independent. Question 14 and 15 asks where the Kalmucks are located. The Kalmucks, sometimes called Aleuthes, inhabit the larger half of what is called Western Tartary. Their country is situated to the northeast of the Caspian Sea. These people never cultivate the lands, but rove from place to place in search of pasture for their flocks. They are under the protection of the Russians. The Kalmucks are said to possess many good qualities which give them great superiority over the wandering Tartars, but the Kalmucks and Mongols were formerly considered one nation. Questions 16 and 17. Where are the Mongols? The Mongols inhabit the western part of Chinese Tartary. Their country is bounded on the north by Siberia, on the west by independent Tartary, on the south by the Great Wall of China, and on the east by Manchuria, or Chinese Eastern Tartary. The Mongols were formerly a very celebrated nation, and their conquests at one period were the most rapid and extensive of any people upon record. Question 18 and the final question. What is the language of Tartary? The language of Tartary is very various, but the basis of all is the ancient Scythian. The Manchu, a tribe of Tartars who conquered China in the last century, speak a very copious language, but this differs greatly from that in use by the Mongols, there being scarcely any words alike in the two languages. The Manchus consider their language the most copious in the world. So that was the final question for Tartary in general, and next we'll be moving on to independent Tartary. Question 1, 2 and 3 are: describe independent Tartary, how is it divided, which is the most interesting part, and describe that. Independent Tartary is a country of great extent. It is bounded on the north by the country of the Kalmucks and Russia, on the east by Chinese Tartary, on the south by Persia and Kabul, and on the west by the Caspian Sea. It is divided into 5 great parts, namely Bukharia, Turkomania, Turkestan, Balkh, Kharizm, and the country of the Kyrgyz. But the most interesting part is Great Bukharia. Great Bukharia comprises the south part of independent Tartary. It is in general fruitful and populous, and inhabited by an active and very industrious people. Why is it called Great Bukharia? And question 5, of what was this country formerly the cradle and seat? This country is about 700 miles in length and 350 in breadth. It is called Great Bukharia to distinguish it from Little Bukharia in Chinese Tartary, which is but little known. Great Bukharia was the cradle and seat of the ancient Persian monarchy, and for a long period continued as a portion of that empire. It was also the native place of the famous Zoroaster, the famous Persian legislator. Question 6, which is the most fertile part of Tartary? And question 7, describe it, with question 8 being describe Turkestan. The most fertile part of all of independent Tartary is Alsog, so named from the river that flows through it. For 8 days, says Hawkel, we may travel in the country of Sog, and not be out of one delicious garden. On every side are villages, rich cornfields, fruitful orchards, beautiful gardens, and rich meadows, intersected by numerous rivulets and canals, altogether presenting a most lively picture of industry and happiness. Turkestan, formerly a province of considerable extent, is now represented as a small country, watered by the river Karaso, which falls into the Sire or Sur. Question 9 asks what are its chief towns, and what was the capital of the Turks? Question 10 asks what events occurred here in the first centuries of the Christian era. And question 11, what do Mela and Pliny observe of these nations? Turkestan lies between Lake Aral on the west and the country of the Kalmucks on the east. Its chief towns are Taraz, Otra, Turkestan and Tashkent, situated on the banks of the Sire, containing about 30,000 inhabitants. The capital of the Turks was at one time Taraz and afterwards Otra. Here it was in the first centuries of the Christian era that the Turks, descending from the Altaic mountains, established the center of their abode and gave to their country the name of Turkestan, from which they departed to make the conquest of the southwest part of Asia and of Greece. According to Pomponius Mela and Pliny, all the nations whom we denominate Tartars acknowledge the appellation of Turks as belonging to them in common. Question 12. Describe Turkomania. And question 13, in what manner do the inhabitants of Turkomania and Tartary generally live? Turkomania is a considerable province of independent Tartary, lying between the Caspian Sea and Lake Aral. It is said to be populous, but for the most part a sandy and rocky country, laboring under a great deficiency of water. These people live chiefly in tents or in caves among the rocks. They keep great numbers of camels, cattle and sheep, and like the Kyrgyz, they lead a wandering life. Question 14. Describe Kharazm. Kharazm is bounded on the north by Turkomania, east by Bukharia, south by Khorasan, and west by the Caspian Sea. Its chief town is Khiva, containing about 10,000 inhabitants. Question 15 to 18 asks about Balkh and to whom does it belong. Balkh, a province lying south of Bukharia, anciently formed a part of Bactriana. This country is now subject to the Afghans or the Kingdom of Kabul. Its capital is of the same name and is one of the most famous cities of the East. It is the Bactria of the Greeks and is said to be as large as Delhi, but the greater part of the houses are uninhabited. This city was for a long period the capital of the ancient kings of Persia. Balkh was formerly included in the Kingdom of Khorasan. This country is chiefly inhabited by Uzbeks, Afghans and Tanjets, who for the most part roam with their flocks in search of pasturage. The Uzbeks are simple, honest and humane, but the Afghans and Tanjets are said to be corrupt and dissolute. Question 19 asks us to describe the country of the Kyrgyz, and 20 asks how these people are divided. The country of the Kyrgyz comprises the northern part of independent Tartary and part of Russian Tartary, being an extensive tract to the north of the Caspian Sea and Aral Lake. These people are divided into three hordes, namely the Greater, the Middle and Lesser Horde. They are of Tartarian origin and are distinguished by their features and manners of that race. They are supposed to amount to about 1 million. Of the country occupied by the Kyrgyz, the Russians in their maps include the whole within the limits of their empire, though their sovereignty is merely nominal. Question 22 asks how do they live, and 23 asks about their religion. The Kyrgyz dwell in tents, which they carry with them in their migrations from the banks of the Sir to the steppe of Isim. Their flocks and herds are very numerous, and some individuals among them possess a great share of pastoral wealth. Each horde is governed by a Khan, or prince of its own. Their religion is Mahamatism, intermixed with idolatrous superstition. They have no towns of their own, but for the purposes of traffic they frequent the towns of Siberia and those bordering on the Sir. Question 24. What are the chief cities of independent Tartary? The chief cities of independent Tartary are Samarkand, the celebrated capital of Tamerlane, Bukhara, which was often its rival, and Balkh, the emporium of the productions of India, but the latter is now included in the Kingdom of Kabul, as shown hereafter. For more information, see Afghanistan. Questions 25, 26, 27 and 28 asks us to describe what is said of Samarkand, Bukhara and Bukharia. Samarkand was the ancient Marakanda, where Alexander the Great, in a fit of intoxication, killed Cletus, who had saved his life at the Battle of Granicus. It was also the birthplace of Tamerlane. This city was taken by Genghis Khan in 1220. It was long distinguished throughout the East as a seat of learning and possessed the most famous of the Mahometan universities. Bukhara was a city of great extent. The number of houses is said to exceed 120,000, and there are as many in the suburbs. Allowing about 4 inhabitants to one house, it will make the number amount to 960,000. Bukhara was known to the Greeks and Romans by the names of Bactriana and Sogdiana, and was for some time the seat of a Grecian kingdom. Question 29 asks what great events occurred here in the time of Alexander. It was upon the borders of the rivers Sir and Oxus towards the north, near the Lake Aral, that Alexander's course was stopped amid the arid desert of Sogdiana, where no verdure nor streams were seen, being alike fearful to pause or proceed till the evening sun pointed out the river Oxus in the vale below. Question 30. What is said of Genghis Khan? It was here that Genghis Khan in the 13th century met a rival in Muhammad, king of Khwarezm, who was bold enough to give him battle at Otrar and counterbalance his fate by checking his hitherto rapid career. Genghis proved the conqueror, and this victory extended his power to the Euphrates and to the very heart of India. 31. What is said of Tamerlane and Nadir Shah? Tamerlane made it his principal residence and seat of royalty. Here the ambassadors of all the sovereigns of the world came to pay their respects to the chief of the Moguls. Later still, it was the theatre of the exploits of Nadir Shah, who glorified in having been one of its natives. 32 and 33 asks us what occurred with Sultan Babur. A descendant of Timur, Sultan Babur, was expelled in the year 1494 by the Uzbek Tartars, who established a powerful monarchy in Bukharia. Sultan Babur, immediately on being driven from Bukharia, with his Mughals penetrated into Hindustan, where he founded the Mughal Empire. Question 34. Who holds possession of Bukharia, and how is it divided? The Uzbek Tartars still possess Bukharia, which is now divided into districts and sub-districts, under officers appointed by the sovereign, who collect the revenue and dispense justice. The king of Bukharia's title is Commander of the Faithful. Question 35 and 36. What is said of the population of Bukharia, and what is the religion and government? The population of Bukharia consists chiefly of Uzbeks and Bukharians. The former live after their Tartarian manner, dwelling in tents in the summer and in towns and villages in the winter. The latter inhabit towns and cultivate the land. The religion of both is Mahometan, the government despotic. Now, in the question section, we do actually seem to be missing questions 37 and 38, but they generally seem to be about Bukharia. Bukharia is the medium of commerce between Persia, Kabul, Hindustan, China, and Russia, but it is little known to Europeans. The geography of this country is too little explored to lay down with accuracy the ranges of mountains which traverse it in different directions. Question 39. Where is the ancient Mount Imau, now called Bela Tag? On the east of Great Bukharia is a great ridge running north and south under the name of Bela Tag, the ancient Imau. This ridge unites on the south with the Hindu Kush and the Ghor Mountains, which, running east and west, divide Bukharia from Hindustan, Kabul, and Persia. These mountains are covered with perpetual snow. Question 40 asks, what are the chief rivers of independent Tartary and their ancient names? The principal rivers of independent Tartary are the Amu and the Sir. The Oriental geographers called the Amu Jehun and the Sir Sihun. The Jehun takes its rise in the Belo Mountains, joins the river from Balkh and falls into the Lake Aral, though formerly it ran into the Caspian Sea, its course having been changed by the Tartars. It is about 900 miles in length. The Sir Sash or Sihun also rises in the Bela Mountains, passes by Otrar, and after a course of about 550 miles, falls into Lake Aral. Its chief lake is that of Aral, which signifies the Sea of Eagles. And finally, questions 43 and 44. What is the climate? The climate of independent Tartary in general is very healthy, but although lying in the parallel of Spain, Greece and Asiatic Turkey, both summer and winter are much colder, and in the north part, the winters sometimes are extremely severe. This moderated heat in summer and severity of cold in winter are caused by the proximity of the deserts of Siberia and of the mountains of Tibet, which are covered with perpetual snow. So after scrolling past the Chinese Empire and looking through that, we come to Chinese Tartary, where we get some information about that. So the first 7 questions are part of the same one. It's describe Chinese Tartary, how is it bounded, what are its chief nations, describe them, when did the Manchu Tartars conquer China, and what dynasty now reigns in China. This extensive portion of Asia has frequently sent forth its hordes to overrun the different states of Europe and Asia. It is bounded on the north by Asiatic Russia or Siberia, on the east by the Sea of Japan, on the south by China proper and Tibet, and on the west by independent Tartary. Chinese Tartary is divided according to the different tribes by which it is inhabited. The eastern part is occupied by the Manchus, the middle by the Mongols, and the west by the Kalmucks and Songars. The inhabitants of Chinese Tartary are in general a very uncivilized people. The Manchus conquered China in the year 1644 and took possession of the throne, which is still held by the Tartar dynasty. The greater part of this vast country is an immense plain and is by far the most elevated level on the face of the globe. It is usually known by the name of the Great Plain of Asia. It is intersected by barren rocks and vast sandy deserts, and it is supported on all sides by lofty mountains, whose elevated summits determine the different climates of the great continent of Asia and form the division of its waters. From its exterior flow all the great rivers of that part of the world. In the interior are many rivers having little declivity or no issue, which are lost in the sands or feed stagnant waters. Question 8 asks us what celebrated people came from Chinese Tartary that committed so much devastation in the Middle Ages. And this question is so large that it's actually dedicated to 8, 9, and 10. It was from the northern parts of this plain, which is now occupied by the Songars, the Kalmucks, and Mongols, that those Tartars poured forth who in the Middle Ages covered the earth with calamities, namely the Huns, Avars, Moguls or Mongols, and the Turks. The people to the north of the plain are shepherds and wanderers. Their riches consist in their herds, their habitations are tents, and their towns camps, which are transplanted according to their want of pasturage for their cattle. The whole of this country acknowledges the Chinese scepter, which subdued the Mongols towards the end of the 17th century, the Kalmucks, the Songars, and Little Bukharia in 1759, and lastly, Tibet in 1780. Question 11 asks, what mountains form the western boundary of Chinese Tartary? The western boundary of this great plain are the mountains of Bela Tag, the Yimou of the ancients, and on the north it has the great Altaian chain. Questions 12 to 14 describe the Tartars and their mode of living. The Chinese and the Tartars have so strong a personal resemblance as to induce the presumption that they had the same origin. The most remarkable difference arises from a total disparity in their dispositions, manners, and customs. The Tartars are fierce, warlike, and fond of hunting. They love fatigue and independence, but the manners of the Chinese are the reverse. They are effeminate, superstitious, submissive, and very ceremonious. In every age, these immense plains have been inhabited by wandering tribes of hunters and shepherds, whose indolence refuses to cultivate the earth, and whose restless, enterprising spirit disdains the confinement of a sedentary life. Question 15 asks what part of this country comprised Scythia beyond Imau? A small portion of the western part of Chinese Tartary seems to have been included in what the ancients called Scythia beyond Imau. Question 16 asks what did the ancient Serica comprise? And 17, which part is occupied by the Kalmucks, which by the Mongols, and which by the Manchus? This again takes up more questions than it seems, and it fills up from 16 to 25. The Serica of the ancients appears to have included the western parts of Tibet, Kashmir, Little Tibet, and a part of Little Bukharia. The Kalmucks may be considered as the Western Mongols. They are supposed to amount about 1 million. Their country comes in contact with China on the east and independent Tartary on the west. It is bounded on the north by Siberia and on the south by Tibet. Its surface is equal to the whole of France, Italy, and Spain. Their latitudes are the same, but their climate and productions are very different. The dwellings of the Kalmucks are tents made of hurdles, covered over with a roof of felt, which is proof against rain and snow. These people prefer their wandering state and their portable dwellings to all the convenience of a settled life. The language of the Kalmucks is the same with that of the Mongols, but very different from that of the Tartars. The religion of the Kalmucks, like that of the Mongols, Manchus, and Tibetan nations, is that of the Grand Lama. Although this part of Tartary is distinguished by the appellation of Chinese, its relation to that empire is in many parts, especially to the west and north, very lax and precarious, and some of the Tartar tribes within these bounds might, without impropriety, be ranked among the independent. Among the great natural features of this country may be mentioned the wide deserts of Gobi and Shimo. The former on the borders of Tibet, the latter on China, both destitute of water and plants and only to be crossed like those of Arabia by camel. The two leading divisions of the inhabitants of Chinese Tartary are the Mongols and Manchus. The former possess the greatest extent of territory and are subdivided into the principal tribes of the Kalmucks, Iluths, and Khalkhus, which frequently go under the general name of Kalmucks, already noticed. Question 26 to 34 asks us to describe the Mongols and the Manchus. The Mongols are also a wandering people, subsisting almost entirely on the products of their flocks and herds, which they lead to pasture in different parts of their wide territory, according to the season and state of forage. Their domestic animals are horses, camels, oxen, sheep, and goats. They dwell in tents of felt and use covered wagons for the conveyance of their families from place to place. The men are employed in hunting and sometimes in predatory expeditions. The women make all the household furniture and clothing and prepare the food. The Mongols are said to be of a very cheerful temper, and their general character kind, frank, and hospitable. They are fond of amusements, which consist chiefly of feats of strength and activity, music and dancing. Their migrations appear like parties of pleasure, and no people are so little molested with cares and anxiety. It is not therefore to be wondered at that they prefer their own mode of life to the settled abode of the cultivators of the land and the inhabitants of towns, and cannot easily be induced to change it. Manchuria comprises the eastern part of Chinese Tartary. The Manchus are a branch of the Mongol Tartars and do not greatly differ from them in character and appearance, but more of them have fixed habitations and are also in a higher state of civilization in consequence of their intimate connection with the Chinese emperors, who are of their race. The Manchus are said to have neither temples nor idols, but to worship one supreme being. Their language is deemed to be the most perfect of the Tartarian tongues. The Hoanko traverses the southern part of Mongolia. The river Amur, which in the early part of its course is called the Onan, also rises in Mongolia and passes through the country of the Manchus. That part of the Manchu territory which lies between the Great Wall of China and the river Amur appears to be well inhabited and embraces a great number of towns and villages. Its capital is Sagalian. So that's the end of the sections we wanted to view, and it's given us a valuable glimpse into the curriculum and taught history of 1835. Between then and now, Tartary has faded into obscurity. Independent Tartary was invaded by Russia in the mid to late 1800s, not long after this document was written. You can learn more about that in my Tartaria in the News series, and I'll be making a more in-depth video on that topic soon. Chinese Tartary also lost territory to Russia as a result of the Second Opium War, signing the Treaty of Aigan in 1858, which ceded lands up to the Amur River, and then the Convention of Pekin in 1860, signed at the end of the war, saw Russia take the east coast of Manchuria. Over the next 30 years, Manchuria was slowly Russified as the Chinese Eastern Railway was constructed by the Russians, using Tatar slaves as their workforce. Manchuria then went on to see multiple battles fought over it with the Japanese, with that continuing on and off until the conclusions of the Second World War. The borders between what is now China and Russia have stayed essentially the same since 1860, with some minor changes here and there to settle the odd dispute. Meanwhile, the regions that constituted independent Tartary finally saw independence once more at the fall of the Soviet Union on December 25, 1991. However, lands in Siberia such as the Sakha Republic, once known as Yakutia, Buryatia, located around Lake Baikal, and the areas east of the Ural Mountains, which once made up the Cyber Khanate, still remain under Russian control. How might this continent look if these people remember their history? If they decided they are sick of being dictated to by a city thousands of miles to the west? Tired of their sons and daughters being sent into foreign wars that do not concern them? Then perhaps we'd see Russia return to its pre-1584 borders, contained behind the Ural Mountains. Perhaps it would go even further, with the Tatars of Kazan and Astrakhan demanding their own freedom, and in that case, we'd see Russia shrink to the borders of 1533.
Today we're going to be talking about a Tartarian king who was supposedly burnt at the stake by Charles V, the Emperor of Rome at the time. Before we begin, I'd like to say a big thank you to all the supporters, Patreon, YouTube, coffee buyers, everybody. You guys are great. Thank you very much for helping. If you'd like to become one of the patrons or join the channel memberships, you will get access to my Discord server where I post all my research all day. So if that's something you're interested in, definitely get down and do that. We've also got some books in there, a lot of books actually. So if you're looking to research, we've already got quite an extensive library for you to get cracking on with. Anyway, our journey begins with this map from 1612, produced in Antwerp, and it's called Tartaria Sive Magni Shami Ragni Typus by Abraham Ortelius. Now, as you can probably tell, it's written in Latin, but fortunately for you, we have the translations just for people to have a quick look at before we get going. China down here, Tibet on the left, this is Cathay. We have a city down here called Tartaro. Obviously Japan here on the right. This is showing America parts. This is California here, or Baja California, Sierra Nevada, etc. So, gives you an idea of where we are. This has Azarath and Argon, looking like the Manchuria areas here. And up here, It talks about the Scythian Ocean, which it says has, according to Pliny, many islands and has sweet water. So obviously sweet water refers to fresh water, which does possibly fit in to what I was talking about in the Baju, the Gog Magog, and the Late Baikal videos, the pole shift videos, where I hypothesized there's a possibility that due to the size of Lake Baikal, which has in recent years had tsunamis and lost quite a bit of its water, so it was actually bigger at one point, we hypothesized that possibly they might have believed that it was the ocean rather than a lake, because it's huge. You wouldn't have been able to see the land on the other side. If that is the case, that would match, because of course it is the largest freshwater lake. As I said, that isn't something we're focusing on, so this is the map of Tartaria, or the kingdoms of the Great Sham. Now there is some interesting stuff that it talks about in the rest of this map that we won't go too much into today. We can see the map isn't fully lined up correctly here, with some bits being cut off, but I presume nothing important has been missed. But some examples being, we'll start with Tangut. Here the art of printing was invented thousands of years ago. It's something that didn't come to the West until, 12, 13, 1400s, depending on what you consider printing. Of course, we're talking about real printing. We talked about the Scythian Ocean. We have Arzareth that says here the 10 tribes retreated and changed from the Tartar or Tartar area to Scythia. Since then they are called Goths or Gothans, confirming God's highest glory, and here lies the splendid kingdom of Cathay. For Argon we have, once there was in Asia a Christian kingdom known to Prester John, and D. Thomas founded it, this city, in this place, so that it was in contact with the Church of Rome, and it was subjected to Rome through Prester John of Africa. Before it was defeated by the Goths, it was known as Crive Romove. Now, obviously, we know that Prester John is not of Africa. We think he's more likely to be of Russian descent. People have equated him to being one of the Ivans, so there's a big possibility there. Mongol history says that John was Uncham, who was the person that was warring with Genghis Khan from the north and that was subjugating his people before Genghis Khan overthrew him and married his daughter. There's many different stories to do with this. Then we have Mount Altay, or Altay, where all emperors of Tartaria are buried. Seems to have been described by Hathon the Armenian under the name of Belgian, the Belgian mountains. So this is Turkestan, which talked about before, areas of independent Tartary. And just for reference, in case anyone was wondering what it meant down here, it actually says, this map contains the area of Tartaria, with the remaining part of East Asia to the Morning Ocean, subject to the Great Khan, whose might is bounded by the river Obi, Lake Cathay, the Volga, the Caspian Sea, the river Chesil, the mountains of Uson, the area of Tibet, the river Karamora, and the ocean. So that's just giving us some boundaries of where the Great Sham or the Great Khan lives. Underneath Japan, it gives us the information that the Isle of Japan, called Zipangri by Marco Polo of Venice, formerly called Chryse, which is interesting, as in Chrysa, like Christ, once attacked by the Great Khan in war, but without success. Now, onto the interesting bit that brought us all to this video. Tabor, or Tiber, center of the area of the Tartars, where once the holy books were destroyed or got lost, could be different translations there, but once where the Holy Scripture was destroyed or where the Holy Scripture was lost, yet they are united under one king, who in 1540 first reached France and King Franciscus, and later, at the initiative of Charles V, was burnt at the stake for his heresy because he had secretly endeavoured to convert Christian kings to the Jewish religion, about which he had spoken with Charles V. So that started the investigation into who was this Tartarian king from the centre of the Tartarian areas, who was burnt at the stake in 1540 for supposedly enticing European kings, particularly King Franciscus, to join the Jewish religion. So we started investigating who King Tabor could be. So we started off searching in the most obvious place, which was Google, and unfortunately searching for King Tabor provided nothing but Ashley Daniel Tabor King OBE, a British businessman, which wasn't very useful for us. So I tried King Tiber, and unfortunately that just brought us to Attack on Titan, the anime about giants who eat humans and almost destroy the world. Adding the year 1540 to the search just provided us with more links back to the exact map and translation that we'd been talking about. We know that he first reached France supposedly in 1540, and that he was burnt at the stake for his heresy. Well, further searching provided a book called The Relations of the Most Famous Kingdoms and Commonwealths Throughout the World, discoursing of the situations, religions, languages, manners, customs, strengths, greatness, and policies. Translated out the best Italian impression of Botterus. But yeah, so is this book from 1586 or 1540, 1617? So this obviously when these guys were about, so I'm not sure exactly when this book came out. It provides us some information on Tartaria. And right at the bottom here, as part of these, Tartarians inhabit cities and are called Moors, part live in the fields and mountains and are termed Baduin. So some of these people dwell in cities as the Cathayans, Bokhars, and those of Samarkand. Others wander through the plains and are divided into hordes, being 5 in number as aforesaid. Now, we've talked about this before, that the hordes actually comes from the Russian word for order, as in army, order, O-R-D-A, order, and that's where the word order in English comes from, because you have order in an army. So a horde is a bastardization of that word. Those Tartars who are fair situated from the residue and inhabit that remote Scythian promontory, which Pliny calleth Tabin, or Tabin, lying upon the fret of Anion, are also dispersed into diverse hordes, wandering up and down the country, and are in all manner of subject to the great sham of Cathay. Now, it's debatable whether Cathay and Cathay are the same thing. It's possible that they're not and that they've been conflated, but that's a topic for another day. So for now, we're going to assume that it means Cathay as in C-A-T-H-A-Y, but it's very possible that it actually refers to Kara Cathay, which is basically black Cathay, because the Kara is black, so you have the white and the black, so it could refer to the fact that this is black Cathay, which is Kara Cathay, just like Cathay Lakes, which we now know or think to be Teleskoy Lake in South Russia, which would fit these kind of areas, because it is exactly where Tartaria would have been. Certain writers affirm that these hordes issued from those 10 tribes of Israel, which were sent into captivity of Salmanasar, king of Assyria, beyond the Caspian mountains, in remembrance whereof until this day they retain the names of their tribes. That's important, so they will retain the names of their tribes, the title of Hebrews, and circumcision. In all other rites they follow the fashions of the Tartarians. Some men likewise say that King Tabor came out of these parts to turn unto Judaism Francis, King of France, Charles V, and other Christian princes, and for his pains, in the year 1540, by the commandment of the said Charles, was burnt to ashes at Mantua. So that's provided us a teensy bit more information that it took place at Mantua. So hopefully that can help us finding King Tabor. You'll also notice that Francis I, King Francis, does have a rather unique look to him, and that could be quite possibly down to the fact that the Khazars became the Cathars in South France, and of course one of their princes in 1099 called Godfrey of Bouillon actually became the king of Jerusalem after one of the Crusades, and he is a Cathar, which obviously comes from Khazar, in the same way possibly that Cathay comes from Cathay, so Khazars again, and the Kara Khazars. It's very possible that Francis I is a descendant of this same line of Cathar princes, which would make them Khazars, obviously like Khazar, Kazakhstan, Cossack, all kind from South Russia, aka Tartaria. This is an image of the original book that contained that stuff that I was just reading from, so we can actually see down here that Cathay is spelt with that C. So yeah, we can be pretty certain that that's referring to the same place. If you'd like to see this book, I will include the link in the description. So by adding in our 1540 and our Mantua, we have been provided with this. So this comes from Purchas's Pilgrimage, or Purchas's Pilgrims, are relations of the world and religions obscured in all ages and places, discovered from the creation unto this present in 4 parts. This is by Purchas, Samuel Purchas, and it's part of a very large group of documents based on the Tartaria explorations that you can find online. So if you actually search for Purchas's Pilgrims, you'll get a decent book that comes with a lot of talk. Don't know how much of it you want to trust, that's up to you, that's what research is about. It's up to you to go and read it and make up your own mind. Now, in this book, we have the King of Tabor, or Tiber, in these parts is said to have come into France, to Francis the French King, about the year 1540, so I like that, about the year, and was after at Mantua by Charles the Emperor burned for secret solicitation of him and other Christian princes to Judaism. So, just reiterating what we heard on the map really, but it is another source saying the same thing. Again, replacing Tibor with Tabor, but obviously having the 1540 to Mantua, it does give us a few more results that are much better than what we were getting before, because this is what the point is about this, by the way. The internet has this stuff, they try and suppress it, but it's still there. So if you have the right key terms, if it's there, you can find it. Their job is to hide it by making spelling mistakes or changing things, hiding things away or covering up, coming up with new things. So, like, for example, with this Tibor, it could be completely coincidental, but it's very convenient that a King Tibor has recently come out in an anime, and that will dominate all the search results for anything to do with Tibor. So, whether you want to believe that's a purpose or conspiracy or coincidental, it's up to you. Now, this document is just repeating what we saw before. Some men likewise say that King Tabor came out of these parts to turn unto Judaism, Francis, King of France, Charles V, and other Christian princes, and for his pains in the year 1540, by the commandment of the said Charles, was burnt to ashes at Mantua. This one, in this country, is the wilderness or desert called Lop, from whence came King Tabor, whom Charles V burnt at Mantua 1540, for persuading the people to return to Judaism. And in this country groweth rhubarb, a herb of excellent nature, that the whole world is beholding to these barbarians for it, and as a sovereign help for many diseases. So there's another piece of information, it's saying that in this country is the wilderness or desert called Lop, and this is where the King Tabor came from. And according to Wikipedia, we still have the Lop Desert, or the Lop Depression is a desert extending from Korla eastwards along the foot of the Kuruk Tag, meaning dry mountain. So there's Korla, or Koala, and it's the second largest city in Xinjiang, China. So that moves eastwards to the former terminal Tarim Basin in the Xinjiang Uyghur Autonomous Region of China. So it's in the Uyghur region. So I wonder why the Uyghurs are receiving so much poor treatment in China today. Could it possibly be to do with the fact that they are descendants of Tartarians? A satellite image of the Lop here, and unfortunately doesn't include a decent map showing its position, but we do have the coordinates so we can have a peek on Google Earth, and that is where it gives us as our location for where this would have been. So does that match? Do we think that that makes sense? Obviously Lake Baikal over here, this is our China or Mongolia region over here, and obviously this is just Western China. So, what do you reckon to that? Is that possibly where this has come from? Or is that a renaming? We can see Mongolia, the Kazakhs over here, Uzbekistan, Tashkent. So, does this seem like the right location for where this Jewish king has come to Europe? Now, turning to Mantua stake burning to try and get some information on this, we get given this article straight away, 1532, at Haaretz.com, Jewish World. And this says that this day in Jewish history, 1532, a false messiah burns at the stake. Raised as a Catholic son of conversus, Solomon Molko decided he was the Jewish messiah and opted to die for his beliefs rather than recant. On the JewishEncyclopedia.com, we have 1531, the Marano Solomon Molko was burned publicly at the stake during the visit of Emperor Charles V. That matches, although the congregation received permission from Pope Clement VII in 1530 to build an Ashkenazic synagogue, the Duke did not confirm it until 1540. Now, 1531 appears to be the date here rather than 1532. Now, we know that it was about the year 1540, supposedly, that this man was burnt at the stake. So is Solomon Molko the guy we're looking for? So Solomon Molko, originally Diogo Pires, was a Portuguese Jewish mystic and Messiah claimant. When he met with the Holy Emperor Charles V to urge the creation of a Jewish army, the emperor turned him over to the Inquisition and he was burnt at the stake. This guy was born in the Kingdom of Portugal, but he was killed 1532, 13th of December, age 32, burnt at the stake in Mantua. But this is where it becomes interesting. So nothing is known of Molko's family or even the exact date of his birth. He was born in Portugal sometime between September 1500 and August 1502, probably to Marano parents. His original name was Diogo Pires. He held the post of secretary to the High Court of Appeals of his native country. When the Jewish adventurer David Reubeni arrived in 1525 to negotiate with the king, ostensibly on a political mission from some of the 10 lost tribes of Israel, Molko wished to join him, but was rejected. He then circumcised himself and was forced to emigrate. And it says, in company with David Reubeni, his mentor, he went in 1532 to Ratisbon, where the Emperor Charles V was holding a diet, which in politics is a form of deliberative assembly. On this occasion, Molko carried a flag with the Hebrew word Maccabi, the 4 letters which signify an abbreviation for Exodus 15:11, who among the mighty is like unto God. The 3 met for 2 hours, and while the exact content of the meeting was not recorded, letters written from the court at the time indicate Molko proposed the establishment of a joint Jewish-Christian army to fend off the emperor's foreign enemies and possibly to reconquer the Holy Land. The emperor had both Molko and Reubeni arrested and took them back to Italy. In Mantua, an ecclesiastical court sentenced Molko to death by fire. Molko was taken to the stake in November or December 1532. Jewish tradition lists the date as the 5th of Tevet 5293, but there are no records to confirm the date. It is claimed the emperor offered to pardon him on the condition that he return to the Catholic Church, but Molko refused, asking for a martyr's death. His mentor, David Reubeni, was exiled to Spain, where he later died. So whilst this doesn't sound like a king of Tabor, perhaps we need to investigate his mentor, David Reubeni, who it says was supposedly sent on a political mission from some of the 10 lost tribes of Israel. He also bears the name Reubeni, the tribe of Reuben, which, as we read earlier, these people supposedly did carry down these names still. So this could possibly be our guy. Molko, before his death, became a master Talmudist and studied the Kabbalah with Joseph Taitazak. He wandered as a preacher through Italy and Turkey and achieved a great reputation and suggested the Messianic kingdom would come in 1535 or 1540. In 1529, he published a portion of his sermons under the title Dereshot, a book that was later renamed Sefer HaMefoar. Returning to Italy, he was opposed by prominent Jews, including Jacob Mantino ben Samuel, who feared that he might cause unrest among the Jews. Now, what's interesting that he was given an audience before Pope Clement VII and gained his favour, as well as some of the Judophile cardinals at Rome. He warned the Pope to leave Rome, as the city would soon be flooded, and he sent a message to the King of Portugal, warning of an imminent earthquake. The occurrence of a deadly flood on October 8, 1530, and an earthquake in Lisbon on January 26, 1531, raised Molko's reputation among the religious and political authorities. You'll notice that Molko was supposedly a messiah claimant, with it saying a dream Molko had in 1526 apparently led him to believe he was destined to be either the Messiah ben Yosef or his precursor, but in none of his writings or speeches did he ever explicitly state this or proclaim himself the Messiah, so it could be a case of people trying to smear his name by saying he claimed to be the Messiah. However, it is very coincidental that he was able to predict the occurrence of a flood in Rome and an earthquake in Lisbon. Is that possibly the real reason why he was burnt at the stake? Now on to David Reubeni. Obviously, Reubeni being the tribe of Reuben, descendant, as we talked about them before, keeping the names of the tribes. So David Reubeni was a Jewish political activist described by the Shengold Jewish Encyclopedia as half mystic, half adventurer. Although some scholars are reluctant to believe his claims to nobility, citing suspicions of fraud behind such claims, in spite of Rubeni's unrelenting efforts to make an alliance between Christians and Jews against Muslims, by the intermediation of the young King John of Portugal, in November of 1525, he was nevertheless given an audience with the king, accompanied with a letter of recommendation from Pope Clement VII. So Pope Clement VII had recommended this guy to go to Portugal, and this is where he met Solomon Molko. So Solomon Molko met him in Portugal and was like, I like this dude, I want to become a Jew like him. He actually said, no, you can't become a Jew. And Molko was like, I'm not having that, and he cut his own foreskin off. True story. And this guy was like, alright, you're a bit of a nutcase, I'll have you. And with this letter of recommendation from the Pope, he'd always insisted he was the son of deceased monarch King Suleiman of Habor. Now, unfortunately, Habor page does not exist. Habor sounds a lot like Tabor, and we notice over here, David Rubeni is born in Kabar, which we'll have a look at in 2 seconds. It says he was the minister of that kingdom's war department, now governed by his elder brother, King Joseph of Habor. According to Rubeni's own story, this kingdom had 300,000 Israelite subjects. The King of Portugal, impressed by the idea, had initially agreed to supply Rubeni with Portuguese arms, but after 5 months, Rubeni fell into ill repute with the King of Portugal, who perhaps distrusted his motives, and was asked by the king to leave his kingdom. His mission to Rome, he had envisioned a grand alliance between 3 Christian kings and 1 Jewish kingdom: King Charles V of Holy Roman Empire, the King of France, Prester John, the Western alias given to the Emperor of Ethiopia, and the Jewish kingdom of Kabar. What are the chances that Prester John is actually referring to the Prester John that would have been residing in Tenduk at this time? As we know, Prester John was handed down, because it doesn't mean Prince John, but it was a title handed down, and they were called princes because they were shams. Shams were princes, not the Grand Sham. These guys were below the emperor, and they would have been called princes or shams. So Prince John, a title handed down through this group of Tenduk or Argon, is way more likely. Why would they be randomly teaming up with the Emperor of Ethiopia? It's nonsense. But the Jewish kingdom of Kabar, which was then governed by Rubeni's brother. So I think it's quite clear that this was the man who came from Tabor. He's not the king himself, but he is the brother of the king, his brother being Joseph. Joining once more with Solomon Molko, he went to meet the Emperor Charles V. Rubeni offered Charles V the alliance of Jews of the East against the Ottoman Empire. So once again, why would the alliance of Jews of the East? In Ratisbon, Rubeni and Molko met Josel of Rossheim, who warned them against arousing the suspicions of the emperor. Josel was worried about raising issues of the Jews in the empire. When Rubeni and Molko persisted, officials put them in chains and took them to the emperor in Mantua. There, both Molko and Rubeni were examined by inquisitors. The former was condemned to burning at the stake in 1530. I like how the date jumps around: 1530, 31, 32, they don't know. But the former was condemned to burning at the stake in 1530 during the reign of Emperor Charles V, also known as Caesar Carlo, the Tsar. Rubeni was taken to Spain and assigned to the Inquisition at La Reina. As late as 1535, he was still confined in a prison there. Nothing more was heard of him. He probably died there, as Herculano reported that a Jew who came from India to Portugal was burned at an auto de fe at Evora in 1541. Another source said Rubeni died in La Reina, Spain after 1535. What's fun is it says Rubeni's diary is held by the Bodleian Library in Oxford. There was a copy at the Jewish Seminary at Breslau, but this place was destroyed by the Nazis in 1938. Guess what? Unfortunately, Haruveni, which is David Haruveni's diary was discovered in 1848 when it was purchased by the Bodleian Library in Oxford, only to be mislaid somehow in 1867. In the 1990s, a reference to Haruveni's file was found among the records of the Spanish Inquisition in Madrid, but the folder is missing. What are the chances? Now, this is the ancient ruined city of Kabar, where we're told that he supposedly came from, and you might notice a bit of an issue when we click onto this map. Unfortunately, it loves to not actually point to it when it's on this bit, but if you have a look at the map down here, you can see Kabar is right there, right here. Now, does that make much sense to you when you consider we were told it was in the Lop Desert over here? What do you think? You think it's going to be over here? When it says it's over here? Do you think the Jews of the East would be coming from the south? What do you think to that? And when we consider that Khaybar is an oasis situated some 153 kilometers north of the city of Medina in the Medina province of Saudi Arabia, we know that this cannot be the same Khaybar described. The maps were telling us it's in Tartaria. The other description told us it was in the Lop Desert, which would match Tartaria. Just remember, looking at this map, this is the Caspian Sea here, and Tabor's over here. Whoever's making this map would have had to confuse Tabor. This is the Caspian, so Tabor's somewhere over here. Makes sense, doesn't it? But they're saying Tabor would be, or Khabur would be down here. So that doesn't make sense. So let's have a look at some possible Tabors. And where does the name Tabor actually come from? Mount Tabor, or Har Tavor, is located in Lower Galilee, Israel, at the eastern end of the Jezreel Valley. It's the site of the Battle of Mount Tabor between the Israelite army and the army of the Canaanite commanded by Sisera. Mount Tabor is the place where Transfiguration of Jesus, a very important place biblically, obviously, to the Christians and to the Jews. You can see why Tabor would be something that biblical people would want to bring with them, as shown by the fact that we have a Mount Tabor in West Yorkshire in England. So you can see West Yorkshire, England, we have Mount Tabor right there, and obviously named after the biblical Battle of Mount Tabor mentioned in the book of Judges. We also have a Tabor which is in South Bohemian region of the Czech Republic, and it has a flag with some colours that kind of do resemble our black and yellow flags of Tartary, but other than the name, we can see the town was named after the biblical Mount Tabor. The town also gave its name to the Taborites, a radical wing of Hussites. It was initially called the fortified settlement of the Tabor Mountain, and it's located in the Tabor uplands, which again don't have a page, and interestingly having a Jordan reservoir named after the biblical Jordan River. And just to give you an idea, that's where Tabor is, right in the centre of Europe, and quite far away from our Lop Desert, which was over here. We also have Tabory of the Taborinsky district in Sverdlovsk Oblast in Russia. And this is Tabory in the Taborinsky region, and I tell you what, some of the land around here looks incredibly strange. So maybe somebody wants to jump on Google Earth and have a look around here and tell me if you find anything cool in the comments down below, because you can clearly see places where the river used to flow in incredibly strange ways. Very strange indeed. And the last time I was here, I believe I found some ruins somewhere. There were some ruins around here. Looks a little bit inappropriate. Have a look around here for yourself. Maybe you'll find something interesting. This is Tabory. And in fact, I heard there was a mountain nearby named after a battle that took place here that they called the Battle of Tabor. And that's not to be confused with the 1420 Battle of Tabor, which took place South Bohemian Czech Republic, which we talked about. The Holy Roman Empire, the Catholic Crusaders, Rosenberg forces, Austrian mercenaries against the Taborites. So it's very possible these Taborites are connected to the Tabor we're looking for, but I don't think they are the exact region we're after. Now, this page goes on to basically call Haruveni a master of manipulation and somebody that would produce fraudulent copies of documents. So they're really attacking his character. So I don't know the truth behind that and why they would be doing that. But I think it's pretty clear that Haruveni, the brother of Joseph of Habor, the son of King Solomon of Habor, this guy that they're calling King Habor, who was burnt at the stake in Mantua. I think it's all getting confused between this guy, Solomon Molko, because obviously Solomon was killed around 1530, 1531, 1532. This guy was supposedly killed in 1539 or 1540, which does match what the documents are saying, although it wasn't purportedly at Mantua. We can see that David Rubeni here was an Arab adventurer born in 1490 in Central Arabia in Khyber, as he himself stated. He died in Larena, Spain after 1535. So again, this is saying that it's Khyber or Khyber, the one in Arabia, which just doesn't make sense. So we'll actually come to this book called Jesus in India, which is, believe it or not, a much older book than it looks. This is a reprint, and it talks about the possibility of Jesus going to India after the crucifixion, which everyone seems to have a Jesus story. It's very possible, because many of you might not know this, but Jesus sent out something like 72 of his disciples. He sent groups of 2 to go out and spread his word after he died. So we come here for one reason, and that's because here we have the narrative of a mission to Bokhara in the years 1843 to 1845. pages 14 to 16, the Jews in Bukhara are 10,000 in number. The chief rabbi assured me that Bukhara is the Habor and Balkh the Halar of the Second Kings, but that in the reign of Genghis Khan they lost all their written accounts. Now that makes sense because we heard that the holy books were lost in Tabor. So if this was Habor in Bukhara, Bukhara is the Habor, and Balkh the Halar, then we just have to have a look at Bukhara, because we've heard about Bukhara a lot before. The Khanate of Bukhara, one of the last places in independent Tartary to fall, and we can see that the Khanate of Bukhara was an Uzbek state in Central Asia from 1501 to 1785. From 1533 to 1540, Bukhara briefly became its capital during the reign of Ubaydallah Khan. The Khanate reached its greatest extent and influence under its penultimate Abul-Qarid ruler, the scholarly Abdullah Khan II. So, from 1533 to 1540 is the exact same period that David Rubeni was supposedly imprisoned in Europe before he was burnt at the stake. So is it possible that when he was taken and burnt at the stake, that this guy that doesn't have a page, Ubaydallah Khan, became the ruler and made the capital Bukhara? And Bukhara, as we know, according to this document, is Habor, according to the chief rabbi. And where is Bukhara situated? We can see Bukhara right there, Uzbekistan. So the Uzbeks, another people targeted. Very strange, isn't it? How the people that get targeted are the exact people that we're looking for. So considering we were told that we were in the Lop Desert, the area where the Tabors came from was this Lop Desert, and this is Bukhara, which we are told is Habor. Is it much more likely that this is in fact the area of Tartary where he reigned from, where this Jewish king or prince, perhaps brother of the king, came to try and raise an alliance with the European Christians, with the Jews of the East? Not from Kabor down here, but from Habor up here, which is Bukhara, right next to the Lop Desert. So I think it's way more likely that this is the place. These were our guys. And unfortunately, because of his diary being lost by the British 20 years after they bought it, we might never know the truth. So I think I'll call that the end of today's episode. I hope you guys learnt a lot, and if you have any information about King Tabor or what might have exactly happened to these guys, then please do leave it down in the comments below and let me know what you think about this, because this is definitely something being hidden. The fact that his diary was misplaced by the British, and unfortunately we won't ever know whether these stories about being Messiah claimants or prophesizers who correctly prophesized earthquakes and floods, whether any of it's true, we'll have no idea, because they've destroyed the evidence or they've lost the evidence. So perhaps it'll turn up. Maybe we can be a little positive, and maybe it's stuck at the back of a drawer somewhere. Or maybe it's been set on fire many years ago and we'll never see it again. Either way, something's definitely been hidden here. Is it the Roman Catholics trying to hide how brutal they were in burning other people's kings just for being Jewish? Or maybe it wasn't the fact they were Jewish, maybe it's because they could see the future. Maybe they were working with magic to prophesize, and you know how the Catholics don't appreciate that. So maybe that's the real reason they were killed. Maybe they were considered dangerous. Who knows? You let me know exactly what you think down in the comments. Today, we're going to be having a look at Little Tartary, the lesser known Tartary, European Tartary, many names, but we're going to be discussing that, having a look at what the older documents have to say. We're going to be comparing that to what Wikipedia has to say. We're not going to be diving too deep because I want to cover as many of these books as I can. The history of Little Tartary, just like any country, is vast. So if you want to learn the entire thing, you're probably going to have to break out some books for yourself. But unfortunately, they do try and disguise these things under different histories, make it seem like it was not connected into a vaster system, which of course you can do with anything. So we're going to start by having a look at what Wikipedia has to say generally about Tartary. Tartary or Tatary, the Tatar coming from the extra R added at some point in our history, or Tatar as in Tatarstan. Tartary was a blanket term used in Western European literature and cartography for vast parts of Asia bounded by the Caspian Sea, the Ural Mountains, the Pacific Ocean, and the northern borders of China, India, and Persia at a time when this region was largely unknown to European geographers. So the general sentiment of that paragraph is just uneducated Westerners called the whole area Tartary. The active use of the name can be traced from the 13th century to the 19th century. In European sources, Tartary became the most common name for Central Asia that had no connection with real politics or ethnic groups of the region. Until the 19th century, European knowledge of the area remained extremely scarce and fragmentary. The region formerly known as Tartary is usually called Inner or Central Eurasia. Much of this area consists of arid plains, the main nomadic population of which in the past was engaged in animal husbandry. And then obviously it goes on to talk about the conspiracy theories of Tartary. So the general theme of what Wikipedia wants you to believe is that Tartary was just a general term for this vast section of land for uneducated Westerners that didn't have any ideas of the real history of the areas. We can argue about that, which we will do. But the other thing that they're trying to put in is that much of the area is just nomadic people that were farmers essentially. Whereas the idea that they'd entered the Iron Age 700 to 900 years before the rest of the world, that would make their technology around 700 to 900 years more advanced. So in that aspect, they would have been a very advanced nation. And as we saw in the last video, the one about the pole shifts, we saw that Lake Baikal has shown evidence of exactly that, and Lake Baikal is in the heart of Tartary. Knowledge of Manchuria, Siberia and Central Asia in Europe prior to the 18th century was limited. The 18th century is the 1700s. The entire area was known simply as Tartary, and its inhabitants Tartars. That is inaccurate, as you'll see through reading many of these books. The people are referred to as a multitude of different names. They're never referred to as just Tartars. And the idea of this is to make it seem like Western Europeans had no clue about the area of land and then just racistly painted everyone as the same. How many people would refer to North America as Americans? And North America is massive, okay? Then you've got Canada. So you'd say, okay, you're Canadians because you're on this side of the line. But these guys, they're Americans, but they're not, really. Each state in America is bigger than most countries. By that logic, calling everybody in America an American is just as uneducated as calling everybody in Tartary a Tartarian. Do you understand where I'm coming from? So this is how they've tried to paint it. This is how they've tried to trick you. Just because they were referred to as Tartars doesn't mean that we had no knowledge of them. It just means that they all came from this one unified place. There's people that will refer to everyone from Europe as Europeans. There is a European Union, so you'd every right to refer to them as Europeans. If people from the European Union came to visit you, you'd call them Europeans. To say, oh, we had no knowledge of this thing, we just called them Tartars. It was just a vast country called Tartary. That's incorrect. These people might have been connected to this vaster place. As they'll go on to discuss, there are many different smaller versions of Tartary. And yes, in the bigger kingdom of Tartary, there were smaller vassal kingdoms that all joined together. And yes, they had wars, they had infighting, just like everywhere else. America has had civil wars, and one of them won, and now owns all of America. That's essentially what it was like in Grand Tartary. You talk about Genghis Khan, who unified the nations. Yes, he did exactly that. He won, and he took over all the places, and he unified them. He said, right, we're one big country now. And then it falls to pieces, then somebody unifies it again, etc, etc. It's literally like the history of any other country. But they try and twist it to make it sound like nonsense. In the early modern period, as understanding of geography increased, Europeans began to subdivide Tartary into sections with prefixes denoting the name of the ruling power or the geographical location. Once again, this is normal. They subdivide Tartary into sections with prefixes denoting the name of the power or geographical location. So they're making it sound like it's a bad thing to subdivide areas based on geographical location. Once again, North America, South America. Oops, I just subdivided America into two things based on geographical location. The United States of America that are subdivided into states of Tennessee, Texas, Alabama, California. I'm not going to go through every state. You've got places like Virginia. Now there's a West Virginia. There's Dakota, North and South Dakota. is nonsense, and especially by ruling power. That makes sense. It's a very normal thing to call something based on the ruling power. Example I'll give you here. There's a good example, British India. The British were in India, they called it British India because it was British-owned India. It's very simple, it's a normal thing to happen. As a result, Siberia was Great Tartary, or Russian Tartary. The Crimean Khanate was Little Tartary. Manchuria was Chinese Tartary. And Western Central Asia, prior to becoming Russian Central Asia, was known as Independent Tartary. By the 17th century, however, largely under the influence of Catholic missionary writings, the word Tartar came to refer to the Manchus and the lands they ruled as Tartary. Manchus are in the area of North China, which is Cathay, an entirely different conspiracy we've got to get into and explain, which we will do, but not today because we're going into Little Tartary. The Crimean Khanate was Little Tartary, which is what we're focusing on. Manchuria was Chinese Tartary, which was known as Cathay, which they'll try and tell you was always just China and was confused with China, but we won't get into that. We're also going to examine the Crimean Khanate, which is mentioned here, because that is a big part of it. And also this, the Western Central Asia as Independent Tartary. We've talked about this a lot in my Tartaria in the News series, where we viewed all the articles from the 1850s, 1860s, 1870s, etc., which were talking all about the Russian invasion of these different places in independent Tartary, starting with Bukhara, Kokand, Khiva. Eventually they had the whole thing. If you want to learn about that, go watch that entire series. It is a long series, but there is the full video that you can watch. First map that we're going to have a peek at, with some text to talk about, is from John Speed from 1626. And this is a map of Russia. You can see here what Moscow looked like, which is just incredible. If you want to have a pause and have a look at some of these places, because that's the key there, and these are all the letters, obviously, you can see how detailed this is. Did a very good job of drawing that, didn't he? Notice the double eagle up here. So that's Moscow up there, and down here is Crimea, or Tartary Prekopensian, which is something that's going to come up in the other document that we've got, which I'll show you. So the other document is going to be this. A little description of the Great World, augmented and revised by Peter Halen. And it was supposedly printed in 1625. I know that we've got a copy here, which is the one we're going to be used to read because it's a bit easier, which I've pulled from this website, turned into a little PDF, talking about Tartary. So it's obviously page 659. I'm not sure if this contains the entire book. This is supposedly the text from it. I know that at some point in this, it mentions Anno 1844. So it was definitely revised after 1844 for it to have mention of that. I'm not sure if that's in the original book, because if that's in this book, then that means that this has come out after 1850, which might make a bit more sense, because it does look quite good condition for something that's supposedly come out in 1625. Then we've also got more to talk about from 1680, and one more from 1721 that we'll talk about as well. So we'll focus on these now. Now, one of the most interesting things about our 1626 John Speed map of Russia, as you will see, is that it seems to suggest that this entire area here is under control of Crimean Tartary, which might even extend down to Caucasia. And these guys, at one point, were probably considered the most important Tartars. These were the ones that actually ruled Moscow. These guys were actually in control of Moscow for quite some many years before they were overthrown by the Muscovites. But something interesting is what appears to be a system going all the way around Little Tartary. So your entire access point to Asia from this section has got a wall here. And you'll notice it goes from river to river. Obviously, rivers acting as a natural barrier. Coming in, we can see that it's definitely drawn as if to be a mountain or hill mounds, so possibly a dike. And it's also got these towers which would insinuate these are checkpoints or places for you to possibly get through, places for you to pay your taxes. So that's very interesting because you can't find anything about a giant wall being constructed from the Volga, all the way to the Dnieper. It's quite crazy. Coming to the page which talks about Tartary, John Sennick's book, page 40, we have found Tartaria Minor is called likewise Horda Pracapensium. Now, Horda, the horde, is just a word for the army. It's actually where our English word for order probably comes from. From Horda, order, armies have order. So yes, it's the armies really. The Russians, their armies were literally called orders. So lots of people, particularly like Fomenko, suggested that insinuates that the Russians were the ones that had this empire, and obviously considering Tartary is Russia, I suppose that's not too far from the truth. But Order Pracapensium, a force of Tartars which have their name from one city, Prekops, but inhabit all of those plains which lie round about the Pontus Exinus, or Mare Magor, and Palus Meotis, including the whole Taurica Chersonesus, so that she extends her limits from the banks of the river Borysthenes as far as Tanais. Her chief province is the Chersonesus, a peninsula 70 miles in compass, which took the name of Taurica from Osiris. That's very interesting. Osiris, of course, being the Egyptian. It was invaded by one Eulanus, from whom the inhabitants of this whole region were sometimes called Eulani. Oh, that's strange, isn't it? I thought that everybody just called them Tartars in the 1600s. But this guy's calling them Eulani, as they were after Crim Tartars, from that city, Crim, once the king's seat of this peninsula, though it stood not within her limits, for her principal town was Theodosia, now Kassa, where there was heretofore a colony of Genoese, till they were dispossessed by Mahomet, the 8th emperor of the Turks. The other towns of this Tartaria Pracapensis, which stand without the Chersonesus, are Okazan, which the people took from the dukes of Lithuania and Tanas, which stands in the utmost part of this Tartaria, above the mouth of the river Tanai, some 3 miles distant. It is called by the inhabitants Azak, and is a place of great traffic and free access for many neighbouring nations. I can never ignore Magog, which is over here, talking about Tartaria Antiqua, which is something that's going to come up a lot. Chinchis, which is obviously Genghis, and his Tartars taking over that land. So if you haven't seen our Gog Magog video, go see that, because that'll give you some information. Oh, it also talks about the kingdom of Tabor. This is really interesting, because the kingdom of Tabor supposedly had a king in 1540 who was Jewish, who went to Europe, and he was burnt at the stake in Mantua by Charles V. But just wanted to bring that up because it's very interesting. I'm trying to find Tabor, but we can't. It talks about Ani and Argan, Tenduk and Mongol. If you haven't seen videos that talk about Tenduk, go and watch the Gog Magog and the Bargu video. Now I come to our 1680 book, which talks about Tartary. This one is Robert Morden, I believe. Yep, Robert Morden. Actually talks about Tartaria in Europe. Yeah, by Robert Morden. So here is the map. If you want to see it a bit longer, make sure to pause. Here is the Dnieper, and here is the Don and Tanai. So if we just come back to the 1626 map to get an idea of where we're looking at. So, does that indicate that over 100 years, Lesser Tartary has shrunk down? Because obviously this is going all the way over here. Would imply some of these areas must be part of it. So it comes to the 1680, so this one's only 60 years. Sorry, not 100 years. Next one there'll be 100 years. But 60 years have gone by. And this is what it's saying Tartaria in Europe is. We can see Moscovia up here. So 1680, assuming this is the boundary. You see the Nogoi Tartars over there, sometimes called the Noyan Tartars, because they be annoying those Russians. What's cool is we see the city called Canberra, which is quite interesting. We see a lot of Cams in Britain, like Cambria, Cambridgeshire, Camelots. There are loads. When it comes to Tartars, the insinuation can be that it comes from Sham or Khan. Sham and Khan being the ruler of the area. So that might literally be where the Sham lives. But you'd assume he would be here in Crim, which we can have a look at today. We're going to actually have a peek at 4 of the cities that have been mentioned. This one down here, Cathay, we're going to have a look at that. And we're also going to have a look at Crim, Prekop, and Okazau. So this today is obviously modern day Ukraine, or this bit. This bit is at war right now. These are the areas that have been occupied by Russia. And obviously Crimea has as well. Notice as well, up here we have Ungul. And we know that Ung means Gog, like Gog and Magog. The Lesser Tartary, which lies in Europe, is so called to distinguish it from the Grand, which makes part of Asia. It is also called Pergopensis and Crim from the names of the principal cities, situated in the peninsula formerly called Taurica Chersonesus. Just as an example, by the way, of them using sham, this is from a document on the National Library of Scotland. We could probably talk about this as well at some point. There's so much for us to discuss, and I don't want to bore you guys, because I don't know how many of you just want to listen to me read entire documents, because to me that would seem boring, just listening to someone do that. I just really don't want to ruin it for you guys. You know, history, learning should be fun. But this is an example, so it's the character of Sultan Galga, the present Sham of Tartary. We're not going to be reading it. It was just an example of them using sham, which is essentially like a prince or a king. It can even be an emperor. They do use the word emperor as well. It's definitely related directly to the word Khan. So you can see how Khanate is a Shamit. So a Khan of a Khanate. You also have caliphs from caliphates, sultans from sultanates. I just thought I'd bring you to this Encyclopedia Britannica from 1797. Just for a quick look at what this has to say. Tartan, in sea language, a small coasting vessel, navigated in the Mediterranean Sea, and having only one mast and a bowsprit. The principal sail, which is extremely large, being extended by a lateen yard. Why would a specifically Mediterranean boat be called a tartan boat? Unless, of course, the Tartars used that specific boat in the Mediterranean. We know the Tartars were most likely the Barbar coast, the barbarians from the Barbary coast. That's a cool connection. Also, here under Tartary, and bearing in mind this is 1797, so Wikipedia says, you know, by the 18th, 19th century people were starting to get information about the area and not use these terms, but bearing in mind it literally does describe that it's bounded on the north by Siberia, or the part of Asia which belongs to Russia. It's bounded on the west by the rivers Don, Volga and Kama, which separates it from Russia. It's bounded on the south by the Euxine and Caspian seas. Karazm, the two Bacarias, that's Karazm, as in independent Tartary. The two Bacarias, we talked about Baccaria and Kokand, Khiva from independent Tartary. China and Korea. And on the east by the Oriental or Tartarian Ocean. So what would that tell us? Let's have a quick look at the map. So we're just going to quickly try and work out exactly where it's saying Tartaria is. Where it's telling us in 1797 the country of Tartary was, okay? Which was divided into East and West Tartary. It said that it was bounded on the north by Russian Siberia. So we don't know exactly where that is, okay? So we'll put a little pin here. Okay, we can work out that this is the Khanate of Bukhara. So when it said the two Bukharas on the south, China, Korea, and on the east is the ocean. Okay, so it's bounded on its south by China and Korea. So we've just added on just a little marker, China, south for China, and there's for Korea. The reason we're saying China's here is because looking at this 1682 map, which shows Tartary here, and you can quite clearly see that Korea here, and the Great Wall of China here, and that essentially is the border. We do know that the Wall of China was literally built to defend against the Tartars, because this map literally tells us a wall of 400 leagues built between the bottoms of the mountains by the king of China against the incursions of the Tartars. So we know that the Great Wall of China was built specifically to keep the Tartars out. So it'd be a bit stupid, wouldn't it, to build it halfway into your country. So we know that that means that's the border of China. This map shows us that we actually have a Bukharia down here, which explains why there were two Bukharias, and it shows us Kharazm is on the left. Sorry for the movement, it moves with the mouse. But yeah, we got Kharazm on the left, so we know that this must be the border for Tartary here. We know that on the west, it was bounded by the river Don, Volga, and Kama. Quick look at this map shows us the Don right here. The Volga being the big one that comes up here with Astrakhan and Kazan. These, of course, used to be Tartarian cities, so these most likely at this point still are if they haven't fallen yet. And Kama is this one. Not as easy to work out on this, but this is the Volga going up here. That's the Don there. And the Volga comes all the way around and the Kama goes off here. So this is our western border. So, bearing in mind it did say that Siberia in the north was bounded, so we assume this is Siberia. If the Kama is the boundary and it's here, this must have all been Tartary, all the way around here, all the way up here to the Eastern Ocean. Excuse the really crude attempt at this drawing, but this at the very least is what this is describing this country as, and says it's divided to West and Eastern Tartary. I don't know how far up here it extends. It does say Western Tartary is much more extensive than the Eastern, so perhaps I should have shrunk the Eastern side down a bit. But the main point to take away is that at the beginning of the 1800s, or the very end of the 1700s, Tartary was definitely something around this size. And there's no doubt about that. And obviously Little Tartary, considering we saw that Little Tartary was this section here, extending up to this river, we saw that possible boundary on our map, which extended from this river all the way to this river, which would have extended all the way from the Volga to the Dnieper. So it's very interesting. Can anybody find any evidence of something going all the way across these areas? Because if you can find evidence for that, that would be absolutely incredible. Maybe it's been destroyed. It did look like it was making use of mountains, but there was definitely buildings in there. 100% buildings, implying that this is some kind of man-made mound structure, perhaps. Maybe it's not mountains, but hills, muddy dikes and things. I don't know. So, we were talking about Tarika Chersonesus, and now the official narrative says that the Tartars first appeared in Europe in 1168 AD, when they took the Tarika Chersonesus, supposedly, or presumably, from the early Muscovites. What is interesting is that Chersonesus was founded by the Greeks, so it does raise questions about whether it was whether perhaps the Greek Empire was hanging around a bit later than they're made out to be. Maybe they're not as ancient as we think, which would make sense. Perhaps the Greek Empire has supplanted the Tartarian history in Constantinople around Turkey, Asia Minor, into Armenia and sections of Macedonia, etc. It's possible. But going on to this, the Nogay Tartars must not be omitted. They lie between the Tanai and Volga, nor the Tartars of Okizau, between the mouth of Borysthenes and the Dniester, nor the Tartars of Budziak, already mentioned, to the east of Moldavia, between the mouths of the Dniester and Donau. Besides all these are some that are settled also in Lithuania and Ukraine. Crim Tartary is a peninsula about 200 miles in length and 50 in breadth, wonderfully populous and exceeding fruitful, abounding in corn and grass. Well, everyone loves a bit of grass, but wood and fuel is scarce. The towns on the seaside are Prekop, Lusiowa, Mankup, Krim, Kassa, Kurs, Botka, which lies between the Black and Moetan or Ratan seas, near to which is a great field 50 miles long, enclosed with water, where the Tartars in winter do keep their herges or horses. Within the land are Karasu and Bakassi Sere. The town of Astamgorod stands upon the Dnieper. In former times there dwelt in two brothers, Ingul and Ungul, who, falling at variance and that ending in cruel wars, the whole country adjacent, though pleasant and fruitful, became a wilderness, and now lieth waste, being a vast desert 500 miles over and 1,000 miles long, from Prekop unto the county of Muscovy. So it's saying in former times there were two brothers called Ingel and Ungel who had a war which caused the country to become a desert 500 miles over and 1,000 miles long. Between Prekop and Muscovy, a desert, what kind of war was that? We'll have to look more into that. Cathay, known to the ancients by the name of Theodosia, is a great city and place of good trade, wherein above 1,000 families of Armenians and above 500 Greeks, who have their several bishops and churches. That of St. Peter's is the biggest, but fallen to decay. Every Christian above 15 years of age pays a piaster and half tribute to the Grand Signior, who is lord of the city, formerly possessed by the Genoese, but taken by Mohammed the Great in 1475. It hath since been subject to the Turks. When it talks of Mohammed the Great, it's presumably talking about Mehmed II, which sometimes, by some Russian historians that believe in the flamenco theories, they believe that Mehmed and Mohammed are one and the same person, and that Islam was actually an offshoot of Nestorian Christianity that appeared in about the 1400s. That would insinuate that Muhammad, he believed that Christianity had been tainted by the Roman Catholics. So in that sense, Islam was actually a branch off of Nestorian Christianity. And you can also see here, Mehmed was Caesar of Rome. Caesar, the Tsar, that's where it comes from, the Tsar, Caesar. Also, I just wanted to bring notice to this. It's an article from Chicago, 1877, but this is noting something that seemingly occurred in 1711, which is war declared by the Sham of Tartary, declaring war on the Tsar of Russia. So in 1711, the Sham of Tartary was entering into a war with the Tsar or Caesar of Russia. That also brings into question who really were people like Julius Caesar, if they were in fact the Tsar, Julius the Tsar. Does bring up a lot of questions. Back to this. Prekop, in Latin Precopia, seated near the place where the Eupatria of the ancients stood. Bakisisare or Bafasarail is the residence or court of the present Khans of Tartary. You can see here it's spelled with a K, K-A-N-S, the Khans of Tartary. Mankup is a strong town where the Khan is said to keep his treasury. German or Krim was the ancient seat of the Khans, supposed to be the Tafre of Pliny or Tafras of Ptolemy. Why is it called German, eh? Well, we know why. Because the Huns were also from these regions. The Germans, the Huns, the Goths, they all seem to stem from this city and region. So that's interesting that the city of Krim was possibly called German. Kurs stands upon the Bosphorus Camarius or the Strait of Kaffa, not far from the Pantacapium of the ancients. Okazau is situated near the influx of the great river Borysthenes, built in or near the place of Olbia. The Tanai of Ptolemy, situated on the mouth of that river, is the last city in Europe now subject to the Turks, who have there a garrison, and by them called Azak or Azau. The ancient inhabitants of the European Tartary or Sarmatia Europea were of the Scythian race, but in Chersonesus itself dwelt the ancient Tauri, against whom Darius, king of Persia, made his fruitless war with an army of 700,000, which again, very interesting. I've heard a lot about Darius, because Darius and the Persians were supposedly vast enemies of the Greeks. So when I said it seems like the Greek Empire has kind of had this history supplanted, this could be very related. Because how were these people appearing thousands of years ago, disappearing, and then reappearing in our recent times? It's very convenient. But in the actions of the Greeks and Romans, we hear nothing of them, unless that the Emperor Trajan took the city Tafra. Trajan obviously being the Roman Empire Trajan. Afterwards, growing great by conquering the Asiatic Tartars, Muhammad the Great made himself master of Kassa and Azau, thereby commanding both Maeotis and the Euxine Seas, so that Mehmed the Great that we saw, Caesar of Russia, actually made his base in the city of Kassa and Azau. He was commanding from there. He was the master of Cathay and Azau. He seemed to be living there. And in the times of Selimus I, who had married a daughter of this Crim Tartar, the Turks and Tartars grew into a league. And though the Khan or prince be elective, yet he is chosen out of the true line and confirmed by the Grand Signor, who have always taken upon them the power to dispose the father and constitute the son, or next of that lineage, when found remiss in affording their auxiliary helps to the war, or guilty of any disrespect, or want to duty the Ottoman port. So there are some quite interesting things there. So the Khan or prince be elective. They elected their Khans, yet they elected them out of people that were of the true line. This is something we actually have seen across Europe, particularly in Wales, where essentially when the king died, anyone related to him had a right to the throne, and they'd get together and have a big vote, and whoever won, kind of like a Game of Thrones style thing, whoever won became the new king. So it was a very elective system, but still based on nepotism. You still had to be of true lineage, which is why a lot of these places, when a new king was taking over, he'd have to marry into the family somewhere. He'd have to take like a cousin or something. Then he would be part of the family. Another interesting thing is that, yeah, he took over, so Muhammad the Great made himself master of Cathay and Azau, thereby commanding both Moetus and Uxances. So he took control of these areas himself. This guy, the Caesar of Russia, took control of it in 1475. The Tartars are esteemed as brothers or near allies with the Turks, to whom, for want of heirs male in the Ottoman line, the Turkish Empire is by an ancient compact to descend, the expectation of which doth keep the Tartars in much observance, in hopes one day to be lords of the world. Basically saying the Turks and the Tartars are very closely related, and they think that when and in fact the Turkish line, the family of the Ottoman empires, are connected with the Tartars, which again is something Fomenko talks about, that the Tartars and the Ottomans or the Byzantines would regularly intermarry. Trade princes and princesses happened all the time. In the year 1663, the Tartars called to the assistance of the Turks, made such incursions into Hungary, Moravia, and Silesia, sacking and burning cities and towns, that they carried away 160,000 captives, which they sell to the Turks, who go thither to trade for this merchandise, which is the most profitable commodity that Tartary affords. Young boys and girls are rated at the highest price. Oh god, I'm going to get demonetized. The latter, if beautiful, are like jewels, held at an unknown value, though few of them escape the lust of the Tartars. Wow, this is just sad now. Sorry about this, guys. Oh, it always takes a dark turn when you read history. But they live very hardly and feed especially on horseflesh. Now, this kind of stuff I've heard is absolute nonsense, because here's going to be the best example. Let's say these Tartars truly are monsters like this, and they're feasting on their horses. They drink the blood of their horses, which I'm pretty certain it might say somewhere. They say they drink the blood of their horses. And they live in tents, and they're savage people. Yet, we have evidence of the Byzantine and the Ottoman empires, as in the emperors of Constantinople, sending their princesses to go and marry into Tartar prince lineages. If you were the princess of Constantinople, living in a beautiful palace, would you really want to go and eat horseflesh in the woods with your new husband? I don't think so. So this idea that they were just horsemen and they had nothing, this is just to basically cover up the idea that the Russians have destroyed their houses. Like this essentially now just goes into saying that they are, that they eat raw flesh and stuff like that. But it just tries to make them sound like brutes, which unfortunately is the way it goes, because it's written by the victor. And we're just going to briefly look at what Wikipedia has to say about the Crimean Khanate, because obviously that's important to this situation. We've got the another map here as well, showing the area of Little Prekop, or Crim Tartary, as you can see. We're also going to go and have a look at these cities once we've peeked at the Crimean Khanate. So, the self-defined as the throne of Crimea, in old European historiography and geography known as Little Tartary. Deshtik Kipchak is something that comes up quite a bit. If you've watched our video on Tamerlane, go and watch that, but that comes up with Deshtik Kipchak quite a bit. It was a Crimean Tartar state existing from 1441 to 1783. the longest lived of the Turnid Khanates that succeeded the empire of the Golden Horde. Golden Horde, of course, being what you would consider Genghis Khan's Mongol empire that took over the world for a bit. It was established by Achi Jireh in 1441. It was regarded as the direct heir to the Golden Horde and to Deshta Kipchak, which means the Crimean Khanate was the centre for the empire. Very interesting when you consider all the size of the thing, and it was focused there. In 1783, violating the 1774 Treaty of Küçükçayırca, which guaranteed non-interference of both Russia and the Ottoman Empire in the affairs of the Crimean Khanate, the Russian Empire annexed the Khanate. Among the European powers, only France came out with an open protest against this act due to the long-standing Franco-Ottoman alliance. Then in the middle of the 1800s, there was the Crimean War, which was fought from October 1853 to February 1856 between Russia and an ultimately victorious alliance of the Ottoman Empire, France, the United Kingdom, and Sardinia-Piedmont. The war ended with 450,000 losses on the Russian side and 165,000 losses on the Allied forces side, which was a combination of Ottoman, French, British, and Sardinian troops, with Sardinia actually only taking 28 combat deaths and most of their dead being non-combat deaths, and France and the Ottomans taking a very even amount of combat deaths, but then for some reason France lost 75,000 to non-combat deaths, which presumably comes out to things like disease. If someone doesn't die of their wounds, perhaps they get a disease and die after, I don't know. But it's a lot of people to die. Russia apparently deployed 325,000 troops during this. We can go more into this at some point. I'll do a video on the Crimean War, but it's not the main thing. We're talking about the Khanate. But the Crimean Khans, considering their state as the heir and successor of the Golden Horde, called themselves Khans of the Great Horde, the Great State, and the throne of Crimea. An example here, Crimean Tartar, known as Crimean. And you can see that English-speaking writers during the 18th and early 19th centuries often called the territory Little Tartary. The official history, according to mainstream historians, is that Turkic people of the first Turkish Khaganate invaded in the 6th century, and then in the 11th century, Cumans or Kipchaks appeared, who became the rulers, and then about 100 to 200 years later, the Tartars, Mongols, or whatever you want to be known as, the people coming under Genghis Khan's hordes, they took over. What's interesting is the first formally recognized ruler is considered Aran Timur, the nephew of Batu Khan, but we don't have a page for Timur. Anyway, we'll finally come to this book that we're going to look at. Only a brief section that I want to pull us to. We've got the English version, which we are going to try and check. Although, unfortunately, as I click through it, I think it does look like, whilst they do include Barbary, I think they've missed out Tartary. Hopefully it's further on, but no, unfortunately they've missed out the section on Tartary. So if anyone can find us the original of this book, I will have a look myself, but it's called that, that's the name there. Okay, so if we can find the original of this book, because as I said before, this one had mentions of something that happened in 1844, which is impossible for a book written in 1625 unless you're Doctor Who. So yeah, this book, I'm going to zoom out a bit, this book talks a lot about the great shams of Tartary, as you can see from 1162. Doesn't seem to name them after that. I like the guy Alan, he's my favourite. As for the Tartars, they are by some supposed to be the offspring of the 10 tribes whom Salmanasar led away captured, and that especially for two reasons. The first, that the word Tartary, by which name they rather ought to be called than by that of Tartary, signify in the Syriac and Hebrew tongues a remnant. To this we answer that the name of the people is derived from the river Tartar, as some, or from the region called Tartar, where they first dwelt, as most think. So, they're trying to insinuate here, again, this is debunking it, that the Tartari are the descendants of the tribes of Israel, the 13th tribe, the Ashkenazis, all related to that. You want to read a book called The 13th Tribe if you want to see more about that. But it is a notion that could be being obscured purposely. We come down to this section, because we don't need to go over all this before. They talk about them using circumcision and stuff like that. Tartaria is now visually divided into these parts: Precapensum, Asiaticum, Antiquum, Zagathay, and Cathay. Tartaria Precapensis containeth all Taurica Chersonesus and the Asiatican banks of Tanai. The chief cities are Precops, whence the whole nation is called Precapensis; Krim, the ancient seat of the Tartarian rulers, whence named they were the Krim Tartars; Oczakau, the residence of the present princes, so that's Okazau was actually residence of the present Khans; and Kaffa, anciently Theodosia, a town of great traffic, which Muhammad the Great took from the Genasi. The Tartarians were first placed in this country by Bado or Roido, which is Batu Khan, a brave captain which subdued all Moscovia. Muhammad the Great contracted with them a league that the Tartars should aid the Turks on all occasions with 60,000 men, and those to demand no pay. To requite that which the Tartar is to succeed in the Turkish Empire, if at any time the issue made should happen to fail. After this covenant, the Great Turk used to send the new elected Sham a banner as a token of his approbation of their election. So, the Ottoman Empire supported the Shams of Tartary after 1475, when Muhammad the Great, Mehmed II, seemed to take over, but then he became Tsar of Russia. It's very interesting as well, because if you've seen our Tamerlane specials, you'll see how Tamerlane fought to protect Constantinople, supposedly from these same Ottoman forces. He protected the Greeks against these Ottomans, but then 50 years later, the Ottomans succeeded, and then Mehmed the Great carried on and seemingly took Russia as well. So became the Caesar of Russia. Or did he come from Russia? These are the questions that we've got to ask. So, the four main cities that were mentioned in that little document we just saw: Perekop, which is an urban-type settlement located on the Perekop, connecting the Crimean Peninsula to the Ukrainian mainland. It is known for the Orkapi fortress, which served as the gateway to Crimea. This is a super low-quality image. Look at this. This apparently is the entrance to Crimea. Look at the size of this wall. That's insane. Wow. So just ruins today, but you can see the size of this dike. Would have been filled with all kinds of things, and that's all we've got. We've got one picture and that. We have found this picture, which, look at the size of this wall. So that's absolutely incredible. They would have had this going for miles. Absolutely miles. This seems like something that should be on the front cover of every tourist advertisement for Ukraine. They should be reconstructing this thing, because I can't believe they've just let it go to ruin. Look at it. We're going to be trying to tackle quite a difficult part of the Tartaria narrative, which is something that I'm still not sure of myself today, and it's why I have not touched this subject yet on the channel. It's American Tartary, or Tartarian America, and we're going to be looking at the possibility that Tartaria was in fact, at least in some part, in America. When it comes to Tartaria, this is definitely the most difficult place to find information about. If you look on YouTube or other blogs and forums, Stolen History, I think most people will probably focus on the idea of buildings in America being older than they seem. Settlements and cities growing to have huge populations much faster than they should have done. Some people even suggest that things like the railroads were actually dug out instead of built, things like this. We're not going to be touching on any of that stuff. As you know, on this channel, we try to focus on what we can find in the historical data. We don't really try to touch too much on speculation or things that we can't find evidence for. Doesn't mean it didn't happen. Doesn't mean it did happen. It's just not what we do here.
We don't do that here.
We look for things that we can actually find evidence for, and then we talk about that. If you want to speculate on what might have happened as a result, or the consequences, then that's up to you. But we talk about what we can find. And this is something that, like I say, I have avoided for quite a while, because the information out there is just so little, and I didn't want to provide something to you guys that was fantastical without being able to back any of it up. So, for example, on Stolen History, on their main article about Tartaria that was posted a good few years ago now, I think about 2020, one of my first videos was actually on this, but I ended up deleting it because at the time I really didn't have much knowledge on Tartaria, so I ended up deleting it because they do make a lot of mistakes in this, I must be honest. They do sometimes give you some good information, don't get me wrong, and definitely good sources and links. But yeah, anyway, so coming from Stolen History, This was their biggest article about Tartaria, and they made the claim in this map of 1652 that Tartary appears to have control over North America. And I'm not 100% sure on what the basis for that claim actually is. I've brought up the high quality of the map. I think the reason that they're suggesting that it's controlled by Tartary is because it's the same colour, which is kind of ridiculous, because as we see, Europe is one colour, South America is the same colour. So are they trying to suggest that Europe and South America are the same team? I'm not really sure. Africa is obviously one colour as well. So is the African continent a whole country? No. I think the whole reason that they're saying that it's part of Tartary is actually because it's coloured yellow, and so is Tartary. Although if you see the corner of Tartary here, it's green. If that is the reason, that's pretty stupid. I'm gonna be honest, because there's these two are the same colour, and they're definitely not one giant country. Africa isn't one giant country. We do see over here that we have some text written about America. So looking around, a lot of named places, but there's nothing that indicates any cities down there or anything. Over here as well, I'm not going to translate the whole thing, but it basically just talks about Columbus discovering it and then other people doing it afterwards. But notice that the date is actually 100 years incorrect, because Columbus discovered America in 1492. Rather curious, isn't it? That they seem to make that mistake. Got it out by a whole 100 years. Going back to stolen history, don't worry, by the way, I will be showing you some decent evidence that could suggest that these things are different. Just going through this first. And then the other thing that they mention on American Tartary is, they do say the jury is still out on this, but there are some indicators that Tartary was present in the North American continent as well. There obviously are no official historical accounts, but some bits and pieces of info suggest just that. It goes against what they said before about that map seemingly showing the whole of North America being under Tartarian control, because it's just kind of ridiculous. But we're going to talk about the reality of it, because that's a bit of a nutcase claim, but we're going to talk about the reality. So the main things that they go off is this person that you may or may not have heard of called King Tartarax. And then there's also this map here, and it provides this source here from this book for the text. I wanted to see the map, because the map and the text are separate. He's just stuck the text over and he hasn't provided a source of the map. So what we'll do is we'll have a look at that text itself. And this book is by Josiah Priest from 1834. It's called American Antiquities and Discoveries in the West, so you can check that out for yourself. And they've got a whole chapter here, The Voyages and Shipping of the Mongol Tartars and Settlements on the Western Coast of America. But what we're actually going to do is we're going to come back to this book shortly, because there's something else that connects with it that I want to bring up first, because this goes into detail on that. So first we're going to have a look at a map. And whilst it's not quite the same, we can see with this one that we're trying to find that's got pink on this side, the green here and the yellow down here, and Hispania Nova. It's a similar thing. Hispania Nova here, you can see this area here. So maybe it's trying to suggest that this area is its own region. I think they're trying to suggest that this is Tartaria, and then obviously the Spanish come down here and the Europeans have come over from this side. So I think that's what they're trying to suggest, is that this is Tartarian. This map as well has a very similar thing going on about it. Once again, 1492, so they've got it correct on this map. But you can see that they've got this place called Quivera, which is connected to Tartarax, which we're going to talk about shortly. But yeah, it is, again, similar thing. Hispania Nova, this side here where we think the Europeans have come in, and then this, which is what they're suggesting, is the Tartarian sections. So it definitely wasn't control over the whole North American region. I think, if anything, it will have been the West Coast. It is actually important to remember that the main migrations of Native Americans are actually from Asia. The thing is, though, the official history will tell you, looking at this haplogroup map here, that they came over 10,000 years ago, 20,000 years ago, 30,000 years ago. I think the most recent ones they'll say is about 4,000 or 5,000 years ago. But anything after that, they say it didn't happen, which is curious. Why were people able to cross these oceans 5,000 years ago, but they weren't able to do it 1,000 years ago? The original idea behind it is the frozen land bridge theory, that they were able to cross over the Bering Strait and then move south from there. Then you've also got them sailing around these islands up to Kamchatka and then going across that way. But that also can fit in with the land bridge theory because of the lower water levels are 150 meters lower at one point. But then we have this one down here, which is evidently a water crossing. And they admit that 5,000 years ago, people did
cross over to America on boats. So King Tartarax essentially comes from this story to do with our Spanish adventurers that were looking for gold. This man here, Francisco Vasquez de Coronado, and essentially what it was having a look for the 7 cities of Cibola, the 7 cities here. And the 7 cities corresponded to El Dorado, Paititi, City of the Caesars, Lake Parima, Manoa, Antillia, and Quivira. Today it's located around the Arkansas River in central Kansas, that's what they say anyway, and it was not a city of gold, and it was just a community of Wichita people. That's the official thing. So where do the stories come from? Well, from one of the historians, one of the expeditions, it says, in the year 1530, Nuno de Guzman, who was president of New Spain, had in his possession an Indian, one of the natives of the valley of Oaxaca, who was called Tejo by the Spaniards. This Indian said he was the son of a trader who was dead, but that when he was a little boy, his father had gone into the back country with fine feathers to trade for ornaments, and that when he came back, he brought a large amount of gold and silver, of which there is a good deal in that country. He went with him once or twice, and saw some very large villages which he compared to Mexico and its environment. He had seen 7 very large towns which had their streets of silver workers. And there were also reports given by 4 shipwrecked survivors of the failed Narvaez expedition, which included this fellow here, another Spanish explorer, as well as a Moorish slave named Esteban Dorantes. And when they returned to New Spain, the adventurers said that they'd heard stories from the natives about cities with great and limitless riches. So when we talk about the lost cities of gold, this is definitely connected. And of course, the official history is that when Coronado and his other adventurers arrived at Cibola in 1540, they couldn't find any gold, and it turned out all the stories had been made up. See, from this map here of the Coronado expedition, we can see where he supposedly went and where he found out that it was all nonsense. The forum also provides a load of other pictures that show Quivira and its different locations that we're just going to have a quick peek at. This one here showing it on this corner. Here again, it reminds us that 1492 Christopher Columbus discovered America. Some of these are pretty bad quality, but again, it's over on this left-hand side. You can see they did believe it to be somewhere called the Anian Strait, so that's what they called the Bering Strait before, and they believed it was a lot more south than it actually is. But interestingly, which kind of goes against this this whole notion, if you read this here, it says the indigenous of this region, after the manner of the Tartars, live in tents, having no cities. One more showing Quivira on the left, 1492 again, so it is quite interesting that that one thought it was 1592. I should probably let it go, but another one here, and again, this one says a similar thing in the corner. Here the people in groups through the plains, in company in that way, in tents, after the manner of the Tartars, and they lead a rustic life. So, pretty poor English there, but basically the people here, they live in groups, and just like the Tartars, they live in tents and lead a nomadic lifestyle, is what they're trying to suggest. And this one again, this one making it appear much more like Alaska or something, in my opinion. Looking, you know, circle of Antarctica up here, looking way further north, because people hypothesized that it was down near California, possibly. And then, of course, looking inland, but Quivira definitely looking like it's on the coast. So that journey that they took, the expedition inland, no wonder they didn't find it, because I would say this looks more like Northwest America, getting much further up towards Alaska, which would make sense because of the migratory route that they would have taken over the Bering Strait. And another final picture. So yeah, you can see up here, we've got China, Cathay, the Mongol areas, missing quite a bit of Siberia, and that's because they just couldn't get up there. Don't forget, the Russians didn't make it to the edge of Kamchatka till about 1690. It was only after 1690 that you're ever going to see a map showing Kamchatka properly. By the official history, anyway. Up to you if you want to believe that. We can see this text talking about Quivira, saying the many different lost cities like Atlantis, lost continent of Mu, Kublai Khan, Xanadu, and it's basically saying the 7 cities of Cibola and Quivira, they fall into the same category. It says it's a city born in the mind of Coronado's conquistadors through their greed for gold. The kingdoms of Quivira and Anian are located on maps of Western America, but they had no more existence in reality than Thor's Valhalla or the abode of the Olympian gods. That is the official line for Quivira, that these guys didn't exist. And before we move off of King Tartarax into the actual Mongol Tartar movements into America, we do have some decent stuff to look at, by the way, so make sure you do stick around. we're just going to have a look at this book, this Garden of the Gods, because I did find a mention of King Tartarax in here, which was quite cool. And it's just down here, Amateur Rodeo, 1910s, and it says, the 1910s brought an economic slump to the Colorado Springs. To offset this slump, some residents sought to draw tourist trade by staging a historical pageant about Indians and the 16th century activities of the conquistadors in New Mexico and of old King Tartarax of Quivira. So, King Tartarax of Quivira, obviously people point to the fact that Tartar Rax is like Tartar Rex, aka King of the Tartars. Tartar itself obviously sounds like Tartars. So that would be, King Tartar King. Obviously trying to suggest that it's a mistranslation and it's essentially just the Latin for King Tartar of Quivira. And the final King Tartarax is just an article from 1889. It talks all about Coronado going to find Cibola with his team, trying to go to the legendary city of gold. And we can see mentions of King Tartarax, that this realm of Quivira was ruled by the mighty monarch Tartarax, who lived in magnificent splendor, that gold was so common among these people as to be of little value, that they made utensils and farming implements, and that the monarch Tartarax and his subjects lived in splendor. Their warriors wore helmets and bore shields of gold. So yeah, this is apparently all in their heads. Somebody made this up and then they went looking for it, and it does mention Tartarax quite a bit. Just talking about the story, this is stuff that you can come and read for yourself if you want, because we don't need to go into it. It will just be talking about how they never found him. It is interesting that Tartarax was clearly a bigger part of the mythology in the 1800s, because most people wouldn't hear about it now. And they're just talking about holding an event to basically stage the whole thing. King Tartarax, the Spanish, etc., etc. And it's what we saw in that last book that they were talking about, but a bit better than a rodeo. So just like the event in the 1910s that we saw in that book, The Garden of the Gods, they're talking about holding a similar event, and this guy's suggesting who they should have and play who characters and stuff. So it was, like I say, if they're doing it in the 1910s and there's something in the 1890s, it was clearly part of the local mythology up until that point, which would be quite sad if it's been erased from the local memory. That's just, I think that's our last mention of Tartarax, or there was one more book actually. The last one just brings up Tartarax again in the secret cities of South America, and it's talking about... It is also added as a memory of a great cataclysm that when Quetzalcoatl vanished, the sun and moon were covered in darkness and only a single star remained in the sky. Humboldt, in his Examen, says that the Franciscan monk Mark de Niza crossed the 37th parallel, a line linking California with Virginia, seeking a bearded King Tartarax who adored a golden cross and the image of a woman called the Lady of Heaven, which usually would suggest Mary. So this next book that we're going to come to is The Great Events in the History of North and South America from the Alleged Discovery of the Continent by the Northmen in the 10th Century to the present time. Now, of course, that's referring to Leif Erikson and the Northmen, the Viking-type people, who came over in the 10th century rather than Christopher Columbus, and that is in 1851. So it is quite interesting that people were quite aware of Leif Erikson, yet we still have Columbus Day. Why not Erikson Day? Why we came to this book is just for one little mention down here. The book obviously is talking about the ways in which America could have been populated, and it says, Dr. Swinton, author of many parts of the universal history, after stating the different opinions of various authors who have advocated in favor of the dispersed people, the Phoenicians and other eastern nations, observes that therefore the Americans in general were descended from a people who inhabited a country not so far distant from them as Egypt and Phoenicia. One will, as we apprehended, readily admit. Now, no country can be pitched upon so proper and convenient for this purpose as the northeastern part of Asia, particularly Great Tartary, Siberia, and more especially the peninsula of Kamchatka. That probably was the tract through which many Tartarian colonies passed into America and peopled the most considerable part of the New World. So, of course, he's saying that right here, the Tartarian colonies, very interesting, Tartarian colonies passed into America. So 1851, they're trying to suggest that. And, of course, it was actually a widely accepted thing that the Indians were Tartars, which isn't as much of a generalized statement as you might think, because we actually classify humans into three types, essentially white, black, and brown. And the Mongoloid, is that race classification. Anybody from Asia is essentially classified as that.
So the North Americans do fall under that category and that classification. Our next source is from the historical collections of the Indians in New England, and it's provided, I think, for the king at the time, Charles II, around the 1600s. We will see. So it'll be from Charles's collection. And this interesting bit down here. Secondly, another apprehension is that the original of these Americans is from the Tartars or Scythians that live in the northeast parts of Asia, which some good geographers conceive is nearly joined unto the northwest parts of America, and possibly a one continent, or at least separated by some narrow gulf. And they were correct, of course, with the Bering Strait. And the Bering Strait is so small. It's smaller than some crossings of the English Channel, some sections, and you can stop. You've got a pair of islands right in the middle that you can stop on and then make the next leap of the journey. You could do it in a canoe very easily. But it goes on to just talk about how they are very like the Scythian people in colour, shape and manners. But it does actually say about sheep, horses and camels and other tame beasts that are not found in America among the Indians. So that literally is the question they pose there. They say, if this people be sprung from the Tartarian or Scythian people, as this nation asserts, so these people do seem to assert, I think the Indians themselves must have asserted it, then it is to me a question why they did not attend the known practice of that people, who, in all of their removes and plantations, take with them their kine, sheep, horses, and camels, and the like tame beasts. And of these sorts and kinds of beasts used by the Tartars, none were found in America among the Indians. This is it's a different version of the same document we saw earlier that just essentially says the same thing. Probably was the tract with which many of the Tartarian colonies passed into America, aka, through Kamchatka from Great Tartary, Siberia. This is not to be denied. It's the most rational way of getting inhabitants into America, if it must be allowed that it was peopled from the Old World. So they're saying if the America was peopled from our world, because America's the New World, the Old World, then they must have come through there because it's the shortest distance, and that just makes sense. Another one going from about 1820, so yeah, it's the American Indian Origin Theories as of 1820 by Samuel Mitchell. We'll see the paper covers new ground in showing that Professor Samuel Mitchell, formerly of Columbia College, had concluded that two main groups of people once dominated the Americas, the Tartars of Northern Asia and the Australasians of the Polynesian Islands. Furthermore, they fought one another for many years, culminating in great battles of extermination in what later became upstate New York. This New York theory has much in common with the Book of Mormon. The book then carries on to talk about a rumor of a Portuguese Jew that went around, and of Antonio Montesinos, who claimed that he had been led of God to discover a holy people, a tribe of ancient Jews, in the mountains of Nueva Granada in 1641, basing his claim on similarities of sacramental rites, customs and languages between this group and those of ancient Jews. Many people of the day turned to the respected Rabbi Manasseh to confirm or reject him. Sensing this opportunity to advance the cause of his people, Manasseh ben Israel published in 1650 his famous Hope of Israel, in which he strongly argued in favor of the lost tribes in America, claiming that they had mingled with Tartaric or Asian tribes in ancient Scythia before coming to America. Presenting remarkably little hard or new evidence, he nevertheless capitalized upon the renewed controversy to show that God's ancient people, the Jews, had indeed been scattered and dispersed to the four quarters of the earth. Another man known as Antonio de la Calancha, writing in the early 17th century, also posited that the Indians had descended from the Tartars of Eastern Asia. Likewise, the great English observer Edward Brerewood advanced the Acostan tradition, arguing for a Tartarian origination via Alaska, since most Indians frequented the west coasts of the Americas. Other men during the same period, such as David Zeisberger, John Heckelwelder, Caspar Wistar, Pierre de Ponco, and Benjamin Smith Barton, all argued for the Tartaric origin of the Indians, for the Bering Strait theory, and for a common original language. In 1795, Professor Samuel Mitchell of Columbia College returned to his lifelong interest in the origins of the Indians, and he began to formulate his threefold interpretation of American Indian origins and history. Number one, that the three races of Malays, Tartars, and Scandinavians contributed to make up the American population. That the Tartars eventually overwhelmed and destroyed the other two races over a fairly long period of time. And finally, that the final battles of extermination were fought in upstate western New York, not too far from the south of Lake Ontario. Mitchell began teaching college classes in 1816, saying that both North and South America had been formerly populated fundamentally by two great races, not only the Hyperborean or inhabitants of the north, but also the Australasian or inhabitants of the south, the former Tartars, and the latter Malays and Polynesians. So it's interesting to note that he is equating the northern people, the Tartars, with the Hyperboreans. His reason for claiming the North American Indians' ancestors were the Tartars were based on four factors: the similarity of their physical features, the affinity of their languages, the corresponding customs, and the kindred nature of American Indian dogs to those found in Siberia. Mitchell claims that all was going well with the Polynesian derivative of peoples until their confrontation with the encroaching Tartars. Colliding with both the Europeans and the more delicate race of Australasians, the Tartars overwhelmed and destroyed both peoples in a long series of terrible conflicts centered primarily in upstate New York. As China, Hindustan, Palestine, Greece, Italy, and the shores of Africa have been conquered by the swarms which preceded numberless times, so have Canada, the regions bordering on the Missouri, the lakes, the Mississippi, the Ohio, and the countries where New Spain and its intendancies now are, quite to Mexico, been subdued by hordes of savage adventurers from beyond the Arctic Circle. He went on to ask, what has become of these Australasians? And answered, they have probably been overcome by the more warlike and ferocious hordes that entered our hemisphere from the northeast of Asia. These Tartars of the higher latitudes have issued from the great hive of nations and desolated, in the course of their migrations, the southern tribes of America, as they have done to those of Asia and Europe. The greater part of the present American natives are the Tartar stock, the descendants of the hardy warriors who destroyed the weaker Malays that preceded them. Mitchell's work was accepted by Isaiah Priest, whose work we've actually seen in this video, The American Antiquities and Discoveries in the West, which was published in Albany, New York in 1833. Although providing for the inclusion of vestiges of the lost tribes in parts of ancient America via an ancient land bridge with Africa, Priest believes the Tartars, in Hun-like fashion, completely destroyed the more southerly people, who left behind some 3,000 burial mounds and fortifications in present-day Ohio, Indiana, and Illinois. The skeletons found in our mounds never belonged to a people like our Indians, he asserted. Their foreheads were low, cheekbones rather high. We think we ascertain the inhabitants to have been white, like the Europeans. Calling the more civilized people the Aries, he believed they were so exterminated by the Tartars or Scythians that but one member of the nation, a warrior, remained. That's quite interesting that they believe them to be white. The Welsh supposedly migrated as well to the New World in about 560 AD, supposedly, under Prince Madoc. So that would be quite interesting. And they moved to the Ohio regions, and there's lots of evidence of the Welsh there. So that is quite curious. Maybe the Tartars were the ones that killed the Welsh in America. King Arthur himself was said to have sailed to the New World, where he was then killed by an Indian, by a native. And if that's a Tartar, that's a bit of a spin on the story. But we won't go into that today. So the next mention of American Tartary is actually rather curious. It's talking about America. It's a British letter. It's a letter going back to Britain. It's talking about the colonies. And they're talking about the cause of resistance. And it says the other cause of resistance is the prodigious expansion of the back settlements. Many of the people in the back settlements are already little attached to particular situations. They've already topped the Appalachian Mountains. From thence they behold before them an immense plain. One vast, rich, level meadow, a square of 500 miles. Over this they would wander, without a possibility of restraint. And surely, sir, it is impossible for us to restrain them. Undoubtedly, they will wander wherever they choose to do. They would soon change their manners with the habits of their life. They would soon forget a government by which they were disowned. They would become hordes of English Tartars, and pouring down upon your unfortified frontiers a fierce and irresistible cavalry, become masters of your governors and councillors, your collectors and controllers, and of all the slaves that adhered to them. So it's suggesting that the people that weren't living inside the colonies, the ones that had started moving west, they would become like the Tartars, and that they would destroy the colonies. And the response we get back is obviously, thanks sir, thank you for these kind prophetic declarations. And down here it says, for indeed whether the colony was placed in Asiatic or in American Tartary, the folly and absurdity of pretending to govern such a colony, and to make it subservient to the purposes of British commerce, would be just the same. Nature opposes it, as you justly observe, and nature will be obeyed. So they're saying, look, whether we put a colony in Asiatic or in American Tartary, it'll be the same. It would be absurd because nature is against it. They're too far away and they'll destroy us. So it's very curious that they're calling American Tartary. That's the bit, is why are they calling it American Tartary? This is one of the only, if not the only mention properly of American Tartary that we can actually find. There's only a couple. If you'd like to find that book, by the way, there's actually a better version that you have to borrow, unfortunately, but you can borrow it for an hour. But you can find it on Internet Archive. Josiah Tucker, a selection from his economic and political writings, and you can find that section right there. That's up there. So if you want to find that for yourself, you can do. You can also come to this called The Ancient Chinese Account of the Grand Canyon or the Course of the Colorado. It's a 44-page book, so we will definitely not be reading it. But essentially, it goes into how the ancient Mexicans likened North America to a tree, a stupendous mulberry tree planted in the land known to us today as South America. The Chinese geographers or mythologists teach at a distance of 10,000 miles to the east, there is a land over 3,000 miles in width. Now, the land referred to as must be North America, and we know that North America reaches 3,000 miles in width from the Pacific to the Atlantic. And the Chinese accounts further call our eastern realm a Fusang, or mulberry. A mulberry land is there, say the Chinese. The mulberry land is here, say the Mexicans. Like the Mexicans, the Chinese sages declare that there is an enormous tree, the Fu, or helpful Sang tree, in the eastern mulberry land, 3,000 miles wide. As just remarked, the Chinese call their enormous tree a Sang, and the Mexicans call their tree a Beb, both terms standing for the mulberry. Observe in Figure 2, which is over here. At Tehantepec, a little west of Yucatan, our continent narrows down to a width of 100 miles. The Mexicans say that North America is a tree and that it has correspondingly an enormous trunk, which at Tehantepec measures 100 miles. Now, the Chinese writers declare that the enormous mulberry in the region east of the Flowery Kingdom has a trunk of 300 li, or 100 miles. A mulberry tree with a trunk of 300 li is there, say the Chinese. A mulberry tree with a trunk of 300 li is here, say the Mexicans. So you can already see the connections between the Fusang and the Chinese, and if you want to read this book for yourself, you can do. We might go into this for a video for itself because it is very interesting, but I just wanted to bring this up, this connection here. The Chinese clearly knew about America. And once again, if you'd like to read this, here it is. You can find it on archive.org. Very easy. It was published in 1913. Ancient Chinese Account of the Grand Canyon. So if you want to read that, go ahead and do so. Now, talking of Josiah Priest that we did before, we can see his what he says down here. As it respects some of the ancient nations who may have found their way hither, as into America, we perceive a strong probability that not only Asiatic nations, very soon after the flood, of course the biblical flood is what they believe in, but also all along the different eras of time, different races of men, Polynesians, Malays, Australasians, Phoenicians, Egyptians, Greeks, Romans, Israelites, Tartars, Scandinavians, Danes, Norwegians, Welsh, and Scottish have colonized different parts of the continent. And Josiah Priest also believed that before the flood, America was actually the country of Noah. It was where the ark was erected, and it was possibly where giants were in the biblical references. This book, another source on, so it's just talking about Tartaria. In early 1541, Coronado set out to find it, told of new and even more dazzling stories of Quivira. To the northeast, there was a river 7 miles wide. Within its depths were huge fish as large as horses. Tartarex, the ruler, slept in a garden of roses under a tree with thousands of golden bells, and even the pots and pans were made of gold. So it's stuff. I think they're just trying to make it sound ridiculous, to be honest. But that's that. Again, if you want to find that, you can do. So this guy was traversing America, and when he got to this bit, so we'll read from here. This forest ends just before you reach the Wabash, and from thence to the Mississippi, a distance of 80 miles, all is prairie or meadow. Here commences the American Tartary, bearing in all respects a strong resemblance to the Asiatic. He describes it, and below says, in all these features we recognize a likeness to the ancient Tartary, which would be entire and complete, could we see its natives metamorphosed into horsemen. Obviously, because the Indians were supposedly not the same level of horsemen as ancient Tartary. The reason that this is conflicting is because there are different documents printed of this same text. And in some of the texts, this word here, this one, has been replaced with an. So it says, here commences an American Tartary. So this is where the confusion will come in. Because they'll say, oh no, he was saying it's an American Tartary, because it looks like Tartary. To him, he got there and he's like, wow, this to me just looks like Tartary. However, some texts will say the American Tartary, which, again, is it referring to the American Tartary, or is it the American Tartary that guy referred to? And that's all up for debate. So it's up to you to decide. I've not been able to decide for myself. It could be either way. I'm not sure which ones have come first, because obviously all the books are reprints. It's very confusing which one that is. Right, as far as texts go, this is actually the most interesting because it's just so left field. It's got some information that just doesn't really make sense, doesn't jive with what we know as history, and it's just kind of confusing. I'm not sure exactly why it's written this way, and I'll show you. So this is the book. If you want to find it, give it a pause and search for that. Or the easiest way to find it actually would just to be type in Hakata Tartary or something on Google. But if you really struggle, ask me and I'll post a link. So for reference, who Hakata is, by the way, Ogedai Khan. So once again, this book is talking about America. It mentions how all the areas of Tartary are on the same latitudes as America and it'd be easy to cross over. And of course it says, here too may be added that Asia hath no territory anywhere which may more easily with numerous colonies supply America than this part of Tartary, as well for the vastness of the country, to which no other can compare. As for the increasing of the inhabitants, who do not admire that according to Michaelan Lithauer, there is scarce a city in Tartary that boasted less than 1,000 temples. So wow, according to this Michaelan bloke, there aren't many cities in Tartary that have less than 1,000 temples. And to see Kanguista, which is Genghis Khan, first king of Tartary, Genghis, first king of Tartary, about the year 1200, in arms, and his successor Hakata, following his father's bloody footsteps, whilst he prepared his sons with 3 vast armies. The eldest son, Jatshi, marched westward with 30,000 horse. Batu, drew with as great an army towards the north, and Toglade, being the youngest, fell into the Moors country above Egypt. Now this is where it gets really weird. Hakata himself marched victoriously into the North America, subdued great parts of the Persian kingdom, and beat the Turks, led by the general Goniata with a great army. In 1241. It's saying that Hakata marched into North America. I've been able to find no other references whatsoever for this, but it's saying he marched into North America. He's saying he subdued the greatest parts of the Persian kingdom and beat the Turks. I don't think it's necessarily saying that those took place in North America, even though it could seem that way. You know, just by the process of the chronological layout, you'd think that he's gone into North America, then he's subdued the Persian kingdom, and then he's beat the Turks. I don't think it's saying that. I think it's saying that he did those 3 things separately. However, what a very strange thing to say that he went into North America. It carries on as Jacob Placensis and Benedictus Sarmats, 2 monks sent by the Pope Innocent to Hakata witness. The great number of the Tartars or Scythians may appear by the several people spread far and near over Tartary. It mentions a load of them that I'm not going to bother listing, but it mentions a lot of the tribes like the Hyperborean, the Khmeri, the Georgi, the Sakuris, and it says what number would the inhabitants make up, that live in America. And again, it mentions some places like Virginia, Florida, New Spain, Guatemala, and it's saying what many of these would live there. It would be worth our time to compare the likeness between the Scythians and the Northern Americans. And yeah, it just goes on to talk about how they are very similar. But the most interesting thing, of course, being Hakata. Hakata marched into North America around 1241, according to this document. Once again, for reference, I came to this book just to make sure that, it talks about Hakata here. So it talks about Changus, and then chosen by his subjects, he caused Hakata, his eldest son, to be crowned king. So there's Hakata, and down here we can see Hakata, i.e. Ogedai or Oktai. So we know who that is. Now, onto this book, which has some interesting information up here. We can see, in 1380, one of the naval squadrons of the great Tartar conqueror Kublai Khan, which sailed to invade Japan, was wrecked on the western coast of South America. The shipwrecked mariners thereupon, through some unspecified turn of the wheel of fortune, founded the Empire of Peru. And we'll return to this document, which is the one we talked about before, the Uzziah priest one with the Mongols and their appearing, because this one is, it mentions a little bit more in detail about that landing on Peru, just a little bit, and Uzziah priest is the one that we heard about, who based all his work on Mitchell, but it does have this information. So it says, a cross made of fine marble, beautifully polished, about 3 feet high and 3 fingers in width and thickness, was found in an Indian temple. This, it appears, was kept as sacred in a palace of one of the Incas and was held in great veneration by the natives of South America. When the Spaniards conquered that country, they enriched this cross with gold jewels and placed it in the Cathedral of Cusco. But how came this emblem of Christianity in America? There were in the service of the Mongols in the 13th century many Nestorians, a sect of Christians, which we've heard about before. In the kingdom of Prester John was supposedly a Nestorian kingdom founded in the northeast, and Genghis Khan had a war with Uncham, who controlled it, and obviously won, and then in some stories even married his daughter. The conqueror of the king of Eastern Bengal was a Christian, which was in 1272. Under this king, a part of an expedition was sent to conquer the islands of Japan. In large Chinese vessels, and supposed to have been commanded by these Christian Nestorians as officers, being more trustworthy and more expert in warlike maneuvers than the Mongol natives. This expedition by some means found their way from the Japan Islands, which are west from North America, to the coast of America in the same latitude, and landed at a place called in the Mexican language Culcan, opposite New California. And obviously Culcan, you can see where that might come from. And then it says in 1273, Kublai, as in Kublai Khan, a Mongol emperor, it appears, became master of all China. At that time they were in the possession of the knowledge of shipbuilding, so that vessels of enormous size were constructed by them. They were solidly and conveniently made as to carry elephants on the decks. The Peruvians had a tradition that many ages before their conquest by the Spaniards, there landed on their coast at St. Helens Point vessels manned with giants, having no beard, and were taller from their knees downward than a man's head, and they had long hair, which hung loose upon their shoulders, and that their eyes were wide apart and very big in other parts of their bodies. This description is supposed to be a description of the elephants and the riders blended into one animal, as they did in later years when the Spaniards rode on horses. They took them at first to be one animal. There remains not a doubt that the Mongol Tartars found their way from China to the west of America in shipping. The voyage is not so great as to render it impossible, as that a French vessel in the year 1721 sailed from China and arrived at a place called Val de Nandras on the coast in 50 days. The Phoenician letters were known among the Mongol nations. If therefore they found their way to South America, we at once account for the Phoenician characters found in caverns and cut into rocks of that country. A description of what is supposed a Chinese Mongol town to the west, called by themselves when first visited by the Spaniards Talameco, is exceedingly curious, and situated on the bank of a river running into the Pacific from the territory now called Oregon, only 4 degrees south of Lake Erie, and in longitude 87, or exactly west of Ohio in latitude. It was well built and contained 500 houses, some of which are large and show well at distance. So we'll leave that document there because there's so much to go through, and we'll probably cover it in another video if we remember to. But that is just collating all the evidence that, you know, it seems like Mongols and the Chinese definitely went into southern America and into Mexico and North America. That's definitely what it's looking like. This next document that I want to have a look at actually comes from a Pulp Fiction magazine, released in 1947, I believe. Yeah, 1947. So just once again, this is a Pulp Fiction magazine. It's still very interesting, but it's Pulp Fiction. Because this kind of text out of context, you could really use it for your own advantage. You could really help paint a false narrative with it. But it is Pulp Fiction. But the reason it's interesting is because what it says. In this person's story, which was printed in the magazine in 1947, they start talking about entering a room, and the character has entered this room, large room with a window overlooking the sea, and he sees a map on one of the walls, but such a map that they'd never seen. So it's a very large map, and it was a map of the world, but a world which was a combination of the ancient and the modern. And it says Macedonia and Greece rubbed elbows, one as large as the other. The United States was called American Tartary. Russia was the land of the Khan of Greater Russia. Siberia of Lesser Russia. Germany was called Teutonia. China bore its ancient name Cathay, and Japan was part of it. So I found that very curious that a fiction writer has come up with this. So they must have had some kind of information, unless they just it was pure chance. But I just found that really curious that they've put that in. So 1947. Can you imagine that map? American Tartary, Russia with the land of the Khan of Greater Russia, and Lesser Russia with Siberia. So the Khan of Siberia, which that was a real thing, the Khanate of Siber. It fell in about 1584. So just to show you what I was talking about before when we looked at the document that said about, here commences the American Tartary, bearing in all respects a strong resemblance to the Asiatic, if you remember that. Well,
To show you what I meant, we come to this document, which was released at a similar time. This one is 1807, and this one in fact says it's essentially the same thing. From the Wabash to the Mississippi, a space of 80 miles, there are nothing but savannas, and in reality here commences an American Tartary. An American Tartary. So you can see how if it's an instead of the American Tartary, then that can really change the context of what you're trying to say. So that's important that we remember that, because that simple word change can mean a big difference in what they're trying to suggest. Back to Uzziah Priest's book, and we can see this interesting thing here. It says, "From all we can make out by observing the growth of timber with that which is decayed, as found on the deserted works of the West, we are inclined to believe that about the same period of time when Europe was overrun by the northern hordes, that the region now called the United States, where the ancient inhabitants had fixed their abode, was also overrun by northern hordes from towards Bering Strait, who had in ages before got across from Asia, the Tartars or Scythians, and had multiplied, and as they multiplied, progressed farther and farther southerly, till they discovered an inhabited country, populous and rich, upon whom they fell with all the fury of Attila and the Huns." So we can only assume that that's suggesting when the northern hordes, as in the golden hordes, were falling upon Europe around the 12 to 1300s, that the hordes that were placed in the Alaskan regions that had crossed into the northern parts of Canada and moved south, they actually started moving south now, and they fell upon the inhabitants of America. That's actually seems to be suggesting this is a recent thing. This is why it's debatable. Europe has been overrun a couple times by hordes, so you could suggest that it's actually talking about the hordes of Attila the Hun, as it mentioned here, in which case that would put it at about 400, 500 AD. However, it could be talking about the Mongol hordes, which did overrun parts of Europe, although it didn't overrun all of Europe, so possibly that's it. As the Tartars have overrun China, so the Aztecs subdued Mexico. As the Huns and Alans desolated Italy, so the Chippewas and the Iroquois prostrated the populous settlements on both banks of the Ohio. The surviving race in these terrible conflicts between the different nations of the ancient native residents of North America is evidently that of the Tartars. This article coming from the New York Weekly Museum from 1817, we can see up here, it says, "Domestic manufactures, the pieces of goods prepared by the American Tartars and presented to Dr. Mitchell by Captain Richard Whitley, late of the US Army, are full of instruction." So American Tartars, quite interesting. It goes on to talk about Tartars and some other references to them. Like over here, it brings up what we talked about before with Dr. Mitchell and his points about the Tartars. So that just shows in 1817, it's in this newspaper, talks about the more cultivated Malays who peopled from southern parts of North America, formed the famous records discovered in New Spain. The ruder Tartars who migrated to the northern regions of the same continent are the authors of the fabrics, not less curious, but in a totally different style, now under consideration. It also talks about how the Indian wigwams, after the manner of the Tartars, are circular and not square. We can see from this book here the journey through Russia and Siberia from 1787 to 1788, but it was republished in 1966. It calls them American Tartars. They have been a long time Tartars, and it will be a long time before they are any other kind of people. The yurt, or hut as we generally call it, or as the American Tartars call it, the wigwam, is in this country a substitute for a tent. So a yurt, of course, was the tent specifically used by the Mongols. In fact, the city of Tenduk, we saw Tenduk on a map before, that's actually named after the Tenduk that's found in the center of a yurt, the skylight essentially in the middle where you can pray through, because you'd pray to your god Tengri there, and that's called a Tenduk. I have a video about that if you want to learn more. The Asiatic, like the American Tartars, never change their dress. They are all the same on all occasions, in the field, in the house, on a visit, at the most dirty work, on a holy day. It is all the same, and they have never but one dress. It is very remarkable that both the Asiatic and American Tartars have the same caste or superstitious notions of women during their menstrual illness that Laban had in omitting to search for his silver gods when hid under Rachel, who feigned the minstrels. Very curious indeed. If we come to this book here, and once again, if you guys want to see any of the books, the reason I show you is so you can pause the video and then type this in and you'll go and find it. We can see at the bottom here, it says, if the tradition that men clothed in silk were seen at Quivira be well founded, Hindus or Chinese or Japanese have mixed with the American Tartars. The Mexican and Peruvian kings, their almanacs and palanquins have come from Asia, as certainly as the Japanese in a later age have peopled the Kuril Islands, and the Moguls of a very remote age, Kamchatka. A different document here that we're looking at, Voyages of the Self, Pairs, Parallels and Patterns in American Art and Literature. Once again, Henry Nash Smith long ago reminded us that a writer in the portfolio, I like that, portfolio, in 1817 referred to the Northern Plains Indians as the American Tartars, whilst Timothy Flint spoke of the Southwest Indians as ruthless red Tartars of the desert. This book coming from 1851, The Bible and Civil Government in Course of Lectures, we can see it says here, the illustrious Burke, the unrivaled prophet of politics, as he is sometimes called, described many years ago a crowd of American Tartars armed with the pike and the saber, pouring from the west over the Alleghanies, and sweeping away the wealth and population of our eastern cities, grown indolent and defenseless by the natural course of popular government, and profligate prosperity. So that's saying some American Tartars came pouring from the west, so obviously referring to Indians as American Tartars, flooding over to the west, and they swept away wealth and population from some of the eastern cities. This one, from 1848, it says, Mr. Thorpe, upon authority of Colonel Donovan, thus alludes to this tribe of American Tartars. The Navajo Indians are a warlike people, have no towns, houses, or lodges. They live in the open air or on horseback, and are remarkably wealthy, having immense herds of horses, cattle, and sheep. They are celebrated for their intelligence and good order. They treat their women with great attention, consider them equals, and relieve them from the drudgery of menial work. They are handsome, well-made, and in every respect a highly civilized people, being as a nation of a higher order of beings than the mass of their neighbors, the Mexicans. And this one from around 1848-ish, it's another Massachusetts Quarterly Review, so again, reviewing books. I think this was reviewing a historical book that was released. So it goes, our people is the most singular people under the heavens. They are ready to run anywhere and to run through everything. This Antony, gyrating about these pampas, now exhibiting a magic lantern to keep himself from starving, with my friend Crosby, at another moment in a retreat like a whirlwind, with whole hordes of South American Tartars after his emaciated skeleton. Next thing slumping into a dirty dungeon, tomorrow strapping it across the dizzy heaven-kissing Cordilleras. I'm going to be honest, that felt like I was just reading the scribblings of a madman, but the fact that it mentions South American Tartars is rather curious, because again, connected to the old Peruvian kingdom. Did the Tartars go over, like we've heard? It's very possible. And finally, absolutely nothing to do with actual American Tartars, but in 1938, I find it quite interesting that there was a synthetic organic chemical company actually called American Tartars Corp. So yeah, I thought that was quite cool, actually called American Tartars Corp. The weird things you come across, eh? But anyway, I think I'll call that the end of the video, because it's been quite a long one. We've gone into almost every American Tartarian document I can find. We did have some that we could delve deeper into, which I think we might have to in separate videos, but I think we tackled that well today, and I'd love to hear your opinions down below. What do you think was going on there? I think, my personal opinion, I think it's likely that the Chinese were moving over to America quite often. I think if ancient people were making those journeys on boats, I think the Chinese were very clearly able to do it. The ancient Chinese, we saw the Fusang, they're talking about it. We know the Tartars had a navy. There's stories about Hakata apparently going to North America. That's possible. Maybe it was the Quivira. Maybe we're talking about Alaska. Maybe they crossed over there. I'm not exactly sure. But I think the evidence does suggest that people in the 1800s, at least, definitely believed that the Indians were connected to the Tartars. A lot of learned people do believe that. DNA-wise, they do descend from the same people, but again, they say thousands of years ago. They say there haven't been any crossings since. I think the most recent crossings would be, circa 5,000 years ago, something like that. But why wouldn't they have been able to do it since that? It doesn't really make sense. So whether Kublai Khan's men did land in Peru and form the Peruvian Empire? Maybe. Are the Aztecs connected? Maybe. Was there a West Coast kingdom of Tartars? And then, of course, we heard about the Tartars that were fighting against the Malays and apparently wiped them out in America and then just became the dominant force. So, what do you guys think to that? I really want to know your opinions down in the comments below, because I put a lot of time into this research, so I'd really like to hear everyone's opinion on it. It's by no means finished, so if you've got any information that you want to share, great, get it to me, and I'll put it in a video if it's any good. In the mid-1900s, deep within the archives of the American Central Intelligence Agency, known worldwide as the CIA, lay hidden a classified document which mentions a country whose name has become but a myth. The mere mention of Tartaria invites a kaleidoscope of perspectives.
Some theorists suggest a civilization harnessing free energy, a secret guarded by the hands of power, a realm where ancient Tartarians harness boundless energy concealed from the world for generations. Yet skepticism still echoes. Free energy from a lost civilization, a fantastical conspiracy, or a concealed truth? For some, Tartaria remains elusive, a phantom civilization absent from historical records. But what if Tartaria transcends myth? Some propose it as the medieval name for the Mongol Empire, a reinterpretation that adds a new layer to our understanding of a bygone era, challenging the annals of history and accepted academia. However, one thing can be certain. Tartaria was clearly mentioned in this CIA document. This document, titled National Cultural Development Under Communism, was first published in June of 1957 and was immediately classified. It was approved for release on the 24th of August, 1999. It starts with a proclamation issued on the 7th of December 1917 by the Bolsheviks. It reads, "Muslims of Russia, Tatars of the Volga and the Crimea, Kyrgyz and Sarts of Siberia and Turkestan, Turks and Tatars of Transcaucasia, Chechens and mountain peoples of the Caucasus, and all you whose mosques and prayer houses have been destroyed, whose beliefs and customs have been trampled upon by the Tsars and the oppressors of Russia. Henceforth, your beliefs and customs, your national and cultural institutions are forever free and inviolate. Organize your national life in complete freedom. This is your right." The Bolsheviks had realized that if their revolution was to be a complete success, and if they were to be able to consolidate their newly won power, the support of Russia's minority peoples, including the Muslims, was essential. As well as this, Lenin and Stalin promised equality and sovereignty of all nations of Russia, the right of nations to free self-determination, including the right to secede and form independent states, abolition of all national and national religious privileges and restrictions whatsoever, and freedom of development for the national minorities and ethnographic groups inhabiting the territory of Russia. Unfortunately, for the many peoples of Russia, they had no idea just how little the Bolshevik promises actually meant. This document further alludes to the many ways in which the communists then suppressed the Muslims and other minorities and minority religious groups within Russia. The history of the communists during the 40 years they have been in power in the Soviet Union shows that self-determination has not been the only subject on which they've betrayed both their promises and their alleged doctrine. In the Muslim regions of Russia, Islam was the hearthstone around which the life of its devotees revolved, or rather, did revolve, until the communists violated their promises and made it impossible for Muslims to perform their religious duties. As we've seen, the November 1917 proclamation promised Muslims that they would be free to continue in practice of their faith. A decree on the separation of church from state issued on the 5th of February 1918 declared in Article 3 that every citizen may profess any religion or none. In Article 5 that free practice of religious rights is guaranteed, and in Article 9 that citizens may teach and study religion privately. Once the communists had consolidated their power, they began to reveal their true nature, to violate their earlier promises, and to take repressive acts. Lands belonging to mosques were confiscated by a decree in 1918. Muslim religious brotherhoods were outlawed during the period 1921 to 1922, and a campaign was launched to ridicule Islam and to undermine the influence of the spiritual leaders of the Muslim people. In 1929, measures were enacted that made the active religious life of Islamic worshippers virtually impossible. Islamic leadership was eliminated by the arrest and deportation, if not liquidation, of almost all persons enjoying any religious status. Nearly all village and most city mosques were closed. Religious literature was suppressed through the changing of alphabets, the confiscation of existing religious texts, including the Quran, and the suppression of all publications of a religious nature, and anyone in a responsible position was dismissed if known to be a pious and practicing Muslim. Muslims were to be free to practice their beliefs and customs. That was the Bolshevik promise. In 1917, when the communists came to power, there were 7,000 mosques in European Russia alone, in addition to the unnumbered thousands in Muslim Central Asia, the Caucasus, and Transcaucasia, as well as the Crimea. But in 1942, the communists themselves admitted that there were then only 1,312 mosques in the whole of the Soviet Union. The others had been confiscated and converted into warehouses or stores or otherwise desecrated or allowed to fall into ruin. In Tashkent, for example, where once 300 mosques graced the city before the communists came to power, there were only 20 left. Samarkand, which formerly had over 100 and was the seat of Tamerlane's Tartarian Empire, had only 17 left, of which only one was permitted to be used. Bukhara, an independent Tartarian city which once boasted of 360 mosques, was also reduced to just one. Alma-Ata, a Muslim town for centuries and the capital of the Muslim Republic of Kazakhstan, had not left one single mosque, nor any to be found in large Muslim centers such as Krasnovodsk, Ashgabat, or Stalinabad. The fact was that the communists condemned and therefore prevented the publication of all Muslim literary works except those few which extol the virtues of Russia and the Russians. The document then goes on to mention Tartaria. Or, let us take the matter of history, which along with religion, language and literature constitute the core of a people's cultural heritage. Here again, the communists have interfered in a shameless manner. For example, on the 9th of August 1944, the Central Committee of the Communist Party, sitting in Moscow, issued a directive ordering the party's Tartar Provincial Committee to proceed to a scientific revision of the history of Tartaria, to liquidate serious shortcomings and mistakes of a nationalistic character committed by individual writers and historians in dealing with Tartar history. In other words, Tartar history was to be rewritten, let us be frank, was to be falsified, in order to eliminate references to great Russian aggressions and to hide the facts of the real course of Tartar-Russian relations. And this was no isolated case. In every Muslim area within the USSR, historians, on orders of the Communist Party, have rewritten history to distort the facts so that the Russians appear always in a good light. Needless to say, histories which present the facts truthfully have been withdrawn and destroyed, so that the present and future generations of Muslims are forever denied the chance of learning the true facts of their nation's past. So in this document, the writer, discussing historical events, has expressed concern about the interference of communists, particularly the Communist Party in the USSR, in shaping the narrative of history. The writer cites a specific instance in 1944 when the Communist Party directed a revision of Tartarian history to eliminate references to Russian aggression, suggesting a deliberate falsification of historical facts. The writer contends that this manipulation of history extends beyond Tartaria to all Muslim areas within the USSR, with the intent to portray Russians favorably. Additionally, the writer notes that truthful historical accounts have been withdrawn and destroyed, preventing present and future generations of Muslims and Tartars alike from learning the genuine facts about their nation's past. It is also extremely important to note how vital such a document like this is to be naming Tartaria as a country in the 1950s. The speaker highlights a pattern of interference by the Communist Party and the Russians in shaping the historical narrative, particularly in Muslim and Tartar areas within the USSR. The directive to revise Tartarian history and eliminate references to Russian aggression suggests a deliberate effort to manipulate historical facts. The broader assertion is that this trend extends beyond Tartaria, with historians rewriting history to portray Russians in a positive manner. This document emphasizes the removal and destruction of truthful historical accounts, denying present and future generations the opportunity to learn the genuine facts about our world's history. As we reflect on these concerns, it raises questions about the impact of such historical manipulation on cultural heritage and the understanding of complex relationships between different communities. The deliberate alteration of historical narrative poses challenges to the pursuit of truth and the preservation of diverse cultural identities. This message underscores the importance of critical examination and preservation of authentic historical records to ensure a comprehensive understanding of the past for generations to come. We're going to be quickly going over some Tartaria stuff that's found in this document. So this book that we're going to be having a look at straight in with this is A Most Complete Compendium of Geography. It was released by Lawrence Icard in 1691. This original from the British Library. So this book in itself contains a lot of information that you can find elsewhere. There are other documents that have exactly the same stuff. This is an example of that. From 1715, a new description of the world, delineating Europe, Africa, Asia, and America. And there's many more. So I just searched for one of the words, which is another word for Uzbek or Zagathay. And you can find all these different books that have references to exactly the same geography stuff. So they've all copied from the same sources. They do have slight differences. So an example would be from this one. We'll see that it talks about the 85th degree. And if we come over to this book here, the one that we're going to be reading from, it says the 83rd and 180th degree, whereas the other one was 85th and 182nd. 85th and 182nd. It's between the same latitude, 39th and 72nd. But we're going to be talking about this, so you can check these documents out for yourself, see what you think. But we're going to be going over this first document, just going to be seeing what it's saying, having a look on the map where that would be. So, Tartary is the greatest country in the world, lying on the east of Russia and the north of Persia, India, and China. Situated between the 83rd and the 180th degree of longitude and between the 39th and 72nd degree of latitude, being in length from the borders of Astrakhan to the eastern parts of Cathay, about 4,000 miles, and the breadth from the southern parts of Moranara, which is Zagathay or Uzbek, to the most northern parts of Tartaria Deserta, which is essentially the name for Siberia, which is about 2,000 miles. This contains the ancient provinces of Scythia, Sakhe, Sogdania, and the greatest part of Sarmatia Asiatica, with a little of old Persia. It has remained unconquered under several governments until anno 1162. The Tartars, an obscure people, overran this country and elected a monarchy which still remains, but a good part of it has fallen away. So again, this document was written in 1690. So in 1690, the Tartars still have their monarchy in Tartary, but most of it has fallen away. So that makes sense because in our other videos, we've gone over the Russian or Muscovite conquest of the Tartaria areas. The emperor is called the Great Sham of Tartary, who is also the famous country of China. So it's saying that the Tartars own China in 1691. That would make sense. We know the Tartars retook China in the 1600s, 1644. They officially became the rulers with the Qing dynasty. The Ming dynasty beforehand were having issues. There was a peasants' revolt in Beijing, and at that point, the Mings asked the kings, or the Qings, to come and assist them, and that's when the Qing dynasty moved in. So going back to the document, the emperor is called the Great Sham of Tartary, who has also the famous country of China. Some part of it is under the Russians, the rest under several independent princes. The imperial seat is at Shambalu, as it is supposed. So this is important because Shambalu, we're going to have a look as a lot of references to it being Peking, but it's not Peking, it's a different city. We'll see some references for that just to prove that point. But we've got other videos about this, but the official line is that Shambalu is Beijing or Peking. A quick Google search will show you that Kambalu is Kanbalik or Dardu of Wan, which was the winter capital of the Wan dynasty in now Beijing, the capital of China. You see Kambalu, an alternative form of Kambaluk, comes from Marco Polo's travels, but it's not just Marco Polo, there's other people that talk about it. Marco Polo is the one they like to reference the most, and he apparently visited Khanbalik, which in East Turkish means city of the Khan, which, as we saw, is supposedly Khanbalik in Beijing. We can easily disprove this one. All we have to do is have a look where Beijing is, and we can see Beijing right here is behind the Great Wall of China. So this is where Beijing is, and Beijing was apparently conquered by Kublai Khan, and he supposedly called it Kambaluk, which was its name forever afterwards. However, if we come to this book called The History of Tamerlane the Great, taken out of Alicent, the Emperor's Historian, so this is by his historian himself. This book was printed in 1679, seems to have been translated, original documents, probably around the 1600s. And Timur is from 1336 to 1405. So we can see from this book, just from the table of contents, some of the things that Tamerlane does. He has a war with the Muscovites. has a war against the King of China, but before he can have a war against the King of China, he is stopped by the revolt of a Calix, a great lord of Tartary. So this is before he goes against the King of China. And here it talks on page 35. Calix had been with his army of 100,000 men before the great and proud city of Kambalu, the metropolis of the province of Cathay. The inhabitants had opened their gates and received him with as much joy as if he had been their lawful sovereign. However, Tamerlane, who comes from Zagatay or Chagatai, which is to the west, he comes and he fights Calix and he takes Kambalu. And this book talks more about it, you can see. 14 mentions of Kambalu. And this is before he invades China. So let's have a look at the invasion of China. And as soon as it begins, it says the provinces of Liaotum and of Pekin. Pekin, of course, is Beijing, which the Chinese had taken from the Tartarians, were the causes of that anger and displeasure, which they could not dissemble. So, of course, Pekin had been taken from them in the terms of Kublai Khan had taken it himself, or built it himself as Khan Balik, not Kambalu. These are different places. He'd built Khan Balik, but the Chinese had taken it back with the Ming dynasty, and Tamerlane was trying to re-establish the One dynasty, the Tartars, which the Chinese had taken from the Tartarians, were the causes of that anger and displeasure, which they could not disassemble. They found themselves by this means, and by a prodigious wall of a vast length, built in the passage of the mountains, deprived of the benefit of that prey which they were wont to make in that kingdom by their frequent inroads. So it's talking about the Great Wall of China. Pekin, Beijing in the Great Wall of China. So a simple deduction. How did Tamerlane manage to capture Kambaluk or Kambalu from Calix to then move south across the wall to then capture Kambalu again? If it's Pekin, if it's Beijing, if this is right, if the claims that Wikipedia made or the official narrative makes, an example is here. You can see that from the travels of Marco Polo on this Khan Academy, when they quote this point, in this city of Kambalu, another spelling for Khan Balik. You'll find this in all the old books as well. They've not the originals, obviously, but in the more recent translations, it'll say down below, Kambalu is just Khan Balik. It just means Beijing. So if we come to the third chapter, the one before this, where it talks about Calix, you can see there are two mentions of a wall. However, those mentions of the wall, when Tamerlane had privately made mentions for preparations for an expedition that he'd promised his uncle, the uncle being the emperor, he had promised this expedition. So basically, Tamerlane says to his uncle that he's going to go and attack China. The king of this large country, who is named the offspring of the sun, expected no such matter. And you see, when talking of China, these lands are lying beyond a river called Tachi, and beyond that famous wall which bound both empires, and which the king of China built to secure himself and his people from the Tartarians. The next mention of the wall, nevertheless, he was willing that Calix should believe that he was passed beyond the mountains to assault the famous wall defended by all the armies of the Chinese. So it's saying Tamerlane wanted Calix to believe that he was already beyond the mountains and he was attacking the Chinese at the wall. So he's talking about the Chinese at the wall, right here. If Calix was at Kambalu, which is the metropolis of the province of Cathay, if Calix is at Kambalu, how the hell is Kambalu also Peking? Because Tamerlane hasn't even gone there yet, and they talk about the wall. The only mentions of the wall, it's pretty easy to understand, so I hope I've explained it decently well, but just have a look. If this is Beijing, alright, and we're somewhere outside Beijing, and they're telling us that Beijing is Kambalu, it's the same place. So this Tartarian king is apparently living in Beijing, in exactly the same place as the Emperor of China. No problems, they're not arguing or anything. They apparently both live in the same city and don't understand it. So Tamerlane wants to cross this wall to take over Beijing. And on the way to take over Beijing, somebody revolts. Now history is trying to tell us that Beijing and Kambalu are the same place. So Kanbalik and Kambalu are the same place. That's what they're trying to say. So with that in mind, Tamerlane is on his way to attack Beijing when he gets a revolt. He gets word that Calix has revolted and has taken Kambalu. So isn't that Beijing? So surely he's just heard that Calix has taken Kambalu. So he then goes and he goes, right, we're not attacking Beijing anymore. We're going to go and attack Kambalu, which is Beijing apparently. So then he goes and attacks Kambalu, beats Calix at Kambalu, which is Beijing, and then he leaves Beijing going, good job, lads. Now, let's go attack Beijing. It doesn't make sense, does it? And then in the very next chapter, he mentions the wall 33 times because he's coming over the fucking wall. That's why he's mentioned it 33 times, because he's got to get over the wall. Pages dedicated to how they get round the wall. On page 60, it says, as he was nearest to the enemy, he had an opportunity to discover in what places the wall that stopped the Tartarian inroads might be assaulted. So on page 60, he's talking about what places on this wall he would be able to attack to get through. They found a local prince who took liking to them, and he betrayed the Chinese and divulged a secret passage that he knew that led into China, and it was easy to go in and surprise the soldiers that were guarding the wall. So again, why would he have to do this if he's already taken Kambalu? That doesn't make sense. None of that makes sense. So I've just spent quite a while on this because I need to hammer home that Kambalu and Beijing are not the same place, and this is obvious. This is obvious that they're not the same place. You'd have to be a moron to think they're the same place, because all the mentions of the wall are when he attacks Pekin. We saw him mention Pekin up here, Liutum and of Pekin. So why is he calling it Pekin if it's also Kambalu? Why is he confused? Why doesn't he realise that Calix is already at this place? Why doesn't he realise that he's had to cross a wall? Why is he worried about attacking the same wall if he's already crossed it so easily? He crossed it so easily, apparently he didn't even notice the first time. That doesn't make sense. So, Kambalu and Khan Balik are two very different places. Khan Balik is Beijing, yes, as in Khan Balik. Kambalu, that's a different place entirely. On page 108, all things having been thus ordered, the army took the way to Kambalu, but before they began to march, the prince sent to the emperor, his uncle, to inform him of his happy successes and return. So he's returning to Kambalu. The army in their return homewards carried with them all their sick people, and after 2 days' march, they met with the new recruits that were coming to assist them. The prince ordered them to proceed on no further, but to return home towards Kambalu, whither he intended to go and meet with the emperor, who had intended to see him there and give him a triumphing reception. So the emperor, who is Tamerlane's uncle, is meeting him at Kambalu. So, and he's saying, return home towards Kambalu. Go back, go to Kambalu. Don't worry, we're leaving China. We're going home. We're going to go see the emperor in Kambalu. So again, how can Kambalu and Pekin be the same place? They're not. That's where history's lying. They've made a very big effort. I don't know who exactly, whether it was the Chinese, whether it was the Jesuits, the Russians, but they've made a very big effort to lie about the location of Kambalu, because it was definitely north of the Wall of China. Because if it was south of the Wall of China, then it wouldn't make sense. If Kambalu was south of the Wall of China, then Tamerlane never would have had to bother with getting over the wall. All of this stuff about the wall would be nonsense. It just wouldn't make sense. And there's many references to China being behind the wall to defend against the Tartarians. So why would Tartarians be behind the wall? None of that makes sense. So the document provided us some information, the 83rd to 180th degree longitude, 39 to 72 lat, and also 4,000, 2,000 miles going up and down. So we're going to have a look at that on Google Maps just to plot that for you. So we get this box if we tap up the coordinates. As you can see here, this is, one of the coordinates there. The reason that's out in the ocean is because obviously north to south, they're trying to get every bit in. But they did a very good job when you consider 1690. They got this is the top one here. That will be the one in the ocean. This one here, down in the middle of the desert. And obviously it goes all the way up to the northern borders. So these are the coordinates that were given in that book. And this is the area that it says is Tartary. It says that it's on the east of Russia. So obviously Russia over here. But this is where it does get a little bit confusing, because Russia was owning big chunks of this at this point, and they were moving in this way. And as well, by 1690, the Russians had conquered all the way up to here. So 1690, the Russians had actually conquered all of this. So Tartaria and its exact location around about the time of this document is very debatable, because in 1689, We had the Treaty of Nechinsk, which saw Russia take all the land up to this border here, which was the Amur River, and they got everything on this side. And the Tartars, the Qing dynasty, they were in here. So that gives us more evidence that Kambalu was probably somewhere around here in the Manchuria area, or possibly around here somewhere, but definitely around here. Now, if we take the 4,000 miles it gave from Astrakhan, because Astrakhan was part of the Tartarian area, so this is Tartaria Minor in Ukraine. This is the original Tartarian areas around Kazan, because this is actually where you'll find the Republic of Tatarstan, also known as Tartaria, right there. He's trying to take us over to the one in Romania. Yeah, that's another thing with the Tartarian tablets. Look at that another day. But you've got the Republic of Tatarstan. This area was officially known as Tartaria, without the R, the Tartaria. So from Astrakhan all the way up to the borders of Cathay, which is here, and we'll discuss Cathay as well briefly. Cathay is another thing that's been twisted. So Cathay, they'll tell you, is North China, and the Manji is South China. So as Wikipedia will tell us, Cathay is a historical name for China that was used in Europe. During the early modern period, the term Cathay initially evolved as a term referring to what is now northern China, completely separate and distinct from China, which was a reference to southern China. So they try and say that it's North China and South China, but it's a little bit more than that. The Cathay region is the area beyond the Great Wall, so it's the area north of the Great Wall. Everywhere south of the Great Wall is the Manji. They're the Chinese. So, and well, there's a debate on Manji becoming Manchurians, so there is that. But Manji is the south of the wall, and Cathay is north. We'll have a look at some of the pictures, and you'll see. This one's interesting, by the way. I won't talk about it, but it's got Antichrist and Gog Magog here. It's flipped upside down, so this is north. But we'll have a look, for example, on... Well, this map is a 1570 map. It's not a great one. China's down here. Cathay is here. So it's a little bit... That will be more north, because obviously follow the curvature that is added on. So from China, that is actually north. Then you can see on this map, you've got a similar thing. This says Manji down here and the Cathay region up here. So we'll find one with a wall, because the wall is... Here we go. So that we can see up here, China is listed as China, and this is the Great Wall here following the mountains. And Cathay is north of the Great Wall. Now this is important because we have Peking down south of the Great Wall. So Peking is right here, and up here is actually where we have Kambalu. So it's quite hard to see, but that's Kambalu up there. Poor image. I could get a better one up. I probably should do. Go on, just for you. There we go. So got a better quality version, and you can see the Great Wall right here. So actually this one looks a little bit different, but yeah, so you've got the Great Wall right here. Peking would obviously be down here, and on the north of the Great Wall is where you'll find Kambalu and Kambalu River and stuff like that. I don't care. Thank you. Right, Kambalu would be there. It's definitely north of the Great Wall. And of course, that's how it describes it, because Tamerlane, he goes to Cathay, where Kambalu is in Cathay, and then he has to go to China, and he has to jump the wall. So evidently, Kambalu is north of the wall. Now, back to the document. It says it has remained unconquered under several governments until 1162. So we did read that. The imperial seat is at Shambalu. So yes, of course. Is this talking about Kambalik in Beijing, or is it talking about somewhere north of the wall in Cathay? That's for you to decide, but hopefully I've convinced you. The inhabitants are Mahometans, pagans, some Christians of the Nestorian sect, and it also talks about the language. So the language is the Tartarian language, very boisterous and clamorous, almost the same with the Turkish, having some mixture of Persian and Scythian words. In some places they use the Persian tongue. Now that talks about their chief commodities, what they sell, and it also breaks up Tartaria into 5 great parts. Tartaria Deserta, which is the most western province bordering on Russia, and it's divided into the Kalmuki butchers or the Olgarians, the Chazag or the Kashgars, and the Karakathays or the Shamshalites. And the 2 main cities or the capital cities are Sharkan and Kumbalik. So, or it does say the capital city of the whole, or the main city of the whole, is Shah Khan or Karkan, however you want to say that. So you've got Karkan and Kumbalik. Notice how that is very similar to Kambalu. It's probably the same meaning. Kumbalik, Khanbalik, city of the Sham or city of the Khan. So it does seem that this name is something that moves around as well. Because obviously if you've just set up a new kingdom and you build a new city, you say, this is my city. The city of me. City of the Sham. So Kumbalik, Khanbalik, Kambalu. So yeah, the second part is Uzbek or Zagathay on the south of Tartaria Deserta. It's about 1,200 miles long, and it contains the old provinces of Sakhay, Sogdania, and parts of Scythia and Old Persia. So this is the bit that, as we know, was called Independent Tartary for a while, until the Russians finally invaded that. The capital cities are Samarkand, which is where Tamerlane is supposedly from, Bukhara, and Istigius, which I've never heard of that one. It's probably got a different name, which I have heard of. There's also the provinces of Belch, Alfoid, or Alsoid, Khwarazm, Al-Shah, and Targana. The third part of Tartaria is Turkestan, which is part of ancient Scythia, and it's on the east of Zagathay, about 1,400 miles long. The capital cities or capital towns are Tibet, Kaskar, and Khotan. It contains many kingdoms as Kaskar, Chialis or Turfan, Chiatium, Khotam, Tibet, Kamul, Lop, Tainsu, Kindu, and others. The Lop, of course, can be located today, the Lop Desert, so there would have been the Kingdom of Lop in the Lop Desert, so that does give you an idea that these are the right places. Turkestan on the east of independent Tartary. Tartaria Deserta, as it's known, is north of that. So it's very interesting that they call that the desert, considering I would argue that the Lop is the desert, but... Now, the fourth section is called Mongol or Magog, the true old Tartary. It's on the north of Turkestan, about 1,800 miles long and 950 in breadth. The chief towns are Mongol and Tenduk. It contains many provinces as Sumogul or Tartar, Tenduk or Mekrat, Baju or Mekrit, Tekmogul, Kali, and others. So Mongol or Magog is north of Turkestan, which does seem to match with Mongolia and areas to the east. And then finally, we have Cathay or Kin Tartary on the southeast of Mongol, about 1,650 miles long and 1,100 miles in breadth. It contains four great provinces: Cathay or Nayman, Kambalu or Arab Khanbalik, Nish or Tenduk, and Yupi. It contains the ancient Serica and parts of Scythia. I'll bring us back to another map, because on Wikipedia they're obviously talking about how Cathay is China. It's exactly the same as China. But anyway, so you can kind of sense the passive aggressiveness with the Cathay is finally gone. This 1689 map by Giacomo Cantelli da Vignola from Modena identifies it and Manji with China. So now, if we zoom in on this, we can see Peking and Liaotung. So those are the places that were mentioned as where Tamerlane was about to go and invade, until he got word that Calix, one of the kings of Tartary, had decided to take over Kambalu. Now, Kambalu isn't shown on this map, but it's usually shown as being either near the Sungari or Quentung Fluvius. So it's still in this region. So even though Cathay has gone, it's still here. It's not China. It's still south of the wall. I mean, it became China, as in they invaded China. So it's one of these things where it's a confusion, but they've also purposely tried to do it. Now, you'll notice over here is the Yupi that was just mentioned, the Tartary de Yupi. So we just heard about the Yupi people, and they're over here on the right. So this is the Chinese south of this wall. We can have a look at this picture. This picture from just before, which shows us Cathay up here, Kambalu right here on this river, which is called the River Pulisanja on this map. So we can see that Kambalu is right here, and it's outside the wall, a wall of 400 leagues betwixt the banks of hills, built by the kings of China against the breakings in of the Tartars, kingdom of the Great Sham, and it's north of the walls. Cathay. It's north of the walls. It's northeast. So it's very easy to work out once you realize that. And you can see the mountains of the greatest note are those anciently called Imao, dividing Tartary in the middle. The rivers of principal note are 4. The Obi, which we know about the Obi because that's in Russia. Okanda, Chesil, or the Jaxartes, which is located in independent Tartary. And Polysanya, which is the one we just saw located northeast of China in Cathay. And there's the most considerable lakes are 4. We've got Cathay, Kithaska, Koras, and Amu. These are all very difficult to locate today. Some very interesting things have happened there. So, I hope you've enjoyed going through this document. Like I said, when I checked the other things, there are a load of documents that include the same kind of info or similar kind of info. So, it's just a tedious process to go through all of these and find all the things that you need to really build a picture. It's evident from what we've seen that obviously China here, this isn't Cathay. Maybe this was Manji. But this is Cathay. This is Cathay here. Over here are the UP people. This is where you find the UPs, which makes sense with the map that we found. And if we have a look at UP Tartars, they're known as the Nanai people. And they lived along the Amur River, and they were actually evacuated by the Chinese originally. So the Amur River is, of course, this one that we saw over here. This makes this border. So this river here, it comes from up there, down there, around there. So these people are from here. And on this map that I got from Rare Maps, the date on this, it's from Stockholm, London, 1730. So the reason we come to this one, obviously we can see down here the Great Wall of China peeking there. And if we come up, we can see our Amur River. Now, it does have a different flow. It comes right from the side instead of coming from up. So that could just be a mapping issue there. Or maybe it did actually flow a bit differently a few hundred years ago. But we can see UP Tartaros down here. So that matches that map that we just saw, which is up here, Tartary to UP. So the UP's around this corner. Cathay is right here, just beyond this wall. So have a look at the wall. Cathay, the UPs are going to be up here. So having a look at this here, again, we've got the Great Wall of China around here, the UPs around here. So where do we think Cathay is going to be? Around here somewhere, isn't it? This will be the Cathay region. So we can assume that Kambalu, the proper Kambalu, not Kambalik, proper Kambalu was around here somewhere. With a Christian kingdom till for only 60 years, supposedly set up by Prester John, or maybe even Didymus Thomas himself. Although I think if it was Didymus Thomas, he'd be about 1200 years late because he was supposed to be around at the same time as Jesus. But very interesting. I mean, it might have taken him 1200 years to walk all the way from Jerusalem. It's a bit of a distance. So I think we'll call that one the end of that. I hope you've enjoyed watching and learning. Hope you learned a lot from that book. I hope you've learned about Cathay and Kambalu, and you can join us on the hunt for these places where they really were, because there is a lot of confusion. I mean, who knows, maybe these places really were south of the wall, but I think when you look at the books talking about how Kambalu is evidently a separate place, the book about Tamerlane has Calix, one of the kings, fighting. He goes and he tricks the people of Kambaluk to join him, and Tamerlane goes to fight him. And he fights him and he takes back Kambaluk, and then he says, right, I'm off to China. And he goes to invade China. So you can imagine he's coming down and he's saying, right, I'm going to go take out China, sort him out for you, uncle, because his uncle wanted him to. And then he gets a call and he says, hey, can you do me a favor? Can you go sort out Kambaluk? Because one of our kings has had a revolt. So Tamerlane sighs, goes, go on then. Goes over to Kambaluk, sorts him out, gets Kambaluk back and says, right, problem solved. Now I'm going to China. And he crosses the wall, takes over Liu Tun and Peking, takes over those two places, and then he crosses back and he goes to Kambaluk where he finds his uncle waiting for him and he's really happy. It makes sense, doesn't it? That makes geographical sense. He goes to a place, then he goes to another place, and then he goes back to the place. It doesn't make sense if all three of those places are the same place, or two of the places, It doesn't make sense. So anyway, hope you guys learned a lot. We'll be back learning more about Tartaria, trying to figure out the truth behind this, because there is so much misinformation out there, so much they don't want you to know. It's probably why they focus on these global energy empire theories because they don't want you to know the truth, that there was just actually a country that existed even a few hundred years ago that's been completely wiped out. The people have had their history changed and rewritten, and they just think that they're, nomadic scrubs that have always lived in the middle of nowhere. When in reality, a few hundred years ago, they had one of the greatest empires in the world. In about 14 to 1500. This empire covered everywhere from China to Egypt. So, big swathes of Europe fell as well. So, the Golden Horde's invasions into Europe. You're looking at an empire that went all the way from there down to here. There are notes that some of the Khans took over Egypt. Tamerlane supposedly did it. Another one supposedly did it. They took over these sections, the Indian Empire, the Mughals, which were actually remnants of Tamerlane's empire. They took all these sections. They beat the Muscovites back. They put Dmitry Donskoy in power up in Moscow. So they controlled the whole thing. Essentially, half the world was under Tartarian control. And when we say that, there was still loads of different kings, because, you still need kings to run your country. You don't go in killing everyone. You go in, you take over the place, and you say, right, I've beat you in battle, now you pay me money every year. So that's essentially what was going on. It was just one giant empire, and they were always having revolts, It wasn't peaceful. If you're over here fighting a battle, you can bet that a city over here was having a revolt. Maybe there was a king around here that decided to unify a few tribes and attack somewhere. Maybe they were feeling a bit oppressed. Maybe they didn't like their treatment. So it was just like any other empire. There was people all the time trying to usurp, trying to take over. Sometimes the empire fell to pieces and didn't really have a grand emperor collecting money from everyone. Sometimes battles would happen and everyone would go, I'm not paying anymore. And then the emperor can't do anything about it. So more places say, well, I'm not going to pay either. And then within 50 years, nobody's paying anything. And then they'll get a reunification where someone like Genghis Khan comes along and he says, right, I'm sorting this shit out. And he goes around and beats everyone and starts collecting money again. Rinse and repeat. So that's basically what's happened. And then they lost out to Russia. They lost out to Russia in the 15 to 1700s. And eventually, they were trapped in China and independent Tartary. And they were slowly beaten in the independent Tartary wars around here by Russia. And they were slowly beaten by the British, the French, and the Russians with the Opium Wars. So this kingdom went from controlling everything in about 1550, 1530 maybe, controlling essentially everything, to being wiped out by about the 1900s. Was the Great Wall of China actually built by the Tartarians? This is a question that has come up time and time again. On today's episode, I'm going to explain where this theory came from, then discuss the official narrative, and allow you to judge for yourself. The theory states that the Tartarians were the true constructors of the Great Wall, and not the Chinese. The official narrative claims the wall was built to stop the barbarous Mongol invaders, but theorists say that China has taken credit for the vast construct originally designed to keep them out. They point to images of the wall which appear to show arrow slits and battlements pointing towards China. There are also other depictions which would appear to show the openings on the north side facing Tartary. Could this be evidence that the Great Wall was in fact built by the Tartarians and not the Chinese? Well, I wanted to find out more. So, I started to search for the first person to make this claim. A quick perusal of the Internet Archive shows the theory became popular on TikTok in the past few years, and although many YouTubers have shied away from discussing the topic directly, there have been a few. I managed to track the theory down in a book called One World Tartarians, which was released in 2022, where it becomes clear that the origins of this conspiracy lay in the hands of Russian mathematician Anatoly Fomenko. If you aren't familiar with Fomenko's work, he's a professor at Moscow State University who further developed and expanded upon theories put forward by Soviet writer Nikolai Morozov. Essentially, Fomenko claimed he found discrepancies in chronological dating, which meant that everything recorded as happening before 1100 AD had been fabricated by Jesuits in the 16 to 1700s. He also claims the Tartarian or Mongolian Empire was actually the Great Russian Empire, which controlled the world until Russia was taken over by the European Romanovs.
At this point, history was falsified to remove mentions of this great Russian empire. However, critics within the Tartaria community suggest Fomenko has ulterior motives, with his theory being incredibly Rus-centric and promoting Russian nationalism. The idea of Russia being the Mongols removes their centuries of subjugation to the Tatar yoke. It also removes a long-standing history of Russian aggressions against the indigenous people, and rewrites a story of invasion and poverty into one of unity and prosperity. So, we will now examine Fomenko's specific claims about the Great Wall. In Volume 5 of his New Chronology, he quotes Morozov as saying, "The idea that the building of the famous Chinese wall with a height of 6 to 7 meters and a thickness of 3, stretching for 3,000 kilometers, began in 246 BC and was only finished after 1,866 years by 1620 AD is ridiculous." He's saying the idea of starting a defensive structure which will not be completed for 2,000 years is nonsensical. Fomenko further explains the wall is too thick for defending against arrows and spears, with the thickness suggesting it was built to defend against cannons. This would place its construction in the 15th to 16th century. This was further backed up by the seeming lack of mentions of the wall before this period. For example, Marco Polo never reported seeing such a structure when he traveled to China between 1271 and 1295 AD. Professor Fomenko also notes how some people, such as Arab historian Abul Fida, seemingly describe the wall as the Wall of Gog and Magog. Fomenko then quotes Russian historian Lev Gumilev as saying, "The wall stretches for 4,000 kilometers. Its height reached 10 meters, with watchtowers every 60 to 100 meters. But when the works were finished, as it turned out, that all the armed forces of China were not sufficient to organize effective defense on the wall. If you put a small detachment on each tower, it will be destroyed before the neighbors give help." Fomenko highlights this fact and asks why the Chinese did not think about this before building the wall. He then goes on to offer his own hypothesis. He suggests that the Great Wall was constructed as a simple border between the Russian and Chinese empires in the 17th century. In this hypothesis, Russia already owns all the land which was known as Chinese Tartary, and had done for many years. He also says it owned China until around the 1600s, when the introduction of the Romanovs saw China cede from the empire. After some years of bickering, the Chinese and Russian empires finally put down their borders on paper, and to commemorate the moment, the Chinese built a wall along the established perimeter. The wall was merely ceremonious. As discussed before, it couldn't be feasibly defended. Therefore, it stood to act as a monument to the agreement and to prevent further disputes. He also says it's possible that the Chinese constructed the wall in fear of the Romanovs, who had taken over the Russian Empire, although this would contradict the points he'd previously made about the wall being undefendable. To back his Great Border Wall theory up, Fomenko shows a series of maps from the 1600s which show the Great Wall of China. He says that the Great Wall did not appear on maps before this period. Coupled with the fact Marco Polo did not record seeing the wall in 1290, this would also suggest it hadn't been constructed until the 1600s. He also points at how the Great Wall seems to perfectly follow the border of China. How is it possible that the ancient Chinese in 200 BC knew exactly where the modern border of China would be? To offer more evidence, Fomenko points to the Treaty of Nachinsk, signed in 1689 between Russia and China, which formally identified each other's borders. Fomenko quotes this section from Kharbarov's notes. The emperor began his implementation of his plan of squeezing Russians from the Amur River. By building a chain of fortifications, the emperor in 1684 sent to the Amur a Manchu army. Fomenko says these fortifications are clearly describing the Great Wall of China. Except they're not. A simple look at the location of the Amur River about 700 miles away from the Great Wall will immediately make you question this narrative. By Fomenko's logic, the Amur River would be well into Russian territory, and therefore it doesn't make sense why the emperor was sending an army to clear out the Russians. If we look at this map, we can see the red line, showing where the 1689 treaty established the real border. In the years building up to this treaty, the Russians had slowly been moving south from Yakutsk and had penetrated as far into Manchuria as the Amur River. The Emperor of China, a Manchurian Tatar who had taken over China in 1644, sent an army to repel them. After doing so, they built fortifications along the Amur River to prevent further attacks. At the time, the Russians lacked the infrastructure to move large amounts of troops and supplies across Siberia, and as a result, the Manchus had them heavily outmanned and outgunned. The Russians were tied up fighting the Mongols around Lake Baikal, and the Manchus were also busy trying to subdue the various nations of Chinese Tartary to establish their empire. In 1689, they signed the Nichinsk Treaty, which officially established the borders between the two empires, and whilst both sides were unhappy with the terms of the agreement, it put an end to hostilities. These borders remained for 200 years until the fall of the Tartar dynasty at the end of the Opium Wars, when Russia finally took the northern bank of the Amur back, where they evicted the locals and Russified the cities. It wouldn't make any historical or geographical sense if the fortifications mentioned being built on the Amur River were in fact referring to the Great Wall of China. This is an example of how Fomenko is rewriting Russian invasions. He's moved the border 700 miles south and gifted Russia the entire territory of Mongolia and Manchuria. Earlier we mentioned Morozov's claims that a wall taking 2,000 years to build is ridiculous, and how the wall seems to appear on maps starting in the 1600s. Firstly, he's correct. A defensive structure taking so long to build would be futile, and this is where you might accuse Morozov and Fomenko of being disingenuous. You see, official history doesn't actually claim the wall to be that old. It's more tourist propaganda. If we briefly examine the history of the wall, we'll learn it was constructed by the Qin dynasty, the first dynasty of imperial China in around 200 BC. They built it to stop the frequent incursions of the Xiongnu, the ancestors of the Huns, Turks, Mongols, and Tartars. The only problem is, it wasn't the same wall, and it wasn't even the first. The earliest iterations of these barriers were built by independent Chinese nations who were warring for control from around the 5th century BC. There are most likely even older walls that we haven't found yet or have been completely destroyed. Looking at this map, all the yellow lines are barriers constructed by these various warring nations. When historians claim the Great Wall is almost 3,000 years old, it's because they are talking about these earliest iterations. The lighter orange line is the wall built by the Qin dynasty. They are attributed as being the original builders of the Great Wall, as it was the first barrier built by a unified China, rather than independent states. So in that sense, we can say the Great Wall is 2,200 years old, but that's still not technically correct. We can see that for about 400 years after the Qin dynasty, the Han dynasty went about building or rebuilding the walls shown here as the darker orange lines. China then separated once more into warring nations, and we can see sections built by the Northern Wei, the Northern Qi, and the Sui dynasty, northwest of Beijing. Nothing happened for 400 years until the rise of the Khitan Lao dynasty, who invaded from Manchuria, which at the time was named Cathay or Cathay. Curiously, this is why the word for China in Russian is Cathay, because when they first learned of China, it was ruled by the Khitans, and as a result, they named it after them. Which brings up a curiosity. In 1533, in Moscow, the Russians invited Italian architect Petrok Fryazan to build them a large defensive wall around the city. This wall they named Kitty Gorod, which translates to China City, or perhaps more accurately, Khitan City. Why would the Russians hire an Italian architect to build them a wall called China City? Anyway, back to the map, and you can see the Lao, who are the Khitans, and the following Jin dynasty constructed their walls on the borders of Manchuria and Mongolia, showing the increased size of their territory, which are represented by the light purple lines on the map. Of course, the walls failed, and the Jin fell to the Mongol Empire in 1237, with China remaining under Tartar control until 1368, with the rise of the Ming dynasty. The Ming dynasty began construction on a new wall, depicted on the map in dark purple, with this wall intended to prevent further incursions by the Mongols. This is the wall we know today, constructed between 1368 and 1644 by the Ming dynasty, 1644 of course being when the Manchu Tartars took over China, and hence further construction on the wall subsided. After Manchus took control, the Chinese borders were far beyond the Great Wall, and as such, the wall was no longer necessary and no further work was seemingly done on it until the 1950s, when they performed restoration work. Fomenko was technically correct. The wall we see today is at most about 600 years old, but I'm pretty sure he will have already known this, and it's not exactly secret information. Therefore, his earlier arguments now seem disingenuous. Fomenko isn't definitive with a date for construction, but he suggests between 1620 to 1690 as the limits for when it was built. He also showed us a series of maps to confirm the Great Wall appears in the 1600s. The earliest I could find is from 1584, which is 100 years before the Treaty of Nechinsk. He asks, why did the Great Wall not appear before this? Furthermore, why did visitors such as Marco Polo not describe the wall? If we compare the sections of the Ming Dynasty wall with the sections built long before, we'll see an obvious difference. One is a magnificently constructed piece of masonry, and the other is essentially a dirt mound. These walls were not made of masonry, but just tightly packed dirt with rocks. So, this could explain why Marco Polo didn't mention it, because it wasn't even a wall, and the most recent constructions had been on the Manchu and Mongolian borders by the Liao and Jin dynasties, many miles away. Before that, the most recent constructions were in 400 AD, and that means 800 years had passed by the time Marco Polo was in the area, meaning these walls would have most likely heavily degraded. Also, Fomenko suggested the reason that Marco Polo didn't mention the wall is because it didn't exist yet, but he also tells us that Abul-Fida called it the Wall of Gog and Magog. Abul-Fida visited China around 30 years after Marco Polo, which would imply the wall must have been there, just Marco didn't see it. One explanation is that Abul-Fida was seeing one of the walls built by the Jin or Liao dynasty in Manchuria or Mongolia. This would seemingly be backed up by the fact that Magog was used as a word for Mongol in the Middle Ages. Therefore, a wall of Gog and Magog would be a wall of Mongolia. This is probably referring to the wall built by the Jin dynasty to keep the Mongol Empire out. Marco Polo didn't travel to these areas, and as a result, he never saw the Jin Wall. As we mentioned, the wall we see today was constructed by the Ming dynasty after they broke free from the Mongols in 1368. Therefore, the wall appearing on a 1584 map is probably what we'd expect. That gives about 200 years for the wall to be constructed, for someone to visit and record seeing it, and then take that information back with them to create the map. Fomenko also said the wall was built as a border between the Russian and Chinese empires, and that these maps were evidence of that. Firstly, one of the maps he provides as evidence in his book, if you look closely, by the wall in Latin it reads, "A wall of 400 leagues built by the king of China between the crags of the mountains against the incursions of the Tartars." And if we look at an English version of the map, we can see again the same thing, a wall of 400 leagues built between the bottoms of the mountains by the king of China against the incursions of the Tartars. Now, I'm sure Fomenko will claim this is some kind of falsification, but I'm afraid you can't have it both ways. You can't use the map as evidence to provide your point and then claim the map has been tampered with when it shatters your narrative. Secondly, he asked how the ancient builders in 200 BC would be able to construct a wall which perfectly matched the borders of China 1800 years later. Well, as we saw earlier, they didn't. So, this point is just wrong. This map from earlier clearly shows the position of the Ming Wall, the sections where the tourists view, and the various positions of the older ones, which, like I said, were not masonry, but were made of compacted dirt and rocks. Now that we've dealt with Fomenko's Russian side of the theory, let's go back to the original claims that the wall was Tartarian. At this point, I decided to ask an expert to provide the official explanation because they know it better than me, and you can decide for yourself whether it's accurate. The expert says, the idea that the arrow slits or battlements are only facing China is incorrect. If you use Google Earth to zoom into some of the sections of the wall, you can see that the crenellations face north. In regards to some of the defensive elements facing south, the wall was intended to make it difficult for invading armies to get in and also to get back out. The invaders would usually form raiding parties and rush into Chinese lands, attempting to pillage and steal, and the wall was meant to subvert such practices. If the attackers broke through, the wall's defenders would need to be able to engage the invaders on both sides of the barrier. It also acted as a signaling system which allowed for the fast relay of information regarding the movements of enemy troops. It was never intended to defend the whole wall. Watchtowers would spot an invading army approaching, and signal flares would allow the Chinese to gather at the correct section of the wall to repel the attack. So that's the official explanation for why the wall was in fact Chinese and was built to stop Tartar invaders and not the other way round. There are people who still suggest the walls were modified in the 1900s during repair work to remove some of these things and make it look more Chinese and make it appear like it was facing north, but that's up to you if you want to believe that. So what do you think? Was the Great Wall built by Tartarians to prevent Chinese invaders? Was it, like Professor Fomenko suggests, a simple border wall between the great Mongolian Russian Empire and the Chinese constructed in the 1600s, or was it simply the Great Wall of China, built by the Ming Dynasty to prevent the incursions of invaders? Let me know in the comments below. So, thank you for watching this episode. I'm really curious to hear everyone's opinions, no matter which side you believe. If you believe it's the Great Wall of Tartaria, if you believe it's the Great Wall of China, or if you think it's a border between Fomenko's giant Russian Empire. I want to hear about it down in the comments below. And a bigger thank you to all my supporters. You guys really help me out, and I can't thank you enough. If you'd like to support the channel, then there's a few ways you can do so. We've got Patreon, Buy Me a Coffee, YouTube, channel memberships. If you join any 3 of those, then you get into the private Discord where we talk all day and post research and stuff, so it's quite fun in there. If that's something you're into, make sure you check it out. And we even have some merch available. I'm not really a merch person, but we have hoodies and stuff with my logo on. Other than that, you can follow me on Instagram if you're an Instagrammer, or we even have a Reddit. So if you have a Reddit, make sure you go and join the Reddit. At the moment, it's the subreddit is very small, less than 100 members, but hopefully in the future we'll have a lot more people posting their own research, posting their own ideas, and generate a bit of a community there. So that's completely free for you to go and join. Obviously, it's a public subreddit where you can go right now and post your theories and try and talk to other ancient historians. Other than that, I'll catch you guys on the next episode of Ancient Historia.